Chapter 887. Why are you going to the Kunlun Origin Court? Su Aoshue asked. His memory of Zhou Xuanji was still fresh. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, his divine energy was very pure. If they fought in the Kunlun Origin Court, it would be very difficult to win. Every Grand Supreme was invincible in their respective court realm, unless the difference in strength was more than 3 courts. The Qilin demon blinked his eyes and said, "Another peerless genius has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, and there are still 2 of them. However, the strongest one has already become a sovereign and cannot be interfered with. The other one is still growing. Someone asked us, the Qilin 9 Absolutes, to eliminate that brat." As soon as he said this, Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua. Su Aoshue wasn't surprised. The Kunlun Origin Court had produced peerless geniuses since ancient times, so it wasn't strange for 2 of them to appear at once. However, he was very curious as to who had invited the Qilin 9 Absolutes. If one wanted to invite the Qilin 9 Absolutes, one would have to pay a huge price. The Qilin Enchantress laughed mockingly and said, "The other party revealed your supreme being opportunity before we were willing to make a move." Su Aoshue's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Who was the one who leaked it? Could it be the great sovereigns he had invited before? Didn't those guys not believe it? The more Su Aoshue thought about it, the angrier he got. On second thought, he didn't have the ability to enter the Myriad Domain Demon Lair at the moment, so it wasn't a bad idea to let the Qilin 9 Absolutes go. He even got a universal kill order because of it. In the boundless universe, the value of a universe kill order was immeasurable. This was also the reason why the 9 Absolutes Qilin could look down on everyone. Once the universe killing order was issued, no matter how many Great Hall Supremes you were, you would definitely die. Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of the gods. Are you planning to barge in directly? Su Aoshue tilted his head to look at Qilin Mei and asked doubtfully. He had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before. Zhou Xuanji was definitely a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. To be able to come this far, he must have stepped on countless bones. Qilin smiled charmingly and said, "You will understand when the time comes." Afterward, the 4 of them walked toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, and Shen Yanqing sat together. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Shen Yanqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, glanced at the 4 people, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you very nervous?" Autarch Crimson Dust asked, "Why have you gathered us here?" She looked at her younger sister helplessly. In the past, Shen Yanqing was obedient to her, listened to her everything, and regarded her as the only dependence. Now, there was a deep estrangement between the 2 sisters. Even now, it had not been completely eliminated. Zhou Xuanji was very calm, waiting for Shen Yanqing to speak. "Naturally, it's for your son. During this time, I have been calculating and found that the killing intent against Zhou Tanhua is approaching. I want to accept Zhou Tanhua as my disciple. Do you have any objections?" She had seen Zhou Tanhua and felt that his aptitude was really strong. He might be the next Zhou Xuanji. "No." Xian Xianghua refused without hesitation. Sovereign Hong Chen also furrowed her brow. She couldn't figure out her sister's true intentions. If Zhou Tanhua was harmed, how would she face Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly. "He has me as his father, why does he need to take me as his master?" Shen Yanqing stared at him and said in a serious tone, "His aptitude is not inferior to yours, but you have already become a sovereign. If he stays in the Kunlun Origin Court, it will only limit his development. I will take him to see my revered master so that he can grow up quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He naturally had expectations for his children, but it was too dangerous to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Hong Chen solemnly asked, "Nianxing, you have to consider this matter seriously. There are still people hunting Tanhua outside. Jiang Shui kept staring at Shen Nianqing without saying a word, as if she wanted to see through her. Xian Xianghua, who was a little angry, also calmed down. If what Shen Nianqing said was true, this would be Zhou Tanhua's opportunity. If I want to target him, I can take him away at any time without anyone knowing. Do I still need to discuss with you? Shen Nianqing said in annoyance. She had good intentions, but these guys didn't believe her. She suddenly thought of leaving. Do you have a way to avoid the universe kill order? Zhou Xuanji asked. He really wanted to take out the truth sword to test it, but he felt that it would be too insulting to Shen Nianqing. What's more, can the truth sword work on great sovereigns? Shen Nianqing nodded and said, I have a way to hide his fate. Although it's only for a while, it's enough for me to rush to my revered master's range. At that time, even the 9 absolutes of Qilin who issued the universe kill order will not be able to kill him. Her tone was full of confidence, looking down on the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before he waved his right hand, and Zhou Tanhua appeared behind him out of thin air. As soon as he saw the 5 people in front of him, Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He was still holding his sword with a dumbfounded look on his face. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Sit down, I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Tanhua sat down between Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua in a daze. Seeing him like this, Xian Xianghua couldn't help but touch his head. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this kid was really cute. Maybe it was because they might have to separate. Zhou Xuanji told Zhou Tanhua the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the entire story, Zhou Tanhua's expression didn't change much. His calmness made Shen Nianqing and Sovereign Hong Chen look up to him. This kid was really like his father. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, I'm willing to go. Leaving the Kunlun Origin Court can save the Kunlun Origin Court from a calamity. At the same time, I can also obtain opportunities. He looked at Xian Xianghua, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, Mother, it seems like the position of branch master is destined to belong to you. When Xian Xianghua heard this, she pinched his ear reproachfully. At this time, this brat was still joking. If you go out, you will also be in danger. Don't be in a rush to make a decision, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Tanhua nodded. Then, he crossed his hands and closed his eyes in deep thought. Shen Nianqing burst out laughing, Zhou Xuanji, your son obviously has an idea, but he is still pretending. Is this inherited? He is so pretentious. As soon as he said this, the corners of Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua's mouth twitched. When Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui saw this, they also laughed. It was indeed very similar. Ahem, then I've decided to leave. But before I leave, I want to see my sister. If I leave without saying goodbye, she'll definitely be very angry. Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and pretended to be serious. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua disappeared at the same time. Shen Nianqing got up and said, It's settled then. Tell him to hurry up. I can feel the killing intent getting closer and closer. It won't be long before it arrives at the Kunlun Origin Court. As her voice fell, she gave Sovereign Hong Chen a look, and the 2 women immediately left. Jiang Shui moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, Have you really decided? She also regarded Zhou Tanhua as her son. It was natural for her to be worried. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, A young eagle has to soar alone in the end. When I was his age, I had already begun to compete for the position of sovereign. The age gap between him and Zhou Tanhua wasn't big. At least in the Kunlun Origin Court, they could be brothers. Chapter 888. Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range to explain. In less than 3 days, he left with Shen Nianqing. The range master of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was Xian Xianghua. After all, Zhou Shaoxian was too impatient and Xiao Jinghong's cultivation wasn't high enough. It was difficult for him to support the majesty of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sent them off. They came to the Dark Realm outside the Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua looked back at his father and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. When I come back, I will definitely become your right-hand man and strengthen the Kunlun origin court with you." He smiled confidently. There was no sadness of parting at all. In fact, he felt very sad in his heart. But in order not to drag Zhou Xuanji down, he felt that he had to act free and easy. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Then we have an agreement. You have to come back. Don't go away and never return." Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji inexplicably thought of himself. He used to be like Zhou Tanhua. Now, he was a sovereign, but he still couldn't cover the sky with one hand and protect his family. This made his heart a little heavy. Shen Nianqing, who was next to him, looked at the father and son. Her emotions were surging. She suddenly remembered the scene in the passageway between the two worlds. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in her eyes. After exhorting a few words, Zhou Xuanji let them set off. "Don't worry, I won't let him die." Shen Nianqing couldn't help but let out a cold snort when she saw Zhou Xuanji looking at Zhou Tanhua. She was a tyrannical existence who had hunted many great sovereigns. How could she be so weak and untrustworthy? Zhou Xuanji nodded before watching Shen Nianqing and Zhou Tanhua leave. Only after they disappeared into the darkness did he slowly retract his gaze. "If I find out who you are, I will make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Mumbled to himself. After that, he turned around and returned to the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Tanhua's departure didn't change anything. The Kunlun origin court was still the same. Zhou Xuanji also began to work hard on cultivating. With the 12 law ancestors and the god pillars, the order of the Kunlun origin court was restored. The various origin cities became lively again. Due to the prohibition of war, many living beings in the Kunlun universe came and went in an endless stream. The entire Kunlun origin court seemed to be flourishing with each passing day. The interactions between the divine ranges had also increased. If they couldn't start a war, they would hold a tournament to hone their combat abilities. The origin court turned a blind eye to this. Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation and discovered this, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sent a message to the 12 ancestors, telling everyone that they could fight, but they couldn't carry out a divine range war. Completely curbing the slaughter would only produce the opposite of the desired result. As long as it did not affect the divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji had no objections. Some people needed to fight to become stronger, while others needed to take revenge. These emotions could not be suppressed. Time flew by. Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 3000th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 3000 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, 1000 Worlds Banishing Hegemon Sword, Outer Soul Doppelganger. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a purple light. The Myriad Flowers Origin Court that surpassed the Origin Court Reversal Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji had a feeling. Currently, he was not qualified to use the Thousand Realms Chaotic Executioner Sword. Soon, the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thousand Realms Hegemon Slayer Sword Grade, Myriad Flower Origin Court Description, a peerless overlord sword formed by the fusion of 1000 planes. It contains a horrifying power that can destroy everything. To use this sword, one must have at least the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. What did 1000 planes refer to? Only the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts could use it. This showed how domineering this sword was. After that, he continued to inherit the Outer Soul Doppelganger. A stream of memories flowed into his mind, allowing him to quickly master this divine ability. The Outer Soul Doppelganger divine ability used soul telekinesis to manifest a doppelganger. The doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as the original body, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The strength of the original body was related to the amount of soul telekinesis consumed. The greatest advantage of this divine ability was that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Although he only received one legendary sword for his birthday, it was still a huge gain for him. He got up and walked out of the Supreme Palace. On the cliff, Jiang Shui had already prepared a table of dishes and wine, waiting for him. Seeing him walking over, Jiang Shui got up and said with a gentle smile, "Xuanji, congratulations on reaching 3,000 years old, 3,000 years old." For mortals, this was such a long time. But in the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji was still not old enough to travel alone. Not only was Jiang Shui congratulating Zhou Xuanji, but the 12 ancestors were also busy. The entire Kunlun origin court congratulated Zhou Xuanji together. When everyone learned that Zhou Xuanji was only 3,000 years old, they were all dumbfounded. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very young, but they didn't know his exact age. Now that they heard about it, they were all stunned. For a moment, Zhou Xuanji was praised as the most powerful genius in history. "Congratulations to you too, you are already 3,004 years old," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. He walked to Jiang Shui's side, held her hand, and sat on the bench. Jiang Shui poured wine for him. The two talked about the past while facing the majestic immortal mist. Since Zhou Tanhua left, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. Although Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power had been growing steadily, it was difficult for it to make a qualitative leap. According to Little Sovereign, if he wanted to break through to the Great Sovereign of the Second Court, he had to master another court. In other words, he had to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. However, the owner of the Universe Kill Order hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't leave. The two talked about the past for a while. Then, the topic fell on their children. "I wonder how Tanhua is now." "He hasn't replied after leaving for so long," Jiang Shui said worriedly. She was most worried about Zhou Tanhua. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was very safe in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and calmly said, "He's fine. I have a hunch that he will surprise us the next time he comes back." Jiang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "Just like you. Every time you disappear and come back, you will surprise everyone." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Like father, like son. The more powerful Zhou Tanhua was, the more face he would have as a father. "Sword Emperor, can you come out for a gathering?" At this moment, Su Aoshua's voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji put down his wine glass. He softly said, "I will go out for a while. Wait for me here." Having said this, he directly left the Kunlun Origin Court without waiting for Jiang Shui's response. In the Dark Domain, Su Aoshue, Qilin Demon, Zhou Fa, and Beast Sovereign were waiting. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, the four's gazes quickly fell on him. The Qilin Demon looked at Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on his face. He looked like a poisonous scorpion, making people shudder. "Sword Emperor, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Aoshue cupped his fists and said with a smile. He had an amiable look on his face. He was secretly surprised. "How long has it been? This kid's aura has become stronger again." Chapter 889. Not bad. "May I know why Senior Su is here?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he bowed. He could not help but glance at the Qilin Mei. He could sense that this woman was very dangerous. She tried her best to suppress her murderous intent, but Zhou Xuanji could still sense it. This woman came with ill intentions. Su Aoshue immediately introduced the Qilin charm to Zhou Xuanji. After hearing that the Qilin charm was one of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. The universe killing order was created by the Qilin 9 absolutes. Zhou Xuanji was immediately filled with murderous intent. "Sword Monarch, can I see your son?" The Qilin enchantress covered her mouth and smiled. Her demonic tone and expression seemed to have a deeper meaning. No. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The imperial sword of life and death and the soul Kunlun sword appeared behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He wanted to fight. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign were secretly shocked, especially Beast Sovereign. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji didn't seem to be any weaker than Su Aoxue. How long has it been? Beast Sovereign thought bitterly. Zhou Xuanji is growing too fast. Previously, when he heard Zhou Fa's words, he felt that it was unreal. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shaken to the core. His emotions were complicated, and he even wanted to find a hole to hide in. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more he would lose face. The Qilin demon laughed out loud. She laughed beautifully, as if she had heard a very funny joke. Su Aoxue frowned and transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. The Qilin 9 absolutes are very powerful in the endless universe. Too many great sovereigns have died in their hands. Don't act recklessly. In his opinion, it was just a son. If he died, he could just have another one. It was not worth it to sacrifice his own life for this. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Qilin demon calmly without any fear. As for Su Aoxue, he did not have a good impression of him. This matter had nothing to do with Su Aoxue. If he wasn't here to lead the way, was he here to be a mediator? In his heart, Su Aoxue was already his enemy. The Qilin charm's expression also calmed down. She no longer had a smile on her face as she said coldly, "If you are unwilling, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kunlun Origin Court. So what? They, the 9 absolutes Qilin, were not afraid. You all acted for money and serendipity. If I pay a higher price to buy you all to kill your original employer, will that work? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Qilin enchantress shook her head and said, "We are selling the Universe Kill Medallion. We only sell it and don't take it back. If you want to take revenge, you can also buy the Universe Kill Medallion and let us kill that guy." It was really not a loss to sell and buy. The murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew stronger. He was thinking about whether he should act directly. Qilin Mei was a little impatient and said, "Sword Emperor, since you can become a sovereign, you should be a smart person. Adapting to circumstances is the greatest ability to survive. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will still die. To you, the Qilin 9 absolutes is a power that transcends dimensions. We will not destroy the Kunlun Origin Court because of its past, but what about you? Even Wu Zhou has to avoid me." Su Aoxue nodded. He looked so cowardly in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Back at the banquet, Zhou Xuanji felt that Su Aoxue was unfathomable and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. No matter how high one's cultivation was, without backbone, what kind of expert was he? It's useless to say more. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. Except for the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword, all the other swords perfectly fused with his body, making his sovereign divine energy skyrocket. His aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the darkness behind him. Strands of purple light rushed over and quickly wrapped around him. The power of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the face of external forces, the Kunlun Origin Court would automatically help its sovereign. It was also Zhou Xuanji's first time using this power. He was inwardly shocked. This is too strong. No wonder little sovereign said that he wouldn't lose in the vicinity of his origin court. In an instant, his confidence exploded. He looked down on everything in his eyes. He raised his hands and grasped the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. Purple light burst forth from his eyes. The aura of the Sword Emperor Sovereign was completely revealed. Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei were shocked at the same time. The Kunlun Origin Court is so strong. Qilin Mei was shocked. His eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji raised the Life and Death Emperor sword and poured all the sovereign divine energy in his body into the blade. The next moment, sword light burst forth and rushed up with unstoppable momentum. Without any hesitation, the sword slashed down. Su Aoshue immediately waved his hand and fled with Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Qilin Mei raised her hand and slapped. Immediately, a universe kill order appeared in front of her out of thin air. It quickly grew bigger and blocked the sword chi for her. Boom! The violent sword chi forced Qilin Mei to retreat. She gnashed her teeth and murmured, "This guy." At this moment, she suddenly understood the truth of the legend. Her figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. The universe kill order directly shattered and turned into ashes. Zhou Xuanji, offending the 9 absolutes of Qilin won't end well. Today, I will let you go for the time being. The next time the 9 absolutes of Qilin come, they will not only kill your son but also slaughter the Kunlun origin court. Qilin Mei's cold voice echoed in the dark domain for a long time. Zhou Xuanji didn't chase after them. He just sneered. It would take time for the 9 absolutes of Qilin to make a comeback. After all, the endless universe was so big. Even great sovereigns couldn't come and go easily. After confirming that the aura of Su Aoshue and Qilin Mei had completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji returned to the sovereign plane. Jiang Shui was still waiting for him at the table. He appeared beside her and sat down. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shui asked as she poured wine for him. Zhou Xuanji told her everything that had happened. He looked calm and didn't panic at all. After he finished, Jiang Shui asked, "Can you deal with the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" Zhou Xuanji was able to force the Qilin Mei to retreat. This meant that he was very powerful, even in the endless universe. "I'm not sure. But we'll deal with it when it comes. Even if I say that the Tanhua isn't here, the 9 absolutes of Qilin will not give up." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Jiang Shui nodded. She understood this too. She couldn't help but sigh, "Your enemies are too big. Even if we cultivate with all our might, we can't keep up with you." Following Zhou Xuanji was both blissful and sad. No matter what kind of disaster they encountered, Zhou Xuanji was there to handle it. But at the same time, no matter what kind of enemy they encountered, they could only watch from the sidelines. Zhou Xuanji saw the worry in her eyes and said with a smile, "Your role to me is not to kill enemies with me. It's also very important to appease the rear." Jiang Shui smiled helplessly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. She said, "Should I go out and do something too?" Zhou Xuanji touched her nose and said with a smile, "Do what you want to do. I support you." Not to mention Jiang Shui, even Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian would find it difficult to catch up with his cultivation. "Then give me a god position," Jiang Shui tilted her head and said. Jiang Shui tilted her head and pondered. She began to imagine her future plans. Chapter 890. After the Qilin 9 absolutes left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his daily cultivation. He arranged a deity position for Jiang Shui and asked the 12 ancestors to announce it to the entire Kunlun origin court. Shitian goddess. Her job was to control the marriage in the origin court. In the Kunlun origin court, every creature was free in their emotions. But there could only be one Dao companion, just like a wife or a husband. Zhou Xuanji took Jiang Shui around the Kunlun origin court to choose a suitable female companion to serve her. This matter couldn't be handed over to the 12 ancestors, in case they were too cautious. This trip lasted for 3 years. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui chose 18 female cultivators from different divine ranges. All of them had the cultivation of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Each of them was calm and beautiful, worthy of Jiang Shui's identity. After returning to the sovereign plane, Zhou Xuanji guided the Kunlun origin court's fate into Jiang Shui's body, allowing her to see the fate of all living beings and find the most suitable marriage. Zhou Xuanji asked Jiang Shui to leave some variables. Some marriages couldn't be destined by the heavens. Everything should have variables for there to be hope. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed, "Fate is truly mysterious. How many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their love? In the end, they only get the other party's indifference. How many infatuated men and women have been separated by the world? Love is truly difficult. Only she and Zhou Xuanji were in the palace. The 18 goddesses were waiting outside. So, you have to grasp it well and reduce the tragedy of fate in this world, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he changed his tone and said meaningfully, marriage can only be arranged and cannot be forced, understand? Some marriages may be good for you, but they are torturous for the people involved. Jiang Shui nodded and rolled her eyes at him, saying, don't worry, I know all this. Love can't be forced. After that, Jiang Shui began to travel around the Kunlun origin court with the 18 goddesses. With their cultivation, few people in the origin court could hurt them. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was at the highest point and could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court. If they were in danger, he could immediately take action. No matter how far they were, he could reach them in an instant. After the birth of Shitian goddess, Zhou Xuanji began to cultivate alone. As for Xian Xianghua, she was busy developing the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Sovereign Hengqian took Zhou Shaoxian to the Hengqian plain to cultivate. Everything was so harmonious. In the blink of an eye. Another few hundred years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the rules of the mortal world became deeper and deeper, but he found that it was too difficult for his cultivation to improve greatly. He summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about his confusion. I didn't expect you to be dissatisfied so quickly. You're just like an animal. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. In the past, after he became a sovereign, he had wasted a lot of his cultivation time. Zhou Xuanji looked straight at him, which made him feel helpless. If that's the case, you'll have no choice but to go out and search for dynasty realms. Only by devouring them will you be able to break through. However, the majority of dynasty realms have grand sovereigns overseeing them. I'm afraid you'll have to get past them first. Little Sovereign teased. Zhou Xuanji hadn't really fought against a great sovereign yet. When facing Su Aoxue and the Qilin Enchantress, they didn't fight at all. Once he left the Kunlun Origin Court, he would no longer be able to use the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, after defeating a great sovereign, how do I absorb a court realm? The reason why he was able to become a supreme being was because he had obtained the recognition of a supreme being's power. The other court realms definitely wouldn't do. He could only conquer them by force. I will teach you when the time comes. It's useless to tell you now. Different court realms have different absorption methods. You haven't gone to the endless universe. It's hard to explain it to you, Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. Little Sovereign waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji didn't insist. He sighed and said, the Qilin 9 Absolutes haven't made a comeback yet. It's not good for me to leave directly. Little Sovereign already knew about the Qilin 9 Absolutes. He furrowed his brow and said, they are indeed very troublesome. Back then, I had to take a detour when I saw them. But because of you alone, it's impossible to attract all the Qilin 9 Absolutes. They are all very busy. Mentioning the Qilin 9 Absolutes gave him a headache. Back then, he even scolded Zhou Xuanji, thinking that this kid was too impulsive. Zhou Xuanji asked, how many of the Qilin 9 Absolutes can I kill with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court? Only by killing them can I eliminate future troubles. Kill a few people. You must be dreaming. You can't kill any one of them. I know about the Qilin demon from last time. That girl is ruthless. She might not be your match, but if you fight to the death, she will be seriously injured and you will die, Little Sovereign said in a bad mood. He felt that it was necessary to give Zhou Xuanji a blow to prevent this kid from becoming arrogant. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, so, there is no solution to this situation. I can only wait. Little Sovereign smiled and said, you can send your avatars out to explore and find the whereabouts of the other court realms. It will be convenient for you to act in the future. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. His eyes focused as an outer soul avatar directly separated from his eyes and landed in front of him. This outer soul avatar looked exactly the same as him. Even its aura was the same. After thinking for a moment, he divided another 9 outer soul avatars. With a wave of his right hand, he directly sent the 10 outer soul avatars out of the Kunlun origin court. TSK, your avatars are very accomplished. It's hard to tell the real from the fake, little sovereign said in amazement. He suddenly couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that while he was asleep, this kid had been growing rapidly. Zhou Xuanji just smiled and didn't answer. He then stored the Lesser Supreme Sword in the Supreme Storage and continued to cultivate. In a purple cloud cosmic domain, a huge ship that looked like a flood dragon was sailing. The dragon head was ferocious and as huge as a mountain. There were 2 tall buildings on the ship, both of which were tens of thousands of feet high. Countless creatures were standing on the corridors of each floor. On the deck, the Qilin demon was standing behind a man in a black robe. This man in a black robe was 10 feet tall. He had 4 curved and sharp horns on his head. His long blood-red hair gave him a wild and domineering look. He was wearing a blood-red heavy armor. He looked as if he had climbed out of a blood pool. The Sword Emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court. Interesting. But are you sure your mission target is still in the Kunlun Origin Court? The corner of the man in a black robe's mouth rose. He was smiling arrogantly. Hearing this, the Qilin demon lowered her head and replied, no, his fate has changed. But the Sword Emperor contradicted our Qilin 9 absolutes. Are we going to let it go? She gnashed her teeth at the thought of Zhou Xuanji's insolence. The man in a black robe turned around and raised her chin. He then said with a cold smile, Qilin 9 is not afraid of anyone. But there is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Our current goal is to hurry up and collect opportunity stones, understand? As for the Sword Emperor, when this mission is over, I will personally destroy him. I will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court along the way. There are always some guys who overestimate themselves in that place. Hearing this, the Qilin demon's eyes lit up. She nodded excitedly. Chapter 891. Big brother, how far has the main mission evolved? The Qilin demon hugged the black-robed man's arm and asked coquettishly. The black-robed man turned around and looked ahead with a deep look in his eyes. One more person, he said casually. Who? The Qilin demon asked in astonishment. She thought that they were only lacking serendipity stones. Speaking of which, that person is related to Kunlun Origin Court. You will know in the future that he is a formidable opponent of mine, the black-robed man said softly. The corner of his lips curled into a cruel smile. The Qilin demon fell into deep thought. What kind of existence could become a formidable opponent of her big brother? On the other side. In a dusky universe, Zhou Xuanji's avatar traveled at high speed. He looked around and did not want to miss any clues around him. Strange. There's the aura of living beings here, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Now that he was in his original consciousness, he could still split his divine will. It was not difficult to multitask to become a great sovereign. It had been 8 years since the avatar left. Only this avatar could sense the aura of living beings. In the boundless universe, the aura of living beings was rare. Take the Kunlun Origin Court for example. Other than the sovereigns, how many people could leave the Origin Court freely? After wandering for an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally sensed the aura of living beings. He flew toward the direction of the aura and finally stopped before a fist-sized rock. The rock was silver in color and uneven. There were many similar rocks around, but only this one caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. He grabbed the rock and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, he saw a world. Court realm. This court realm was extremely huge like a pyramid. The court realm was at the top, and below it were countless layers of universes. The aura of living beings gathered together as though they were going to overturn the top of the world. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He finally found a court realm. Humph! A cold snort resounded beside his ear, which almost shattered his soul. Far away in the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a silhouette in his eyes. This person was wearing a white robe with blue characters on it. He was handsome and had a jade ruler in his hand. It was the sovereign of the Fang court realm. Interesting. This guy seems to have just stepped into the great sovereign realm, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. The other party did not have enough experience and only discovered him after he found the court realm stone, which meant that his cultivation was inferior to his. However, if he rushed over, it would take at least a year. If the 9 absolutes of the Qilin rushed over at this time, it would be a disaster. He sighed, feeling very unhappy. Damn the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. One day, I will destroy all of you. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself hatefully before closing his eyes again. However, just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly sensed something and opened them again. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a strange expression. A figure appeared at the edge of the supreme plane. This person was Reverend Dao Jing, the heavenly saint who had once thought highly of him. At that time, Sage Dao Jing had left the heavenly law universe in order to search for the Kunlun origin court. From then on, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a calamity. His actions were very similar to Sage Wu Zhou's. Zhou Xuanji had some resentment towards Sage Dao Jing, but he had let it go now. He was very curious as to how Sage Dao Jing had come to the sovereign plane. Meanwhile, Sage Dao Jing held a piece of silver jade in his hand. Looking at the majestic celestial mist around him, a look of amazement appeared on his face. What is this place? Could it be the legendary Kunlun origin court? Sage Dao Jing mumbled. He was shocked by the spiritual qi here. He was overjoyed. If he cultivated in seclusion here, his cultivation would surely increase tremendously. After wandering for thousands of years, he had finally found it. Sage Dao Jing let out a long sigh and regained his composure. He was a heavenly saint. He should not be surprised by anything. He scanned his surroundings and flew forward. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of him. They were Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Shaoxian. Sovereign, do you think Father will be surprised by my cultivation? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. She hugged Mortal Sovereign's arm, looking very intimate. Mortal Sovereign wanted to pull his arm back but was afraid of hurting her. He said helplessly, "Do you think your father doesn't know?" Zhou Shaoxian heard him and felt that it made sense. After all, her father was already the most powerful person in the Kunlun origin court. He knew everything and knew everything. Mortal Sovereign suddenly turned his head and looked at Sage Dao Jing in the distance. He said meaningfully, "Why is he here?" Zhou Shaoxian also turned her head, and her eyes widened. Sage Dao Jing. She still remembered Sage Dao Jing. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Sage Dao Jing was her father's backer. Why was he here? Sage Dao Jing was very nervous, but when he saw Zhou Shaoxian, he could not help but frown. This woman looked very familiar. He could not be blamed for not recognizing Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Shaoxian had been reborn, and her cultivation far surpassed his. Her temperament made her even more beautiful. How could he remember her at first glance? Sage Dao Jing, why are you here? Did my father summon you? Zhou Shaoxian asked curiously. With a wave of her right hand, Sage Dao Jing appeared in front of them. Sage Dao Jing was shocked. In front of this woman, he could not resist at all. Especially Mortal Sovereign's gaze. It made his hair stand on end, and he did not dare to look at her. He braced himself and asked, "Your father is?" He was shocked. Why did she know his name? He carefully looked at Zhou Shaoxian, and his eyes suddenly widened. She is, impossible. How could she be here? Sage Dao Jing's body began to tremble. He could not believe his eyes. Hand over the stone in your hand, Mortal sovereign said softly. As he spoke, the stone in Reverend Daojing's hand flew into his hand. Ha! Ha! You! Sage Daojing was furious and panicked. Facing mortal sovereign, he did not dare to act rashly. Zhou Shaoxian blinked and said, "You even forgot my father? Then how did you come here?" "This is the Supreme Plane, the cultivation plane of the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. No one is allowed to enter." Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Sage Daojing was so frightened that his body trembled. No wonder the spiritual qi here was so dense. He asked cautiously, "Then why are you here? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court?" He had a deep impression of Zhou Xuanji. That brat's talent was outstanding, and he was courageous and had many opportunities. He might have been favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. "My father is the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court," Zhou Shaoxian giggled. Zhou Shaoxian giggled. Seeing Sage Daojing trembling in fear, she was very excited. She felt great when she put herself in Zhou Xuanji's shoes. If she was the main character, it would be even better. Sage Daojing felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and his mouth opened wide. Mortal Sovereign was playing with the stone with a slight frown. She said in a low voice, "This stone." Chapter 892. Sovereign, what's wrong with this stone? Zhou Shaoxian looked at Sovereign Mortal World and asked curiously. Her eyes fell on the stone. It looked simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Sovereign Mortal World said softly, "I can't see through it. Maybe you have to let your father see it." But obviously, this stone came from outside the court because I have never seen such a stone. She glanced at Sage Daojing and asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this stone? It's impossible for you to break in with your strength." Sage Daojing was extremely nervous. He didn't know how to answer. This was his treasure. How could it be robbed by others? If it weren't for this stone, he would have died long ago. But now, facing Sovereign Mortal World, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Come here." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came, and the three of them were teleported to the Supreme Palace. Sage Daojing looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on the golden throne. He fell into shock. It's really Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that he was the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life? Was that why he was so monstrous? Sage Daojing's mind was in a mess. He didn't speak. Zhou Xuanji was so mighty. He had never seen such a mighty existence. It was as if he was the supreme ruler, controlling everything and looking down on the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sage, long time no see. You still haven't found the Kunlun Origin Court?" His gaze saw through Venerable Daojing and saw Venerable Daojing's fate. This guy had entered the void boundary before. He was about to enter the Kunlun Origin Court when he encountered a battle between two vast heavens sovereigns and was sucked into the turbulence of time and space. In a daze, Sage Daojing obtained this stone by chance. He relied on this stone to cross the universe. After going through many hardships, he finally mistakenly entered the sovereign plane. This stone didn't come from the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji couldn't use the exterminating divine eyes to see its origin. Sage Daojing asked bitterly, "I didn't expect you to be the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Can you tell me where the Kunlun Origin Court is? Does it really exist?" He abandoned everything to search for the Kunlun Origin Court, but, at this moment, he was confused. He even felt that reality was a nightmare. Back then, Zhou Xuanji was under him. If he had stayed, wouldn't he have followed Zhou Xuanji here? When he thought of this, he felt suffocated and aggrieved. The Kunlun Origin Court is far more prosperous than you think. I can arrange for you to enter the Kunlun Origin Court, but this stone belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji looked at Sage Daojing and said with a light smile. He sighed in his heart. Seeing an old friend again, it was true that things were still the same, but the people had changed. Looking back, Most of the people who had left a deep impression on him were no longer around. What would those people think if they knew of his achievements? Sage Daojing hesitated. He felt quite tired and wanted to calm down, but he was reluctant to part with this stone. If not for this stone, he would have died a long time ago. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, there are still people you know in the Emperor Sword Divine range. You won't be lonely there. This stone might not be an opportunity for you. It might be a disaster. This time, it brought you to me. If it brings you to another sovereign, what will happen to you? Sage Daojing was covered in cold sweat as he listened. Although he didn't know what kind of status a supreme being had, it was definitely an existence he couldn't afford to offend. The opportunity is in front of you. If you don't grasp it, then you are really stupid, mortal sovereign snorted coldly. Autarch Crimson Dust snorted coldly, causing Reverend Daojing to feel even more conflicted. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and said, I am indebted to you, so I will treat you well. This stone is really not something you should have. It might bring a great disaster. Anything that came from outside the Kunlun Origin Court could bring danger. Sage Daojing sighed and said, okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Xuanji smiled and focused his eyes. Sage Daojing disappeared into thin air and was sent to the Emperor Sword Divine range. He was sent directly to Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man so that they could settle down Sage Daojing. Father, look at my cultivation. How is it? I have improved a lot, right? Zhou Shaoxian finally found the opportunity. She came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a proud smile. She had already stepped into the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Enlightenment stage. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to her before. Now, he was very curious about how Mortal Sovereign taught her. Guess what is Tanhua's cultivation now? Zhou Xuanji teased. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshuan's face immediately fell. She snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and walked to the palace with her back facing Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign then said, I will return her to you. Next, I want to leave the Kunlun Origin Court alone and explore the outside world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew how dangerous the endless universe was. He had already had sex with Mortal Sovereign before. Naturally, he regarded her as his woman. How could he let her be in danger? Don't worry, Starpincher left me an artifact. It will take me to the plane where she is. I can also help you take a look at Tanhua's situation, Mortal Sovereign said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust said seriously. She had considered this matter carefully. Since a long time ago, her cultivation could no longer grow. Only by going to the endless universe could she have the hope of becoming stronger. She also wanted to become a great sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Because of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he couldn't leave directly. But he was really worried about letting Mortal Sovereign leave alone. He said in a deep voice, wait a little longer. I will also go out later. I can give you a ride. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment before nodding. Next, Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before letting them go. He picked up Sage Daojing's stone and began studying it. No matter how his divine will penetrated the stone, he couldn't find anything. It looked ordinary, but there was a trace of space-time fluctuation inside. Although it was weak, it was real. What is it? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He injected his supreme divine power into it. Boom! A wave of violent impact suddenly erupted, shaking the Supreme Palace until it trembled, and his robes fluttered non-stop. He fixed his eyes on it and saw strange words of light flying out from the stone, coiling around the stone and forming a halo. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. These words of light seemed small, but they contained terrifying power. They were even stronger than his supreme divine power. What the hell is this? He quickly took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked down in a daze. His eyes immediately widened in shock. Opportunity stone. How come you have this? He cried out in shock. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji asked, what's the origin of this stone? Opportunity stone. Could it be related to the opportunity of the three sovereigns? Little sovereign adjusted his emotions. His expression was complicated as he whispered, this is a treasure from the endless universe. It can increase the supreme divine power and suppress spacetime. Chapter 893. Increase the supreme divine power. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was immediately interested in the serendipity stone. Little sovereign continued, opportunity stones are rare in the endless universe. They are treasures fought over by grand supremes. They are even harder to find than the court realm. If you have 10 opportunity stones, you can directly break through to the second court grand supremes. The more Zhou Xuanji heard, the more delighted he became. He had learned of another path to become more powerful. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a bit of bitterness in his eyes and asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say that I can only become stronger by absorbing the realms of the court? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, opportunity stone, opportunity stone. Don't you understand the word opportunity? How difficult is it? I only managed to obtain one opportunity stone in my entire life, and in order to save my life, I had no choice but to give it up. Speaking of this matter, his face was full of unwillingness. Oh. Who could force you to hand over the treasure in your hands? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had always been interested in Little Sovereign's past, especially the cause of Little Sovereign's death. Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, who else could it be? The 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Those guys wantonly plundered the opportunity stones. It is precisely because of their existence that the opportunity stones became a disaster. Hurry up and absorb it in case the 9 absolutes Qilin divinates this chance stone. After all, you've already been targeted by them. If you attract the chance stone, it won't be good. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to be so domineering. Why does it sound like he's the overlord of the endless universe? Without hesitation, he began to refine the opportunity stone. Opportunity stones contained massive amounts of energy. Zhou Xuanji could not refine them directly and needed some time. In the dark void, there was a mountain range suspended in the air. It was like a coiled dragon, and its aura was violent and imposing. Within the mountain range, there were verdant hills, clear waters, and green trees everywhere. It was like the beautiful scenery of a fairyland. Zhou Tanhua was sitting on a branch with his legs crossed and a sword laid flat on his lap. He closed his eyes and quietly touched the scabbard. His black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his aura gradually increased. Shen Nianxing appeared in mid-air and looked down at him. She nodded with satisfaction and murmured, this kid is really a genius. He is worthy of being his son. Ever since she accepted Zhou Tanhua as her disciple, she had become more and more satisfied with him. Pick star, come here. An old voice floated into her ears, and she disappeared into thin air. She came to a Taoist temple and knelt on the ground, worshipping the old man who was meditating in front of her. Master, what are your orders? Shen Nianxing asked respectfully. She was arrogant and insufferably arrogant outside, but in the face of her master, she was a good girl. The elder wore a deep blue Taoist robe. He had a head of white hair, and there was a jade hairpin in his hair. His aura was faintly discernible. When he opened his eyes, the light within the Taoist temple became bright. Niaoxing, you should go and invite his father. His expression was calm and unfathomable. Shen Nianxing asked doubtfully, why did he come? He is the master of the Kunlun Origin Court. If he leaves, I'm afraid the Kunlun Origin Court will be in trouble. The elder replied, the 9 absolutes of the Qilin no longer have the time to deal with him. Hearing this, Shen Nianxing was overjoyed. She had complete trust in her master. She asked curiously, what are the 9 absolutes of the Qilin busy with? They have been collecting opportunity stones since a long time ago. Even I can't guess their purpose. However, they have already gathered and rushed to the myriad domain devil lair. I reckon that something big is going to happen, the old man said leisurely. His expression was still calm. Shen Yanqing frowned and asked, aren't we going to stop them? They are not good people. If they dominate the endless universe, all the courts and planes will suffer. The old man shook his head and said, don't worry, there are many strong cultivators in the endless universe. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin are not invincible. They also have strong enemies. When Shen Yanqing heard this, she became interested in the strong enemies of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Just as she wanted to continue to ask, the old man continued, go and pick up Zhou Xuanji. I am very interested in him. Shen Yanqing immediately saluted and turned to leave. The door of the Taoist temple closed, and a light figure emerged from behind the old man. His true face couldn't be seen clearly. Jiang Feili, how long are you going to stay here? The light figure asked. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The old man called Jiang Feili replied, the time is not right. The endless universe seems calm now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Whoever comes out first will end up the worst. The light figure no longer answered and drilled back into his body. Sovereign Plain, boom. Boom. Boom, the giant mountain where the Supreme Palace was located kept shaking. The sound of air turbulence could be heard one after another. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating in the air. His body was bursting with strands of purple light, illuminating the entire palace. In his palms, the Opportunity Stone was less than half of its original size. Endless energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body and turned into sovereign divine power. Half a piece of Opportunity Stone was enough to increase his cultivation by several times. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Opportunity Stone in his hand. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Just half of it. How good would it be if I had more Opportunity Stones? At this moment, his desire to go out became even stronger. He not only wanted to devour the courts but also to find Opportunity Stones. He wanted to become the strongest existence in the endless universe. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw that it was Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing's cultivation was higher than his. The space barrier of the sovereign plane was nothing to her. As for the sage manifestation array, Zhou Xuanji had already tacitly recognized her aura to avoid accidentally hurting her. Who told her to always appear and disappear unpredictably? Why are you back? Zhou Xuanji asked as he quickly stored the Opportunity Stone into the supreme storage. Shen Yanqing replied casually, I missed you. What kind of stone were you holding just now? It has a lot of energy. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Only a ghost would believe it. How's the epiphyllum? He continued to ask. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds. Shen Yanqing shrugged and replied, just make do with it. It's only Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 enlightened. Only, Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. Sure enough, the opportunity outside the Kunlun Origin Court is greater. This kid has become stronger. This time, I came back because I want to take you to see my revered master. My revered master said that the Qilin 9 absolutes have all gone to the myriad domain devil lair. They won't trouble you for the time being, Shen Yanqing said as she stepped in the air towards Zhou Xuanji. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in her heart. His son is monstrous and his father is even more monstrous. Staying in the Kunlun Origin Court, this guy can also become stronger quickly. It's too unreasonable. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow when he heard this. He had finally waited for this opportunity. Why does your revered master want to see me? Zhou Xuanji asked in doubt. He was just a nobody in the endless universe. How could he arouse the curiosity of such a powerful cultivator? Could it be because of his son? Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, I don't know. Don't worry. With me here, he won't harm you. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chapter 894. Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianqing chatted for a while. In the end, he decided to leave the Kunlun origin court with her. But before that, he had to give them some instructions. He went to look for Jiang Shui, while Shen Nianqing went to look for Supreme Hongqian. Sovereign Hongqian wanted to leave long ago. Naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji didn't want to hide it from her either. Jiang Shui knew that he was going to leave. Although she was worried, she did not stop him. She could tell that he wanted to go out and search for opportunities. After the two of them spent a few days together, Zhou Xuanji met with the 12 law ancestors. When the ancestors learned that he was about to leave, they were all shocked. However, knowing that Zhou Xuanji was going to meet an ancient senior from outside the court, they became excited again. Finally, they promised to protect the Kunlun origin court, and only then did Zhou Xuanji feel at ease and leave. Zhou Xuanji, Shen Nianqing, and Mortal Sovereign came to the Dark Domain together. Shen Nianqing used her supreme divine power to lead the two of them to fly at full speed. My master's name is Jiang Feili. He's extremely famous in the endless universe and has lived longer than your little sovereign. When you see him, you can't be rude. Shen Nianqing turned around and reminded. She directly ignored Supreme Hongqian. It seemed that the estrangement between the two sisters had not been completely resolved. Compared to Qilin 9 Absolutes, is he stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. Now, the Qilin 9 Absolutes had already become his standard to measure the boundless universe. After all, he had already viewed the 9 Absolutes of Qilin as his #1 enemy. Shen Nianqing nodded and smiled proudly. I'm not bragging. At least the leader of the 9 killers of the Qilin is on par with my master. Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign were both shocked to hear this. No wonder Shen Nianqing was so powerful. It turned out that her master had such a great background. Zhou Xuanji became interested in Jiang Feili. Why was this ancient almighty looking for him? He continued to ask, can you ask your master to accept your sister as a disciple? Shen Nianqing snorted and said, of course, I left her a token before. It's not because of our previous relationship. I just feel that she is talented and she is also a mortal god. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not point it out. Autark Crimson Dust revealed a smile as well. It had been a long time since she had smiled so sincerely. When Shen Nianqing saw them laughing, she couldn't help but frown impatiently. With two great supremes traveling together, no one dared to find trouble with them, so they were unobstructed. Zhou Xuanji passed by the court realm he had discovered, but he did not stop. Absorbing a court realm required time, and he did not have the time for now. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a mountain range under the lead of Shen Nianqing. From afar, they could feel Zhou Tanhua's aura. The same was true for Zhou Tanhua. He quickly arrived in front of the trio. Father! Supreme Crimson Dust! Zhou Tanhua excitedly saluted. He still maintained the posture of a teenager. Compared to Zhou Xuanji's impression of him, he was much calmer. Shen Nianqing curled her lips and took the lead. What about me? Zhou Tanhua reacted and said, greetings, master. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes were filled with delight. He knew that Shen Nianqing had gone to find Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, looks like you didn't slack off, Zhou Xuanji said with a gratified smile. There was nothing wrong with talent. Hard work was always the most important factor in becoming strong. Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and smiled, neither arrogant nor impatient. Let's go, we'll go see my master first. Tanhua, take your son Yang to rest. Shen Nianqing said, waving her hand before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. Supreme Crimson Dust's cheeks were slightly red as she bit her lips. Looking at Shen Nianqing's back, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He looked at Supreme Crimson Dust with a strange look in his eyes. Humph! Supreme Crimson Dust let out a cold snort. Zhou Tanhua hurriedly lowered his head. On the other side, Shen Nianqing brought Zhou Xuanji into the Taoist temple. Zhou Xuanji also saw Jiang Feili. The first impression this person gave him was that he was unfathomable. He seemed calm but was filled with evil qi. This kind of evil qi couldn't be identified with the naked eye. It was his intuition. "Revered master, he is here," Shen Nianqing said with a respectful tone. Shen Nianqing said in a respectful tone. Jiang Feili replied, "Okay, you can leave first." Hearing this, Shen Nianqing immediately saluted and retreated. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Feili were left in the Taoist temple. The atmosphere had become silent. Zhou Xuanji bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." Jiang Feili opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint. "Zhou Xuanji, the Kunlun Origin Court has never had a sovereign like you. Maybe one day, you will surpass sovereign heaven," Jiang Feili said meaningfully. Sovereign heaven. The most powerful sovereign in the history of the Kunlun Origin Court. That was an ancient legend. Some people even believed that there was no sovereign heaven at all. He was just a fabrication made up by later generations. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have you ever seen a sovereign heaven?" Jiang Feili nodded and then began talking about the past. Before he had attained the Tao, the cardinal heaven realm had already dominated the boundless universe. The cardinal heaven realm had played an indispensable role in the boundless universe's current prosperity. Sovereign heaven opened up the paths of the universe with boundless divine power, divided the planes, and created the second court realm. After that, more and more great sovereigns imitated him, and more court realms appeared. It could be said that the cultivation method after the great sovereign of the court realm was created by sovereign heaven. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He didn't expect sovereign heaven to have such a status in the endless universe. Sovereign heaven had disappeared for countless years, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. The Qilin 9 absolutes that you offended are fanatical believers of sovereign heaven. They want to use the sovereign's serendipity to create a sovereign heaven and make it theirs, Jiang Feili said faintly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked in confusion, "Can a sovereign heaven be created? Could it be that a sovereign heaven had already fallen and only a remnant soul was left? If the Qilin 9 absolutes succeeded, the Qilin 9 absolutes might be able to dominate the endless universe with the help of a sovereign heaven." As an enemy of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji did not want to see such a scene. A sovereign's serendipity is omnipotent. They might really succeed. They have collected a large number of serendipity stones and are heading toward the 10,000 domain devil lair. "I hope you can stop them," Jiang Feili said straightforwardly. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Stop the Qilin 9 absolutes with his strength? Wasn't this pushing him into a pit? Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Feili warily. Jiang Feili laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die for nothing. When the time comes, I will act as well. The reason why I let you participate is because you are the current sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. If you encounter a sovereign heaven's will, you can attract it. Before that, I will help you become more powerful. You have already absorbed the serendipity stones, do you still want more?" Speaking to there, Jiang Feili gave a faint smile. It was as if he had completely seen through Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was immediately moved. He came out to become more powerful. If he could get rid of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he would naturally do it. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was just that the process would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xuanji agreed. Jiang Feili was very happy about this. As expected of the Kunlun Origin Court's supremes. Courageous and daring. Jiang Feili laughed loudly. At the same time, he waved his right sleeve, and 15 serendipity stones of different sizes flew before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will and confirmed that they were really serendipity stones. He was delighted and stored them in the supreme storage. He looked up and asked, "When do we act?" Jiang Feili shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. Go and cultivate first, I'll remind you when the time comes. Zhou Xuanji nodded and saluted before turning to leave. After he left, a figure flew out from behind Zhang Feili. This child is indeed extraordinary. He is very similar to Wu Zhou from back then. However, Wu Zhou betrayed you. Aren't you afraid of repeating his mistakes? The light figure asked coldly. Zhang Feili's expression was calm as he said, he is not Wu Zhou. I believe in my disciple's insight. He is more principled and decisive than Wu Zhou. In his words, Supreme Wu Zhou wasn't even worth mentioning. I hope so. Don't waste your efforts. The figure sighed. Saying so, he went back into Zhang Feili's body. Outside the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji played with the opportunity stone in his hand as he flew into the distance. Shen Nianqing suddenly stood in front of him and said with a smile, how is it? Are you satisfied? My master actually gave you the opportunity stone. When I went to find you, weren't you refining the opportunity stone? You even pretended not to let me know. Zhou Xuanji faked a cough. He did not expect this girl to know about serendipity stones. He pretended to be calm and asked, is there a suitable place for me to go into seclusion? Shen Nianqing nodded and turned to lead the way. The two quickly flew to the other side of the mountain. They entered a cave, and after passing through the dark tunnel, they came to a place with verdant hills and limpid water. Blue sky, white clouds, high mountains, flowing water, it was as beautiful as a painting. This is my cave. You can cultivate here in the future. Shen Nianqing pointed to the front and smiled, looking like she was presenting a treasure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, thank you, I'm going to cultivate now. In other words, you can leave now. I'll accompany you. Shen Nianqing said with a smile. Her charming smile gave Zhou Xuanji a bad feeling. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively wanted to reject. But this was Shen Nianqing's territory, how could he refuse? Forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He turned around and flew toward a tall mountain in the distance and landed on its peak. He sat down cross-legged and took out the opportunity stone that he had yet to refine. Seeing him hurriedly enter the cultivation state, Shen Nianqing smiled slyly. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to refine the second opportunity stone. The majestic energy in the opportunity stone fascinated him. He did not allow himself to rest. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling. However, Shen Nianqing came to disturb him. Don't keep absorbing the opportunity stones, or else your foundation won't be stable. I found another Grand Supreme. Let's go hunt. Shen Nianqing grabbed Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly. A Grand Sovereign? Hunting? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Can't you show some respect to great sovereigns? On second thought, he realized that he couldn't blindly increase his cultivation. He needed to fight to digest it. It just so happened that he hadn't fought against a Grand Supreme before. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji left with Shen Nianqing. Not only them, but Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Tanhua also followed. Shen Nianqing said that she wanted to broaden their horizons. Neither of them refused. On the contrary, they were very excited. Along the way, Zhou Tanhua kept asking questions. He couldn't maintain his usual calm. Most of the time, it was Shen Nianqing who answered him. But in the end, Shen Nianqing became impatient and no longer paid attention to him. How many great sovereigns are there in the endless universe? Mortal Sovereign asked curiously. When she was in the Kunlun origin court, she was one of the most powerful cultivators. But when she came to the endless universe, she felt very small. Shen Nianqing shook her head and said, it's very difficult for great sovereigns to die unless they encounter a stronger opponent. Since ancient times, how much time has passed? Let alone great sovereigns, there are countless court realms. Some stand majestically in the universe and some are hidden in the dust. The endless universe was the greatest achievement left behind by the sages. It represented boundlessness, infinite hope, and possibilities. Perhaps, the first great sovereigns had reached the top because they felt lonely. That was why they had such a magnificent feat. That was why the later great sovereigns had always had a goal to strive for. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about sovereign heaven. Just how strong was that ancestor of the Kunlun origin court? To be able to make the 9 absolutes Qilin a believer, it was probably not something that the 9 halls Grand Supremes could do. Of course, it was also possible that a cardinal heaven expert had been deified. Zhou Xuanji was more inclined to believe the former. They flew for about half a year. They arrived at a vast ocean. This ocean surged aimlessly in space-time, sweeping out for tens of millions of kilometers. The seawater was blue, and there were countless star-like lights in the sea. These lights were all great worlds, and the ocean that gathered together was the court realm. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked over from afar and were all stunned. "It's so beautiful, I can't bear to destroy it," Shen Yanqing said with a smile. A long silver chain appeared in her hand and she threw it directly into the blue ocean. The long chain danced and quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. Boom! The silver chain struck the blue ocean with a domineering aura, and a blue light burst forth, blocking the silver chain. The blue ocean violently fluctuated, and the seawater surged to either side, as if a massive piece of cotton had been struck and deformed. The scene was very spectacular. An extremely powerful aura broke out, enveloping the space-time turbulence. Humph! A cold snort filled with anger resounded. Zhou Tanhua and Heng Chen's sovereigns' faces turned pale. They felt their blood and qi fluctuating. They felt very uncomfortable. Shen Yanqing immediately rushed over like a sharp arrow and plunged into the blue ocean. Zhou Xuanji did the same. The Life and Death Emperor Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He followed suit and plunged into the blue ocean. Countless great worlds entered his field of vision. In front of him, 2 silhouettes were colliding with each other. Their aura was terrifying, shaking the surrounding space-time. Shen Yanqing held the long silver chain as if she was holding a sharp whip, wantonly lashing at her opponent. The great sovereign was wearing black armor. His hair was disheveled and he was holding 2 exaggeratedly huge blades in his hands. His face was hideous. He was crazily casting his divine abilities, but he couldn't suppress Shen Yanqing. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. His figure moved and immediately appeared before the black-armored great sovereign. Clang! Clang! The blades and swords clashed. The black-armored great sovereign was caught off guard and was sent flying. This power, the black-armored great sovereign was both shocked and angry. The sovereign's divine energy in his body condensed into a substance, like strands of black smoke overflowing from his body. Shen Yanqing raised her brow as the corner of her mouth rose. She thought to herself, it seems that he still has a lot of secrets. He recklessly increased his cultivation and his power is still so strong. Zhou Xuanji didn't know what she was thinking. His mind was already focused on the battle. He wanted to truly feel the battle between great sovereigns. Chapter 896. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack my court realm? The black-armored great sovereign demanded angrily. However, his hands didn't stop waving the 2 sabers in a frenzy. Saber chi crisscrossed and tore the surrounding space apart. Many of them were destroyed, representing the annihilation of a great world. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Fang court realm was very stable. Although it was not as stable as the Kunlun origin court, the vitality here was much more prosperous. It seemed that this court world was very well managed. I'll leave him to you, and this Fang Ting realm belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji asked as he fought. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, all right. This fellow really didn't want to suffer any losses. The 2 of them joined forces to suppress the black-armored Grand Paragon again. Amidst the vast blue ocean, their auras rose steadily, stirring up the seawater and creating raging waves. The outside world. Zhou Tanhua was so excited that he asked curiously, what do you think about the strength of that Grand Supreme Being? How much weaker is he compared to my father and master? Autarch Crimson Dust said in a low voice, he shouldn't be much weaker than them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such momentum. Even though she was far away, she could still feel the terrifying aura within the blue ocean. The divine power of a grand sovereign was indeed frighteningly strong. At the very least, Crimson Dust's sovereign didn't dare to rashly approach him. Although she was a sovereign of laws, she was still far from being a grand supreme. While they were cheering outside, Zhou Xuanji was already fully immersed in the battle. He activated his battle physique, and his supreme divine power rose to an unprecedented level. Silver light burst forth from the surface of his body, and it was as if a beam of light was crazily attacking the black-armored great sovereign. The two divine swords also displayed extraordinary strength, and they suppressed the black-armored great sovereign to the point where he couldn't resist at all. The sword light of the Soul Kunlun sword kept flickering. Zhou Xuanji's soul origin had already been injected into the blade. It was destroying the black-armored great sovereign's soul in the battle, making him a little dazed. In a battle of this level, a single moment of absent-mindedness could lead to defeat, let alone prolonged absent-mindedness. Sword wounds appeared on black-armored great sovereign's body. His physical body was strong, so even if his neck was cut by a sword, it didn't break. Rumble, just at this time, the blue sea suddenly became violent, and strands of purple light gathered from all directions, and unstoppably poured into the black-armored great sovereign. The power of the court. Zhou Xuanji had used the power of the Kunlun origin court before, so he was very familiar with this scene. He immediately used the ultimate chaos Dao, and boundless sword chi engulfed the black-armored great sovereign. He did not stop and continued to use the delusion sea of swords. Divine will transformed into swords, and the swords converged into an ocean, filling the blue ocean, fierce and domineering. Shen Nianqing stopped. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of splendor. This guy, she was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. These divine abilities all had their own profoundness, and he continuously unleashed them like a berserk wolf, giving off a majestic aura. If Zhou Xuanji had the same cultivation as her, she might have lost to him. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Jiang Feili wanted her to invite Zhou Xuanji personally. Sure enough, none of the peerless geniuses of the Kunlun origin court were simple. I want you dead. The black-armored great sovereign roared furiously. With a wave of his arms, Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianqing felt an unstoppable force coming at them, directly pushing them out of the blue ocean. After coming to the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xuanji's qi and blood were boiling, and his face was slightly pale. The same was true for Shen Nianqing. She then waved her right hand backward, sending Hong Qin's sovereign and Shen Nianqing behind her. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead. The blue ocean was surging violently as a giant shining with purple light slowly stood up from the stormy waves. He was holding two blades in his hands. It was the black-armored great sovereign from before. Can you do it? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. Wasn't Shen Nianqing very arrogant? Why was she driven out by the other party? Shen Nianqing curled her lips and said, his own strength is nothing to be afraid of, but now that he has borrowed the power of the court realm, we can retreat. This court realm is stronger than I expected. Let's retreat first and come back next time. Retreat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, shook his head, and said with a smile, don't worry, let me test his strength again. After saying this, he rushed toward the black-armored great sovereign without hesitation. The black-armored great sovereign was in a rage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rushing over, he immediately raised his two blades and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose from Zhou Xuanji's body. Its 1,000 arms drew a circle as its palms clamped the two blades in succession. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a slash. The Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword flew out of his hands, transforming into two giant dragons that roared and charged. The dragon's roar echoed in the space-time turbulence as the two dragons pierced the black-armored great sovereign's chest. Shen Nianqing was stunned. This guy can still hurt the other party. However, the black-armored great sovereign ignored the hole in his chest. His two blades crushed the thousand-hand sword Buddha and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji moved away from the space-time turbulence and came to the dark plane on the other side of the space-time turbulence. Just as he was about to go back, the two giant blades appeared again. This time, he had no time to dodge. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body broke through the plane wall and fell into the space-time turbulence. Shen Yanqing caught him and, at the same time, swept away Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign with a wave of her hand. Her speed was extremely fast, so fast that the black-armored Great Sovereign couldn't catch up with them. "Father, are you okay?" Zhou Tanhua asked nervously. Mortal Sovereign's eyes were also locked on Zhou Xuanji. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury." He wiped the corner of his mouth and began to calm the boiling supreme divine power in his body. "Who told you to show off? Even I am afraid. You still dare to come?" Shen Yanqing said, curling her lips. Her tone was a little disappointed. This guy is too reckless. If it weren't for her, he would have died. Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. Even without Shen Yanqing's help, he was confident that he could escape. His physique was the absolute time realm. As long as he escaped into the absolute time realm, no matter how capable the other party was, they wouldn't be able to find him. Unless the other party also had the absolute time realm physique. "Didn't you say that you prey on great sovereigns? Why are you in such a sorry state this time?" Mortal Sovereign asked in doubt. She had heard Shen Yanqing bragging before. She didn't expect that the first time she witnessed Shen Yanqing's battle would be like this. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "Those great sovereigns are either formed by rules or have left their own court realm. I rarely fight in the court realm." Her expression was ugly. This time, she was indeed a little embarrassed. "Then why are you fighting in the court realm this time?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "Is it not as simple as hunting great sovereigns?" Shen Yanqing hesitated for a moment before she sighed and said, "It's for the ancient life lamp. I found out that this lamp fell into the Fang court realm. I want to get it. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't mention it in front of my revered master." Ancient life lamp. Zhou Xuanji and the other two were puzzled. What kind of artifact is that? The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure that has been around for countless years. It can freeze time and space, absorb the souls of great sovereigns, and even reverse karma. It is definitely a supreme treasure for battle, Shen Yanqing said with a yearning look. Chapter 897. Ancient Life Lamp. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. A treasure that could make Shen Yanqing so eager must be extraordinary. If he has this treasure, why didn't he use it? Mortal Sovereign asked in surprise. Zhou Xuanji only used the power of the court realm. If he really had the ancient life lamp, how could he be so embarrassed? He could have just used the ancient life lamp to defeat the enemy. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "How can he conquer the ancient life lamp? So this treasure doesn't belong to him but to me. It's destined." In the end, she smiled proudly as if she had already grasped the ancient life lamp. She was in high spirits. "Are we going back now?" Zhou Tanhua asked. He had a look of wanting to say more. After traveling for so long, they ended up going back with their tails between their legs. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said, "What? You want to go back?" Zhou Tanhua chuckled and shut his mouth. "Let's go back and continue to cultivate in seclusion." Someone didn't even gather enough intelligence and wanted to hunt. What a slap in the face, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. These words pierced Shen Yanqing's heart like a knife. She glared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred but didn't quibble. In today's battle, she had indeed underestimated the strength of the other court realm. In the sea of clouds, a tall tower was surrounded by white clouds. At the top of the tower, black-armored great sovereign sat on the ground. He took off his black armor. His whole body was covered in blood. His face became even more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Just you wait, I will definitely take revenge." He rarely went out in his own court realm. Today, he had encountered such a disaster. Even if he had driven away the enemy, his anger still couldn't be appeased. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a black lamp behind him. Ancient life lamp. This lamp was 6 feet tall. Its base was slender and its body was transparent. It was burning with 7 colored flames. At the top was a flower leaf that looked like a scorched leaf. It looked a little eerie. Black-armored great sovereign put his palms together and said piously, "Ancient life lamp, please give me the power to kill those two. Give me the intuition to find them." He repeated the words over and over. After a while, all of a sudden, the ancient life lamp trembled violently, and wisps of charred smoke rose from it, coiling around the black-armored great sovereign like ghosts. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianqing, who were traveling through the spatial turbulence, frowned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In that instant, they felt inexplicably uneasy and even suffocated. "What happened?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice with a sharp look in his eyes. He instinctively spread out his divine sense in all directions. Shen Nianqing shook her head and looked around vigilantly. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hong Qin tensed up. They also looked around to guard against sneak attacks. The atmosphere became silent. After a long while, "Is there a problem?" Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but ask. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, and his spirit sense was also very strong. How could he not sense the danger? Zhou Xuanji said, "It's nothing, let's continue." Shen Nianqing nodded, and the supreme divine power that wrapped around everyone suddenly accelerated, quickly taking them and disappearing at the end of time and space. A few months later, they returned to the mountain range. Zhou Xuanji returned to the blessed grotto heavens to cultivate in seclusion. Shen Nianqing went to see Jiang Feili. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hong Qin cultivated separately. After meditating, Zhou Xuanji took out the opportunity stone and continued refining it. The previous battle had stimulated him. This time, he must break through to the great sovereign of the second court. On the other side, in the Taoist temple, Jiang Feili frowned as he stared at Shen Nianqing and said in a deep voice, "What did you provoke? Do you know what you are entangled by now? You have no way to escape." His tone was filled with anger, which made Shen Nianqing raise her brow. Could it be? Shen Nianqing thought of a possibility. A chill immediately welled up in her heart. She subconsciously murmured, "Ancient life lamp." As soon as she said this, Jiang Feili suddenly stood up. "What? You encountered the ancient life lamp? Why didn't you tell me first?" Jiang Feili angrily asked. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure, but it's also an evil treasure. Are you coveting its ability to distort time and space? Faced with Jiang Feili's questioning, Shen Nianqing's face was livid. She had underestimated the ancient life lamp. This is troublesome. You really can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Jiang Feili pointed at Shen Nianqing and kept cursing. He had originally planned to stop the 9 Absolutes Qilin, but now the ancient honorable life lamp had suddenly appeared. He began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. He gritted his teeth and said, "The threat of the ancient life lamp is no less than the 9 absolutes of the Qilin." Shen Nianqing frowned. She also knew this, so she wanted to get the honored life ancient lamp. They didn't expect to be cursed by the ancient sovereign fate lamp before they even saw it. Her heart sank to the bottom of the pit. Seeing her silence, Jiang Feili sighed. "Forget it. From now on, you can't leave this place. Did you hear that?" Jiang Feili roared furiously. He was like a completely different person from before. Shen Nianqing was not aggrieved, nor was she afraid. She just nodded with a gloomy face. Then, she turned around and walked out of the temple. After the gate of the Taoist temple was closed, she could still hear her master's sigh. She suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. 300 years later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to the great sovereign of the two courts. But before he broke through, Jiang Feili suddenly sent him a telepathic message, asking him to go to the Taoist temple. Although Zhou Xuanji was in a hurry to break through, he had to give Jiang Feili face. He quickly came to the Taoist temple. "Greetings, Senior," Zhou Xuanji bowed. Looking at Jiang Feili again, he found that Jiang Feili's expression was a little heavy. He was no longer as calm as he used to be. Jiang Feili said, "You and Nianqing have been cursed by the ancient life lamp." Zhou Xuanji frowned. It turned out that the uneasiness he felt when he came back was real. "Do you know the origin of the ancient life lamp?" Jiang Feili asked. And before Zhou Xuanji could answer, he began to talk. "A long time ago, there was an evil god. He wanted to devour all the courts and destroy everything so that reality would no longer exist. He wanted to live alone and enjoy eternal loneliness. The ancient life lamp was transformed by that evil god. He was defeated during the primeval sovereign's era, leaving only the ancient life lamp behind. But at the end of the primeval sovereign's era, someone stole the ancient life lamp. Rumor has it that the evil god was released. After that, history was erased until today. The evil god's power of the ancient life lamp cannot be resisted by great sovereigns. You are now equivalent to being cursed by that evil god. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter?" After speaking, he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Then what do you want me to do next?" The primeval sovereign's era was extremely distant, even older than the sovereign heaven. "Abandon your body and reincarnate," Jiang Feili said word by word, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 898. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji flatly refused. He had gone through so many hardships to reach this step. How could he recultivate? Moreover, if he gave up his cultivation, what should he do if his family was in danger again? So what if it was the evil god? He was facing the ancient life lamp, not the evil god himself. Jiang Feili's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was an important part of his plan. He couldn't afford to fail. If Zhou Xuanji was killed by the ancient life lamp before he could stop the Qilin 9 absolutes, then his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, his eyes turned sharp. His aura suddenly erupted, enveloping Zhou Xuanji. In this regard, Zhou Xuanji held his head high and puffed out his chest. Facing Jiang Feili's aura head-on, he wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't Jiang Feili's disciple, nor was he a puppet. He didn't force the ancient life lamp. He didn't fulfill Shen Nianqing's promise. Why should he reincarnate and recultivate? For his own good. But his tone was completely different. It was more like coercion. The two stared at each other, giving each other tit for tat. After 3 breaths, Jiang Feili's aura suddenly dissipated. The tense atmosphere also disappeared. Then you should cultivate well and rely on yourself to survive this tribulation. Go down. Jiang Feili flicked his sleeves and turned around. His tone was very impolite. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly cupped his hands, bowed, and left. After walking out of the temple, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Shen Nianqing's blessed grotto heaven. After returning to the vast world, he was stopped by Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing raised her right hand and sealed the blessed grotto heaven. She said with a faint smile, "Your face is so ugly. Did my revered master make things difficult for you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He naturally couldn't slander her revered master in front of her. "Ignore him, I won't let the ancient life lamp hurt you," Shen Nianqing comforted. Her tone became excited as she clenched her fists and said, "I will control the ancient life lamp. When the time comes, I will help you destroy the Qilin 9 absolutes." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Protect yourself first. Even your revered master can't do anything about it. You still want to control it. Can you wake up?" After that, he bypassed Shen Nianqing and prepared to go back to continue his breakthrough. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to bring him a sense of security. Shen Nianqing's eyes widened. She grabbed his hand, pulled him, and snorted, "Shall we make a bet?" Zhou Xuanji looked back at her and said, "Not coming." This girl was too conceited. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of panic. Shen Nianqing said softly, "Let me tell you a secret. I have the means to control the ancient life lamp. In addition, you have to be afraid of my master. He is not as peaceful as he looks. He must have some ulterior motive for taking you in." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect Shen Nianqing to have such an evaluation of his master. He had thought that the master and disciple had a good relationship. Shen Nianqing understood the look in his eyes and snorted coldly, "I do respect him, but it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Take your opportunity stones as an example. He is reluctant to give me so many opportunity stones. Why do I have to hunt great supreme masters everywhere? It's because he has reservations about me. If I'm not mistaken, the mortal god is also one of the chess pieces in his plan. Letting my sister come here is his idea." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed that Jiang Feili's goal wasn't just to stop the Qilin 9 absolutes. This was a very big game of chess. This plan had begun a long time ago when he took in Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing leaned in front of him and whispered in his ear, "Zhou Xuanji, don't trust anyone in this endless universe. The endless universe is not as beautiful as it seems on the surface. Maybe one day, I will also attack you for my opportunity." She took a step back and smiled charmingly at Zhou Xuanji before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He had heard such words too many times. Right now, all he could think about was breaking through as soon as possible. The breakthrough of each court realm, in addition to the accumulation of quantity, also needed to be guided to create a new dimension in the depths of one's soul. Unlike opening a small world, the court realm was boundless and could accommodate countless universes. It required an extremely stable soul strength and complicated operation of rules. Fortunately, he had Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign could give him guidance when he broke through. This also proved that Little Sovereign had at least the cultivation of a second court Great Sovereign. Before this, Zhou Xuanji thought that he had just entered the Great Sovereign realm and was even weaker than an ordinary Great Sovereign. But now, it seemed that the name Little Sovereign was an insult to this guy. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to the second court Great Sovereign. His supreme divine power had undergone a qualitative change, shaking the entire blessed grotto heavens. In front of a waterfall, Shen Nianqing looked up and saw waves rippling in the sky like waves. What is this guy's physique? How can he absorb so quickly? Shen Nianqing furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. She knew about the existence of Little Sovereign. But even with the guidance of a powerful expert, it was impossible for him to absorb so quickly. At the same time, in the temple, Jiang Feili opened his eyes. He cried out in surprise, "Strange, this kid." He knew that Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was very good, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Doesn't this mean that if I give this kid more opportunity stones, he can continue to break through? And in a short time. Thinking of this, Jiang Feili pinched his fingers to calculate Zhou Xuanji's origin. However, no matter how he calculated, he could only calculate Zhou Xuanji's past. He felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji's fate was a little vague, as if it had been pieced together. What the hell is going on? Jiang Feili mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a light shadow appeared behind him. The light shadow said with a mocking smile, "Why? Did you feel the change?" Jiang Feili nodded with a solemn expression. "Give up on him, he is still cursed by the ancient life lamp. Be careful not to burn yourself playing with fire." The light shadow shook his head and said with a smile. Jiang Feili fell into silence and fell into deep thought. The light shadow didn't disturb him and let him think alone. After a long while, Jiang Feili said softly, "Forget it, don't need him. The light shadow asked in a cold voice, you want me to kill him directly? Jiang Feili shook his head. His eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still consolidating his cultivation. He didn't know that a killing intent was coming. Very good. If you can go to the Eternal God realm, it will be great. The extermination immortal physique can absolutely grow wildly there. Like I said, you have the potential to surpass the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court. Little sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His words were full of praise. Zhou Xuanji could be said to be lucky to obtain the extermination immortal physique. But wasn't it predestined for him to have such luck? Since ancient times, he wasn't the first person with the extermination immortal physique. But very few people with the extermination immortal physique could grow to his level. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to answer Little Sovereign, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a low voice, hurry up. Your trouble is coming. Chapter 899. What trouble? Zhou Xuanji looked up at Shen Yanqing and asked in doubt. He immediately had an answer in his heart. Jiang Feili. That old thing couldn't sit still anymore. Shen Yanqing said in a deep voice, my master wants to make a move against you. When you step out of this world, it will be the time of your death. Don't look at how you have broken through to the second court Grand Supreme. Even if you break through to the 3 courts, you are still not his match. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile, if so, how can I escape? I'm right under his nose. It seemed that Shen Yanqing already had a countermeasure. Could it be that there was a special and hidden teleportation formation in this blessed enclave? Get ready. I'll bring your wife and son in. Shen Yanqing snorted coldly and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled before closing his eyes and continuing to consolidate his sovereign divine power. The Lesser Supreme Sword, the Life and Death Emperor Sword, and the Soul Kunlun Sword floated around him, rotating and protecting him. Not long after, Shen Yanqing, Mortal Sovereign, and Zhou Tanhua appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Shen Yanqing became angry. She rebuked, aren't you afraid of death? Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stood up slowly. Let's go, he said calmly. Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly, Father, have you broken through again? He had a look of worship on his face. After being outside the court for so long, he had some understanding of Grand Supremes. How long had it been? His father, who had just broken through to become a first court exalt, had actually broken through again. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would soon surpass Jiang Feili. Let's stop chatting. Follow me. With a wave of her right hand, Shen Yanqing took Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 away. She turned into a streak of red light and flew towards the horizon, directly entering the waterfall between the mountains. In the next moment, they arrived at the space-time tunnel. How can you be so guarded against your own master? Zhou Xuanji teased, making Shen Yanqing roll her eyes. Autark Crimson Dust asked curiously, where are we going next? Kunlun Origin Court. Shen Yanqing shook her head. She looked ahead and moved forward at full speed. My revered teacher's target is Zhou Xuanji. Even if he escapes back to the Kunlun Origin Court, he can still find Zhou Xuanji. Shen Yanqing smiled coldly. The 3 of them were visibly moved when they heard this. They looked at her in surprise, wondering what she was going to do. Isn't it good to let my master fight with the 9 absolutes of the Kirin? Don't worry, we're not going to kill our way into the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Instead, we're going to the Thunder League near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Shen Yanqing chuckled. When she mentioned the Thunder League, her eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, what is the Thunder Alliance? Shen Yanqing did not hide anything and introduced the origin of the Thunder League to them. In the boundless universe, there were not only independent planes and realms. There were also vast domains that were countless times larger than the Kunlun cosmos. There were many living beings hidden in these domains. Where there were many living beings, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts, and the formation of forces was also inevitable. The Thunder Alliance was one of them. It was one of the giants near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It was very open and did not have many requirements. It was an extremely famous holy land for cultivation and was also a place where resources gathered. Shen Yanqing wanted to collect more opportunity stones for Zhou Xuanji and use the power of the Thunder Alliance to deter Jiang Feili. Fighting was forbidden in the Thunder Alliance. This was also the biggest reason why the Thunder Alliance could become a holy land. Your revered master won't retaliate against the Kunlun Origin Court, right? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had already left the Kunlun Origin Court for some time. He wanted to go back and have a look after breaking through. Shen Yanqing hesitated and said, I don't think so. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. Shen Yanqing became angry and rebuked, is the Kunlun Origin Court so important? Can't you live? Don't you want to part with your other 2 wives? After playing for so many years, aren't you tired of it? I will find you more wives in the future. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said in a deep voice, you are humiliating me. He directly used the sword fusion technique. His aura exploded, breaking through Shen Yanqing's sovereign divine power. Zhou Tanhua and Hong Qin's sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Both of them felt great pressure. Even their souls were trembling. Then let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. When my revered master finds trouble with you, don't expect me to help. Shen Yanqing said with a cold snort. With a shake of her shoulder, she suppressed Zhou Xuanji's aura. Her sovereign divine power once again wrapped around them, taking them in a different direction. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke anymore. Supreme Crimson Dust closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhou Tanhua also followed suit and cultivated. Shen Yanqing glanced back at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. She asked through voice transmission, what's wrong? Are you so narrow-minded? I risked offending my revered master to save you. Can't I make a joke? Zhou Xuanji looked at her coldly and replied, some things can't be joked about. Shen Yanqing curled her lips. Hearing this, she became even angrier. However, no matter how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji didn't care about her. She was helpless. In the dark domain, the dark ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was slowly moving forward. 9 figures were standing on the deck. Among them was the Qilin demon. All of them were wearing black robes and looking straight ahead. Most of their faces couldn't be seen. They were like shadows. The Myriad Domain Devil Lair is just ahead. Are you ready? Of course, the Sovereign Heaven is waiting for us. We have to be careful of the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. They are nearby and might disturb us. Don't worry, they won't dare. I've captured the heirs of many of their higher-ups. They won't start a war. It's this kind of trick again. Haven't you suffered enough? You've forced countless great supremes to perish together with you. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin began to discuss, all of them appearing calm and collected. They were determined to succeed in the following plan. The Qilin demon looked at the man in the lead and whispered, Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this. There was news about the ancient honored life lamp not long ago. Will it affect our plan? The ancient life lamp. The moment this name came out, the other Qilin 7 absolutes fell silent. The leader of the Qilin 9 absolutes was called Qilin Ancient Desolation. This name represented a nightmare in the boundless universe. Facing the reminder of the Qilin Enchantress, the Qilin Ancient Desolation shook his head and smiled, I know where the ancient life lamp is. It is being held by an idiot and will not cause any trouble for the time being. Idiot? The others could not help but be curious, who was the Qilin Ancient Desolate talking about? Just as they were about to ask, a violent aura attacked from the front. A dazzling light engulfed the darkness, as if it was going to swallow the giant ship. I've finally met you reptiles. A cold snort filled with killing intent was heard, causing the faces of the 9 absolutes to darken. The other party actually dared to call them reptiles. I was wondering who it was. So it's the martial dragon ape. When did you climb out of the coffin? The Qilin demon laughed contemptuously. As she spoke, she took out a blood-colored curved blade from her sleeve. Chapter 900. Qilin 9 absolutes, today I will destroy all of you. The martial dragon ape sovereign snorted coldly. The bright light in front of him became even more intense, illuminating the entire universe like the sun was approaching. Whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and countless black arrows of light shot forth, each of them over 1,000 feet in diameter, bombarding the giant ship with an unstoppable force. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin disappeared from the deck at the same time. They turned into 9 huge and ferocious black shadows and rushed forward. Bang! Terrifying forces clashed together, directly shattering this universe domain. Within the space-time tunnel, Shen Nianqing controlled her sovereign divine power to move forward. Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating behind her, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and murmured, "This feeling is..." Shen Nianqing looked back at him. Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign also opened their eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit uneasy, as if something bad had happened," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He trusted his intuition. Something must have happened. Or perhaps something was about to happen. He took a deep breath and said, "Can you go faster?" Shen Nianqing rolled her eyes. She was already moving forward at full speed. How could she go any faster? It won't be long before we reach the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't worry. She turned her head and snorted contemptuously. It was really easy to lose one's mind when it came to love. Zhou Xuanji was usually so calm, but whenever he thought about his family, he would always be filled with worry, which made her feel disdain. The 4 of them continued forward. About 10 days passed. They finally arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing had happened to the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the Emperor Sword Divine Range were still alive and well. All the divine ranges in the Origin Court were also fulfilling their duties, urging all living beings to cultivate diligently. There were no large-scale wars, and everything seemed so harmonious. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Sovereign Divine Range, while Zhou Tanhua went to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Mortal Sovereign took Shen Nianqing back to the mortal plane to rest. After entering the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji created some outer-of-soul doppelgangers and moved them out of the Kunlun Origin Court to guard the various places. If there was an enemy attack, Zhou Xuanji would be able to detect it immediately. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and communicated with Little Supreme Sword. Jiang Feili, what is this person planning? Could it be that he also wants to obtain the Cardinal Heaven? Little Sovereign touched his chin and frowned, lost in thought. Zhou Xuanji contemplated as he channeled his energy technique. He could not understand why Jiang Feili wanted to deal with him. There was no hatred between the 2 of them, and they had a common enemy, the Qilin 9 absolutes. There was no reason for them to kill him. Just because he didn't agree to reincarnate. Myriad Domain Demon Lair. 9 Ultimate Qilin. Cardinal Heaven, and the Ancient Life Lamp. Little Sovereign thought hard and his brows were almost knitted together. He suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes, and cried out in surprise, "I understand. You are the Sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, and his goal is the Cardinal Heaven realm. You might become a variable because you already know that his attention is on the Cardinal Heaven realm. Even if you don't know his true identity, you will still be a potential threat." He clapped his hands in realization. Zhou Xuanji was still frowning and asked, "What relationship do I have with sovereign heavenly beings? Could it be that I can attract Cardinal Heaven experts and make them work for me?" Even so, as long as Jiang Feili did not target him, he would not let a Cardinal Heaven expert deal with Jiang Feili. Or is there a deeper reason? He wants the Cardinal Heaven, and so does the 9 Ultimate Qilin. That's why he wants you to join his plan. When the cardinal heaven is resurrected, this invincible sovereign will sense the aura of the younger generation. No matter what divine ability he encounters, the cardinal heaven will turn to you. As long as the plan succeeds, the 9 ultimate Qilin will be led by the nose. He will then let you control the cardinal heaven to destroy the 9 ultimate Qilin. After that, he will find an opportunity to kill you and replace you. After all, you are his disciple. But now, your aptitude makes him afraid, because this plan can't be carried out in a short period of time. If you're already a threat to him by the time the plan is carried out, then wouldn't it all be for naught? After Little Sovereign finished speaking, he started laughing. His laughter was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, in other words, Jiang Feili will kill me at all costs. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease even if he controls the cardinal heaven. Moreover, he will even destroy the Kunlun origin court. Even Sovereign Wu Zhou might be harmed. This old thing is too terrifying. He looks so amiable, but I didn't expect him to be so vicious. Yes. Therefore, we must take the initiative and join forces with the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court to come and help. Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. He used to be a sovereign. How could he tolerate outsiders destroying the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, you can contact the previous sovereigns? The corner of Little Sovereign's mouth rose as he replied, virtuous great formation. The number 1 great formation of the Kunlun origin court. Every sovereign of a generation had the power of a sovereign in it. Zhou Xuanji also smiled. Very good. Jiang Feili, as long as you dare to come, you will die. In the darkness, Jiang Feili was flying forward on his flying sword. A light figure was floating behind him. Are you sure you want to chase him now? The light figure asked. After learning that Shen Nianxing had escaped with Zhou Xuanji's group, they were furious. Jiang Feili was searching for the whereabouts of the 4. His potential is too great. If we don't get rid of him, he may become the next ancient genius or even the next cardinal heaven. Jiang Feili said in a soft voice. His eyes were solemn. Ever since Zhou Xuanji escaped, he had been feeling uneasy. Especially when he thought of Shen Nianxing, he felt even more uneasy. As he recalled some memories, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. We will also destroy the Kunlun origin court while we are at it. At that time, we will pretend that it was the Qilin 9 absolutes who did it. After all, the Qilin demon has been there, Jiang Feili said faintly. He had already made a plan after destroying the Kunlun origin court. As long as he found Zhou Xuanji, he believed that he could definitely kill him. The light figure said in a deep voice, I always feel that something is wrong. That kid is very strange. He is very confident when facing you. It's fine if he is under your nose. But once he leaves, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him. Don't worry, no one can save him. What's more, his backer is just the soul of Little Sovereign. There's nothing to fear, Jiang Feili said indifferently. The light figure sighed and no longer tried to persuade him. They continued moving forward. After 3 hours, suddenly, a jade disc flew over from the front, spinning at high speed. Jiang Feili stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, is it the legendary White Universe plate? How did it appear here? He raised his eyes and looked ahead. It was absolute darkness. He couldn't see anything clearly. Jiang Feili, this treasure is for you. Do you want it? A cold voice that sounded like a smile yet not a smile came. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. Chapter 901. Just as Jiang Feili was about to escape, a gigantic golden hand grabbed him from behind and pulled him into the palm of the hand. The light shadow on his body angrily rebuked, Gu Tianlin. You have no hatred with us. What do you want to do? Cold laughter came from behind the giant golden hand, I heard that you want to target the Qilin 9 absolutes. I also have the same intention. Let's cooperate. The white universe plate is a greeting gift. Jiang Feili's expression turned gloomy. Flames ignited on his body, burning the giant golden hand to ashes. A terrifying and fierce aura erupted. Jiang Feili asked expressionlessly, "What hatred do you have with the Qilin Nine Absolutes?" He frowned. His heart was full of doubts. With Gu Tianlin's background, there was no need to be afraid of the Qilin Nine Absolutes. This guy could make the Qilin Nine Absolutes tremble with just a few words. "I just want to kill them, but my identity doesn't allow me to do it myself," Gu Tianlin's voice came again. His words were full of contempt. Jiang Feili pondered. He looked at the white universe plate in his hand. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Okay. I promise you. But this white universe plate alone is not enough." The light shadow behind him became anxious. It was about to speak when it was absorbed into his body. "Okay, when the myriad domain devil lair begins, I will send my mount to help you." "That's it." Gu Tianlin agreed. As his voice fell, the strong light around him disappeared. Jiang Feili's face lit up when he heard this. Jade-eyed Yama Taotai. "Very good," he muttered to himself. He was in high spirits. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Plane, boom. A pillar of light rose from within the Supreme Palace and rushed into the sky, causing huge waves to appear in the sky. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the hall and looked up. Little Sovereign was floating behind him, looking up. At this time, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of them. She raised her head and asked in surprise, "What kind of formation is this? What do you want to do?" She furrowed her brows as a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. "Virtuous Great Formation, have you heard of it, little doll?" Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Obviously, he still held a grudge against Shen Yanqing for slapping him. Therefore, he would always make fun of Shen Yanqing whenever he got the chance. Shen Yanqing frowned even more. She knew nothing about the virtuous formation, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you going to deal with my master?" Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign nodded tacitly at the same frequency. "What is the secret behind this formation?" she asked. "Nothing, I just want to maximize the power of the Kunlun Origin Court." Little Sovereign replied casually. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he really wanted to laugh. It seemed that Little Sovereign was still wary of Shen Yanqing. He didn't point it out. What if Shen Yanqing found out the truth and tipped off Jiang Feili? If it were Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely do this to repay his teacher. Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, "Even if the power of the Kunlun Origin Court reaches its peak, it will not be my master's opponent. You know nothing about his strength." Little Sovereign looked at her contemptuously and smiled without saying a word. The three of them stopped talking and continued to look up at the virtuous display formation. In the dark void, there was a small island floating. There was only a crooked old tree on the island. A white-haired man was sitting on the ground under the tree. He was dragging a jade zither between his legs. He had a handsome face and dark blue eyes that looked like two stars. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He gently raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Interesting, someone in the Kunlun Origin Court is asking for help. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He has reached the great sovereign of two courts in just over 2,000 years old. It seems that our Kunlun Origin Court is going to produce another peerless genius." He thought for a moment before slowly getting up. "Forget it, let's go back and take a look. After so many years, there are still people who dare to bully our Kunlun Origin Court." On the other side, in an underground cave that was dripping with water, the faint sound of the wind continued. Sharp thorns emerged from the ground. On one of the huge thorns, a burly man with bare arms was sitting cross-legged. The surface of his body was covered with silver needles. They were trembling slightly as if the surrounding space was twisting. He suddenly opened his eyes, flames spewing from them as he let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, in various parts of the endless universe, many sovereigns who were cultivating opened their eyes at the same time. Some left angrily, some approached out of curiosity, and many continued to cultivate in disdain. After 7 days, Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Supreme Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He said softly, "He's here." He directly moved out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came into the darkness. The Life and Death Emperor Sword, Lesser Supreme Sword, and Soul Kunlun Sword were floating behind him, rotating separately. He directly mobilized the power of the Kunlun Origin Court and cast the sword fusion technique. White light burst out from his body. His aura was powerful to the limit. Shen Nianxing appeared beside him and fixed her eyes on him. She saw Jiang Feili flying over on his sword. He had his hands behind his waist and an indifferent look on his face. He saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji from afar. He deliberately slowed down and said, "Zhou Xuanji, come here. Don't force me to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji, holding the Soul Kunlun sword, said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's not enough." He was anxious in his heart. In such a short time, those sovereigns might not be able to catch up. But now, he had to face Jiang Feili. "You are too conceited. The power of the Kunlun Origin Court isn't as strong as you think," Jiang Feili said calmly as he continued to charge towards Zhou Xuanji. Shen Nianxing shouted, "Master, you really want to kill him?" Jiang Feili remained indifferent, not even answering her. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, enveloping Jiang Feili. In an instant, all of them rained down like a torrential downpour, drowning Jiang Feili. A barrier of light appeared around Jiang Feili's body, blocking all the sword shadows. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Sovereign Wu Zhou turned into a beam of intense light and dashed over. He landed before Zhou Xuanji in an instant. He turned to look at Jiang Feili and said solemnly, "Jiang Feili, I'm afraid you're tired of living." Knowing that Jiang Feili wanted to deal with Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun Origin Court for the sake of Cardinal Heaven, Sovereign Wu Zhou was infuriated. He already felt guilty towards the Kunlun Origin Court, so how could he tolerate others destroying the Kunlun Origin Court? "Wu Zhou, you came at the right time," Jiang Feili said with a sneer. A beam of light rose from behind him, spreading its arms and turning into a terrifying phoenix with a wingspan of millions of meters. It wrapped Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 with its wings. Little Sovereign flew out from the blade and teased, "Junior, can you do it?" Sovereign Wu Zhou glanced at him in surprise and replied, "No, his cultivation is far beyond mine." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the support of the Kunlun Origin Court, he also felt that Sovereign Wu Zhou wasn't that strong. At least, he didn't give him the feeling that he couldn't defeat him. Jiang Feili walked towards Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Wu Zhou. His eyes were cold as he said faintly, "So, you called for reinforcements. Unfortunately, you overestimated the strength of your reinforcements." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Chapter 902. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically as he turned around. Zhou Xuanji, Supreme Wu Zhou, Shen Nianxing, and Little Sovereign also turned their heads. The sound of the zither was bleak, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. There was also the sound of a woman crying bitterly, endless resentment mixed with killing intent. "What is this?" Autarch Wu Zhou frowned. This zither music actually caused his soul to shudder. Not only him, but the others also felt the same way. Even Jiang Feili was the same. How is this possible? Why would he come? Could it be that he predicted this? Impossible. I clearly deceived the fate of the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Feili's body trembled, his face filled with fear. Seeing him lose his composure, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Little Sovereign laughed even more wildly, "Old bastard. Are you afraid now? Do you think my Kunlun Origin Court can be destroyed by a lowly person like you?" He turned his head to look in the direction of the zither and called out, "Grandmaster. Help me. Ancestor." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Who was the ancestral master of Little Supreme Zun? Was he also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court? Little fellow, how did you end up like this? A chuckle drifted over, its tone filled with ridicule. Little Sovereign was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Jiang Feili turned around and cupped his fist towards the darkness, respectfully asking, Senior Hong Qin, why have you come? I don't want to deal with the Kunlun origin court. I just want to capture this brat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and sneered. At this moment, no amount of quibbling would be of any use. He had already informed all the sages about Jiang Feili's plan through the sage manifestation array. Then stay here. Senior Hong Qin said in an overbearing manner, causing Jiang Feili's expression to turn even uglier. There was curiosity in Shen Yanqing's eyes. This was the first time she had seen her master so embarrassed and uneasy. Who was this Senior Hong Qin? The situation was instantly reversed. Supreme Wu Zhou rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be the legendary Rainbow Qin sage monarch, who could destroy an entire court with a single pluck of his zither? Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing were speechless. The ancestor of the Little Supreme Venerables was this powerful? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that he had seen the legend of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord before. It was just that in the Kunlun origin court's legends, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was considered to be a myth, and there were very few records about him. The most detailed record was that he had saved the Kunlun origin court. He had played the zither with both hands, and with a single song, he had pulled the destroyed Kunlun origin court back to its former glory. He had reversed time and space, pulled back karma, and restored everything that had been destroyed. This method made him the savior of the world. Supreme Wu Zhou's divine ability was very similar to that of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. Hong Qin Saint Monarch, you disregarded your seniority and targeted us. Are you not afraid of karma? The light figure above Jiang Feili's head rebuked angrily. Facing the Rainbow Qin Sacred Monarch, he actually didn't feel much fear. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked at this figure of light in curiosity. This guy actually has an independent consciousness. They thought that the light was a manifestation of Jiang Feili's thaumaturgy. Judging from his tone, he was even more arrogant than Jiang Feili. Since you want to talk about seniority, then I'll kill you. A powerful and domineering voice rang out, startling everyone into turning their heads to look in another direction. A raging flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in that direction. It was like a brilliant flower suddenly blooming, rapidly expanding. Jiang Feili panicked and cried out in alarm, Li Yingyu, why are you here? Supreme Wu Zhou and Shen Yanqing were also shocked. It was as if they had heard something incredible. Zhou Xuanji asked Little Sovereign, who is Li Yingyu? Little Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he replied, a junior. I didn't expect him to become a sovereign. No wonder he didn't put me in his eyes back then. At that time, I was the sovereign. I liked to pick geniuses. One time, I met him. He threatened to surpass me and even dared to attack me. At that time, the technique ancestor wanted me to execute him, but I didn't do so. I just banished him to some lost land to test him. After that, I didn't hear any news about him until I left the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. In this case, Li Yingyu might be their enemy. Shen Yanqing looked at him and asked, why is Li Yingyu also here? What did you do? She suddenly realized that the virtuous Great Formation wasn't used to fight against Jiang Feili but to ask for help. Otherwise, how could Hong Qin Saint Monarch and Li Yingyu come at the same time? You want to destroy my Kunlun origin court? You are courting death and you still ask me why I am here. Sword Emperor, don't panic. With me here, even 10 of him can't kill you. Li Yingyu's overbearing voice came again as a majestic figure walked out of the huge fireball. His figure was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were bare and his whole body was burning with flames. He was like an unparalleled god of fire walking through the air. With every step he took, a spark would appear under his feet. It was very spectacular. Upon seeing Li Yingyu, Jiang Feili's face turned extremely gloomy. The most important thing was that Hung Qin Saint Monarch's zither was still playing. It was as if he was playing music for his end, tormenting his heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, another burst of arrogant laughter came. Everyone turned their heads and saw a pair of green eyes appear in the darkness. They had no pupils and were looking at them with an evil smile. Yo, you old demon is also here. I almost forgot that the Kunlun Origin Court still has a sovereign like you, Li Yingyu said with a grin. He looked a little excited. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Jiang Feili's face turned pale. He clenched his fists, trying to keep calm. However, his nightmare had just begun. Waves of peerlessly powerful auras came from all directions, shaking the darkness. Almost in an instant, the dark void turned into day. Oh, you're all here. It seems like our Kunlun Origin Court is still of the same branch. After so many years, has the Kunlun Origin Court declined? Even cats and dogs dare to try and destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. How do you think we should kill him? One divine ability per person, let's see how much he can withstand. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked around. They couldn't tell how many sovereigns had descended. He fixed his eyes on it and took a deep breath. So many supremes. There were at least 20 of them. Shen Yanqing was silent, while Supreme Wu Zhou was extremely excited. TSK, there are so many acquaintances. Little Sovereign glanced around and said with interest. Jiang Feili's aura was suppressed. His forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to think of a way to escape. With so many Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court, how could he contend against them all? Damn it! Why is it like this? Why? Why did they all come to save Zhou Xuanji? The Kunlun Origin Court also had a disaster before. Why did they all come this time? Jiang Feili felt that he was going crazy. He had never encountered such a dangerous and embarrassing situation. The light shadow behind him was also frightened. He didn't dare to speak again. Jiang Feili, kneel. A voice filled with boundless saintly might descended from above, accompanied by a great pressure. Jiang Feili coughed up a mouthful of blood as he knelt in the void. The light shadow behind him was crushed and shattered, turning into countless light stars that drifted away without any resistance. Chapter 903. Seeing Jiang Feili kneeling down, Shen Yanqing frowned. In her heart, Jiang Feili was definitely a top-notch almighty being in the boundless universe. Why did she feel that her master was so weak now? No matter what, even if he died, he couldn't kneel. Jiang Feili, kowtow and apologize to the Kunlun Origin Court. You dare to target the Kunlun Origin Court? Are you worthy? I should imprint this scene with a spell so that everyone can see it. Ha ha ha, it's time to let the endless universe remember the might of the Kunlun Origin Court. The sage has personally come. Your death can be considered glorious. The autarchs mocked Jiang Feili to their heart's content. Aside from Li Yingyu, the other autarchs did not reveal their true forms, but their might continued to envelop this dark domain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled. No matter how stable his Dao heart was, he could not remain calm at this moment. The gathering of sages proved the foundation of the Kunlun Origin Court. The name of the origin of all living beings was not just for show. Under their gazes, Jiang Feili's body trembled in extreme fear. He suddenly thought of something. He flipped his right hand, and the white universe plate appeared in his hand. I will never forget what happened today. He roared hoarsely. Then, he suddenly crushed the white universe plate. The plate of white fate. This old man. Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes widened as he exclaimed. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feili vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji frowned. If Jiang Feili escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. After all, it would be very difficult to gather so many Supremes to help again. They could already be considered repaying the kindness of the Kunlun Origin Court by coming here once. I'm here, and you still want to escape. The Rainbow Qin Saint's light laughter rang out, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed, becoming harsh and sharp. Ah! Jiang Feili's screams followed, and in the next second, he reappeared at the place where he had just disappeared. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. He was in an extremely sorry state. Supreme Wu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and sighed. The sage is invincible. Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianqing were also shocked. None of them had seen what had happened, but it was precisely because of this that they were shocked. No matter what methods Jiang Feili used, he could not escape from Hong Qin Sage's eyes. TSK, the sage's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In the current boundless universe, there aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Monarch. Senior is a senior indeed. Actually, we don't need to come. It's enough to have him. Jiang Feili is also a famous person, but it's a pity that he dared to find trouble with our Kunlun origin court. Does he really think that our descendants have no backing? His death is not to be regretted. The voices of the supreme martial artists rang out again. They were all in awe of Hong Qin's sacred monarch's strength. Li Yingyu appeared behind Jiang Feili in a single step. His right palm landed on the top of Jiang Feili's head, and a terrifying flame ignited on his palm. Jiang Feili didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into a puddle of blood and his soul turned into smoke. He had fallen. A great cultivator of a generation died just like that, and his countless years of cultivation vanished into thin air. The Kunlun origin court still has to rely on itself in the future. Current Overlord, please work hard. If you can come to the illusory divine realm in the future, you can look for me. The Rainbow Qin Saint's voice rang out. When his voice landed, the sound of the Guqin came to an abrupt halt. The sage left. He came without a trace and left without a trace. The other sovereigns also left one after another. Before leaving, they told Zhou Xuanji in the tone of a senior, hoping that he could lead the Kunlun origin court to prosperity and that such a crisis would not happen again in the future. From the beginning to the end, they did not show themselves. Li Yingyu smiled at Sovereign Wu Zhou, then transformed into flames and disappeared into the darkness. The calamity ended just like that, and the dark void returned to silence. Supreme Wu Zhou turned around and sighed. You guys really have some tricks up your sleeves. How did you contact me and the other Supremes through the virtuous manifestation formation? As a supreme martial artist, this was the first time he knew that the virtuous manifestation formation could be used like this. Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "This is a magical ability that only the great sovereigns of the two courts can display. After all, ordinary great sovereigns can have the strength of the two courts after obtaining the power of the Kunlun origin court. If even the great sovereigns of the two courts can't resist this calamity, it means that the Kunlun origin court may really be in danger of destruction." Zhou Xuanji suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Little Sovereign didn't say anything before. Shen Nianqing had a complicated expression as she said, "The heritage of the Kunlun origin court is really amazing." She didn't feel too sad after witnessing her master's death. On the contrary, she had a strong interest in the Kunlun origin court. Of course, the Kunlun origin court is the origin of everything. Little Sovereign proudly stated. Although he had already fallen, his sense of responsibility and honor as a sovereign had always been there. Supreme Wu Zhou smiled. He then bowed to Little Sovereign and respectfully said, "Wu Zhou pays respect to Senior. This calamity is all thanks to Senior." Little Sovereign glanced at him and snorted, "You are really idle as a sovereign. But that's good. At least you gave him a chance." Supreme Wu Zhou immediately felt embarrassed after hearing this. He quickly changed the topic and asked Zhou Xuanji, "You said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to resurrect the cardinal heaven sovereigns. Do you want to join hands to go to the myriad domain devil nest and annihilate the 9 absolutes of Qilin? When I first left the Kunlun origin court, the 9 absolutes of Qilin suppressed me a lot." He didn't hide his murderous aura at all. It seemed that he was also very embarrassed in front of the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji readily agreed without hesitation. Very well, we will meet at the Thunder Alliance in the Myriad Domain Devil Nest. I will stay there. You can find me by mentioning my name, Supreme Wu Zhou said with a grin. After saying this, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Kunlun Origin Court with Little Sovereign and Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing sighed with emotion and said, "This time, I have really opened my eyes. I have decided to stay in the Kunlun Origin Court. I want to see how many secrets are hidden in the Kunlun Origin Court." After saying this, she left alone. This girl is really heartless. She is indifferent to the death of her revered master. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He had always been helpless against Divine Star. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "She is not heartless. On the contrary, she is not simple. Just now, I clearly felt that she was trying to suppress her aura. She is standing behind you. She is under your protection. Why would she hide her aura?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It was really unnecessary. Unless she was afraid of a sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. But so many sovereigns and no one mentioned her. What is the reason? Thinking of what she had said to him before, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. I have to be more wary of her in the future. I always feel that she is plotting something. At first, she pretended that she didn't know that she had a sister and didn't know you. But now, she is so close to you. Something is really wrong, Little Sovereign reminded in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji nodded before entering the sovereign plane. As soon as he entered, he suddenly stopped as a figure appeared in front of him. His whole body was shining with light. Only his figure could be seen but not his face. Chapter 904. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly. The sovereigns had just left, and a mysterious person had infiltrated the sovereign's plane. This meant that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to appear at this juncture. The figure in the light smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This voice was so familiar, as though he had heard it before. It seems like you really don't remember me. That's right, you have already become a sovereign who dominates the Kunlun Origin Court. How could you remember your opponent from back then? However, we haven't become opponents yet. What a pity, the other party continued with a smile, his tone filled with ridicule. As the light dissipated, a man wearing a noble golden robe appeared. His face was cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eyes were like a king's, domineering and sharp. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he exuded a proud aura that looked down on all living things. Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Why was this guy here? In the past, in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor had suppressed Xian Xianghua for thousands of years and dominated the first throne in the world. When the boundless world attacked, in order to obtain the heavenly law stone, Sunlight Emperor was sucked into the space-time turbulence and disappeared. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji had thought that he had died long ago. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Judging from his aura, he was also a Grand Supreme Master. Could it be that this guy was involved in another timeline like Shen Yanqing and Hongqin Supreme? Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Sunlight Emperor loudly laughed and said, Do you not dare to believe it? To be honest, I'm even more shocked than you are. Originally, I thought that you were just one of my regrets in the past, but I didn't expect your growth to be so exaggerated. You actually became a great supreme of the second court in such a short time. In terms of talent, I really can't compare to you. In fact, I can even say that I'm far from you. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his flattery and asked, Why are you here? What do you want? Although Sunlight Emperor was not hostile, he had sneaked into the supreme plane without any warning. How could he not be vigilant? I heard your call for help and came to help. We are old friends. Don't tell me you don't welcome me. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji, looked at Little Sovereign, and nodded slightly. Little Sovereign looked at him and didn't say anything. When he saw him approaching, he said, "You must have obtained the soul fusion inheritance of a sovereign." Soul fusion inheritance? What was that? Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign in confusion. That's right, that person is my benefactor. I promised him that I would protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Now that Zhou Xuanji is the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, I will naturally not oppose him. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was still very resistant to him, so he did his best to prove his position. Little Supreme stared at Sunlight Emperor and said, "The soul fusion inheritance is to dedicate everything, including your soul, to the inheritor. Your own will be completely annihilated. This kind of inheritance can allow the inheritor's cultivation and realm to soar in an extremely short period of time. It's very stable." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. Yang Di's luck was that good? What kind of sacrifice did he have to make for the other party to be willing to help him? Yang Di sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to revive Cardinal Heaven. I'm willing to join you and fight against the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Cardinal Heaven is the ancestor of my benefactor, and it cannot be blasphemed." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What's your stage?" Sunlight Emperor replied, "The great supreme masters of the 3 courts have just broken through." He was 1 court higher than Zhou Xuanji, but he wasn't complacent. Based on his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, this gap wouldn't last long. The soul fusion inheritance will make your cultivation improve steadily. Zhou Xuanji will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with you, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign laughed with his hands on his hips. Sunlight Emperor also laughed. He could hear the hidden meaning in Little Supreme Expert's words. Spend a lot of effort. What a good choice of words. Sunlight Emperor didn't refute. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you have agreed, I will wait for you at the Thunder Alliance." After saying this, he turned into a ball of true sun fire, spinning and shrinking before quickly disappearing. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "It's really interesting. The Kunlun Origin Court has produced a lot of people with great luck in this period. It seems that it often encounters disasters, but in fact, it is showing signs of revival. Maybe it will restore the prosperity of the ancient times under your leadership. You need to encourage more geniuses to grow." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began thinking about how to discover and stimulate geniuses. A grand event like the Superstar competition was not bad. However, it would be easier to find geniuses if it was developed and divided into different thresholds. He thought as he returned to the Supreme Hall. The people of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't know that the previous Supremes had just returned and helped them resolve a disaster. The Supreme Martial Artists didn't show themselves. They didn't even leave behind a word. Perhaps from their point of view, they didn't want their descendants to have any lingering thoughts. Only by relying on themselves could they truly pass on their legacy. The ancestors could not protect the descendants forever. In the space-time vortex where thunder and lightning interweaved, the giant ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was still sailing. Qilin Ancient Desolation sat on the deck, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Feili is dead? Impossible. Who could kill him? Could it be those old monsters?" He immediately began to deduce Jiang Feili. However, Jiang Feili had isolated his own fate when he was still alive, fearing that he would be able to divine it. The Qilin Ancient Desolate's deduction was fruitless. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Qilin Mei came from behind, bent down and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" She rarely saw the ancient desolate Qilin in such a state of unease. The other Qilin 7 Absolutes who were cultivating also opened their eyes and looked at Qilin Ancient Desolation in doubt. "Jiang Feili is dead," the Qilin Ancient Desolation calmly said. As soon as he said this, all the Qilin Absolute were shocked. Jiang Feili had always been a formidable enemy of the Qilin 9 Absolutes. After countless years of fighting, they were unable to kill the other party. Now that they heard about Jiang Feili's tragic death, they were shocked and even more terrified. Who exactly killed Jiang Feili? The Qilin 9 absolutes might seem majestic, but the boundless universe was vast, they did not dare to claim to be invincible. Are we still going to carry out the myriad domain devil lair plan? A tall black figure asked solemnly. The Qilin Ancient Desolation glanced at him and said coldly, of course. The other party is Jiang Feili's enemy, not ours. Moreover, if we control that power, why would we be afraid? Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. However, their hearts were shrouded in a shadow that could not dissipate for a long time. At that time, I will ask an ancient great expert to take action to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He still owes me a favor. The Qilin Ancient Desolation continued to say, causing everyone to become excited. Who? A Qilin Absolute asked. The Qilin Ancient Desolation spat out a single word, Hui. The others immediately opened their eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qilin Mei carefully asked, Big brother, isn't this too risky? Chapter 905. Isn't taking risks our norm? Why, are you suddenly afraid now? If you are afraid, then disband the Qilin 9 absolutes. Ancient Desolation frowned and shouted coldly. His face was filled with impatience. In the outside world, the Qilin 9 absolutes were extremely awe-inspiring. Over time, Ancient Desolation had become extremely arrogant. Seeing his companions being afraid, he was very angry. The Qilin 9 absolutes didn't dare to dissuade him anymore. Ancient Desolation let out a cold snort before turning around and walking toward the pavilion. The others looked at each other with different expressions. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere on the giant ship became extremely depressing. The Qilin 9 absolutes each had their own agenda. They seemed to be united but in fact, they had already fallen apart internally. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating and cultivating with the Emperor's sword hovering above his head. The Emperor's sword of life and death was transformed from the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush. It was one with the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the power of the Kunlun Origin Court through the Emperor's sword of life and death. His absorption method wasn't a one-sided absorption but a win-win method. He fused his supreme divine power with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court, intertwining and tempering each other. He then guided the energy outside the Kunlun Origin Court to achieve a great cycle, consolidating the strength of himself and the Origin Court. Under such a cultivation method, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been steadily improving. However, he was still far from breaking through to the great sovereign of the three courts. He couldn't see the end. A soul flew out from the lesser supreme sword next to him. Little sovereign stretched and yawned, asking, Kid, why are you still cultivating? You really don't stop for a moment. With the death of Jiang Feili, Zhou Xuanji's only enemy was the Qilin 9 absolutes. However, the Qilin 9 absolutes were being targeted by other sages. If he was Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely take a break. One couldn't just cultivate all the time in one's life. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji was already very strong. He was a sovereign above the Kunlun Origin Court. Is there any movement from Shen Yanqing recently? Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. Ever since Jiang Feili died, he had been asking Little Sovereign to pay attention to Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing was wandering around the Kunlun Origin Court as if she was looking for something. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, I don't know. I always feel that a power is recovering in her body. Could this girl be someone else in disguise? With this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned instinctively. The term, Little Supreme Being, was too terrifying. If Shen Yanqing was not Shen Yanqing, wouldn't he be surrounded by danger during this period of time? Do you have any proof? Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head in response. He smiled and said, I was just guessing. He then changed the topic and said, speaking of which, everything has a price. The speed of your cultivation breakthrough is already exaggerated enough. The same is true for Shen Yanqing, Shen Tang, and Yang Di. I guess they will have to pay a painful price. Shen Tang will forever be trapped in the sovereign realm of laws. It will be difficult for her to become a great supreme being. That Sunlight Emperor seems to be high-spirited and in an extraordinary state. However, the soul fusion inheritance is not so perfect. I can feel that his eyes are abnormal. There are two souls in them. As for the divine pinching star, I can't see it at the moment, which means there's a problem. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, it seemed that Shen Nianqing and the other two were about to face misfortune. Puzzled, he asked, "Wait. Why does Yang Di have two souls? Didn't you say that the soul fusion inheritance is the most perfect inheritance method?" Little Sovereign suddenly smiled. His smile was extremely sinister. He said in a meaningful tone, "I was just bluffing. When he first appeared, I noticed that there was another soul in his eyes. I know that guy. He used to be in existence like the evil mother spirit controller. I deliberately said that to make Yang Di let his guard down." How despicable. Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign with a complicated look in his eyes. This guy is too sinister. Will he plot against me in the future? Little Sovereign faked a cough and said, "What do you mean? I have done my best for you. You actually doubt me. It hurts me so much." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He didn't bother to answer. After a few breaths of silence, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ask, "What will happen to Yang Di? Will he be possessed?" Yang Di's return this time showed kindness to him, which changed his impression of Yang Di. The thought that the high-spirited Yang Di was about to be possessed made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who knows? Anyway, it won't end well. Don't even think about intervening. You have already been targeted by the ancient life lamp. Do you want to be targeted by another evil? Little Sovereign snorted. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Yang Di had his own life. He didn't care about it. He changed the topic to Supreme Crimson Dust. Don't ask. When the time comes, you will understand everything. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to think about yourself, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. How come this brat's heart warmed up after becoming a sovereign? This isn't a good thing. Perhaps because he absorbed the power of the Kunlun Origin Court, this kid has seen too many things in the world. He rolled his eyes and began to think about how to refine Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart. In a great world, Shen Nianqing strolled forward. Gloomy mist billowed. She was surrounded by mountains that looked like giant devils. She raised her right hand and said to her palm, "Is it here?" A pair of eyes emerged from her palm. This pair of eyes was cold and filled with evil qi. It turned forward. Shen Nianqing immediately understood and continued moving forward. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. Coffins covered in soil rose from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant mountain in front of her directly broke as if it had been split in half by a divine sword. Shen Nianqing's face was expressionless. She turned into a ray of light and flew between the two halves of the mountain, disappearing without a trace. After 10 breaths, Mortal Sovereign appeared. She frowned and looked over, murmuring, "Sure enough." Her eyes turned cold, and her body dissipated into wisps of the red dust qi, sinking into the flying dust. Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating when Little Sovereign woke him up. That girl has started to act. I'm very curious. Is there any secret hidden in the Kunlun Origin Court? Little Sovereign said with narrowed eyes. Even a sovereign couldn't completely see through the Kunlun Origin Court. For example, Sovereign Kong Sheng had been hiding in the Origin Court to cultivate for countless years, unknown to anyone. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine eyes and locked onto Shen Nianqing's aura. But he couldn't see what Shen Nianqing was doing. There was a layer of mysterious power that isolated Zhou Xuanji's divine will, making it impossible for him to spy on Shen Nianqing. This kind of power wasn't strong. It was extremely weak, but it could completely block the divine will of a sovereign. Is what you said true? Zhou Xuanji murmured. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If this Shen Nianqing wasn't the real Shen Nianqing and she would harm the Kunlun origin court, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Keep watching and you will understand. I hope that what she is looking for is not what I fear the most, little sovereign said, shaking his head. His tone was full of deep meaning. Chapter 906. Oh. What do you fear the most in the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court, but that was only on the surface. He couldn't see all the planes thoroughly. Little Supreme shrugged and said, it's an evil treasure more powerful than the soul source bead and the all lives brush. You can't even say its name, or you will suffer a backlash. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the Kunlun origin court hide such a terrifying evil treasure? Wait a minute. Could it be related to the Holy Ghost? Ever since he had become a supreme being, Nanmu Tianyi had sealed the Holy Ghost in an independent plane and made the Tianyi divine range guard it. Although the Holy Ghost had stopped moving, the panic it had caused back then was still vivid in his mind. Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. Why is the Holy Ghost born? Listening to Little Sovereign's previous words, he obviously knew the Holy Ghost's body. Could it be that it was because of this evil treasure that someone became a Holy Ghost? He looked up at Little Sovereign and asked with his eyes. Little Sovereign nodded slightly. Some things could not be said, but they could be communicated with eye contact. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed like he couldn't completely abandon the Kunlun origin court in the future. If something exploded in the Kunlun origin court, wouldn't it be a monstrous disaster? This had been the case when Wu Zhou had been in power. In the rolling black mist, Shen Nianqing floated in the air. She looked down. The mountain stream below was like an abyss, dark and gloomy, and the whistling wind was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. She raised her right hand with her palm facing downwards. Her eyes widened, and two streaks of bloody light shot out, breaking through the strands of black mist and penetrating downwards. Rumble, the earth shook and a terrifying aura erupted. The wind was blowing wildly, blowing Shen Nianqing's hair. She squinted her eyes, trying to see everything below. Xiao. A scepter that looked like scorched wood suddenly rushed out. A fist-sized bead of blood was embedded in the top of the scepter. Fresh blood kept flowing out of it, making it look extremely terrifying. Shen Nianqing immediately stretched out her hand and grabbed the blood bead black staff. She frowned, her right hand trembling. Meanwhile, the entire Kunlun origin court was shrouded in a terrifying aura. All living beings felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened? Could it be that another supreme martial artist from outside the court has come to attack? That's impossible. How long has it been? The calamity of the Kunlun origin court is coming again. Everyone, be careful. What a terrifying feeling. Even when I faced the Sword Emperor back then, I did not feel so terrified. Don't be afraid, we have a supreme being. He will protect us. All the creatures in the divine ranges were discussing this matter in fear, comforting each other. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Shen Nianqing out of thin air and grabbed her wrist. In an instant, a sinister and powerful force entered his body through his palm, wreaking havoc in his muscles and bones. He frowned and immediately used his supreme god force to resist. The two powers clashed, and with an explosion, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness exploded. Following this, he saw scenes. The Grand Sovereigns held the blood bead black staff and laughed wildly. Their postures and smiles were the same, crazy and evil. What is this? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could these be scenes of the previous owners of the blood bead's black staff wielding it? Could these great supremes be the supremes of the Kunlun origin court? The scene kept changing, getting faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free from this illusion, but he felt an extremely powerful suppression on his soul, making it impossible for him to break free. Humph. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the sword fusion technique. At the same time, he created countless avatars that rushed in all directions. Boom! 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 The surrounding illusions shattered one after another. Gusts of wind swept over like the turbulence of time and space. He took the opportunity to cast the exterminating divine light to destroy everything as his consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Shen Yanqing's face. Her face turned hideous as blood streaks crawled up her cheeks. Her long hair turned white, fluttering in the wind. She grabbed the blood bead black staff with both hands, looking extremely crazy. She wouldn't let go no matter what. At this moment, she seemed to have become another person. A person that Zhou Xuanji had never seen before. The lesser supreme sword appeared behind him as Little Sovereign's voice came, "Sure enough, it's this thing. Don't worry about her, run." His tone was incomparably anxious and terrified. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to let go, Mortal Sovereign flew over from afar. Pinching star. Mortal Sovereign reached out and grabbed Shen Yanqing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he shouted, "Get away." As soon as he said this, Mortal Sovereign's hand fell on Shen Yanqing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel the strange force fiercely attacking Mortal Sovereign's hand. He immediately used his supreme divine power to block it. But even so, he couldn't completely block it. Mortal Sovereign gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and let out a painful groan. She looked at Shen Yanqing and said with difficulty, "Pinching star, what are you trying to do?" The devil-like Shen Yanqing glanced at her and said with a sinister smile, "Stupid, do you really think I'm your sister? Your sister is already dead. I'm already a different person." Hearing this, Mortal Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. She was dumbfounded. All along, she had been looking for Shen Yanqing as her goal. After learning that Shen Yanqing had already died, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She seemed to have lost her soul, forgetting her own pain. "Then who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Shen Yanqing. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was Shen Yanqing. Could it be that she has been possessed? Shen Yanqing looked at him and said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't deserve to know my name. I can only tell you that Shen Yanqing is indeed my previous identity. But she has already fallen in the passage between the two worlds. I'm just using her identity to gain a foothold. Let me go, and you and I can still maintain a friendly relationship. If you insist on stopping me, you will regret it." She pulled hard, trying to take away the blood bead black staff. But Zhou Xuanji's strength continued to increase. She couldn't take it away by force. Little Sovereign's voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears, "Let her go. This thing isn't a good treasure. She will reap what she sowed. The real treasure is down there. This kind of evil thing can be suppressed. Naturally, there is something that is not weaker than it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before letting go. Shen Yanqing's smile was extremely evil. With a shake of her shoulder, Mortal Sovereign was sent flying back while vomiting blood. The blood bead black staff in her hand quickly disappeared. "Zhou Xuanji, after getting along with you during this period of time, I still like you very much. We will meet again in the future. At that time, you will see my true body. At that time, I will let you understand how powerful I am." Shen Yanqing burst into laughter. Her voice echoed between the heavens and the earth for a long time. Zhou Xuanji took Mortal Sovereign into his arms and healed her. He scanned her with his divine will, but he could no longer find Shen Yanqing. "What the hell does she want?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His heart was filled with anger. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ear, "Quick! Go down. Don't let it run away. This is a great opportunity." Chapter 907. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and put Mortal Sovereign down. Then, he swooped down and disappeared into the dark mountain stream. After about 15 breaths of time, he suddenly rushed out, holding a red bead that was surrounded by flames. It was as big as a human head and looked very similar to the blood beads on the black staff. Compared to the blood pearl, this red pearl had more righteous qi. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with passion. What a powerful strength! Every time his spiritual force probed inside, his soul would tremble. He even felt that if he tried to force his way in, his soul would be severely injured. What is the name of this treasure? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cast a glance at Sovereign Heng Chen, who was healing himself in the distance. Autark crimson dust flew over, an ugly look on her face. The injuries she had sustained had caused her to lose a great deal of blood, and even her soul had been damaged. But what hurt her the most was her heart. Knowing that Shen Nianqing had died a long time ago, Heng Chen's supremacy lost his soul and lost his purpose of living. She came before Zhou Xuanji but did not congratulate him. She was still in a daze. I don't know the origins of this orb either. There are no records of its name in history either. I've only seen it once, and that was when my master took me on an adventure. I came back to search for it after I became a sovereign, but I was forced into retreat by the evil being from before. My cultivation as a great sovereign of the three courts directly dropped to reciprocity sovereign. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have died so easily back then. Little sovereign replied with a sigh in his tone. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it really that terrifying? Fortunately, he didn't forcibly take away the blood bead black staff. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of Little Supreme Master. He immediately led red bead and Autark crimson dust away. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne. He looked down at Heng Chen's sovereign and said with a frown, "Don't think too much. I think she is Shen Nianqing. It's just that her body might be occupied by another person. I can feel her soul. After all, I have the soul origin." Upon hearing this, Autark crimson dust jerked his head up, a look of delight on his face. Your task now is to work hard on your cultivation. Rather than being depressed, why not work hard? What do you think? Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. Supreme Crimson Dust took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji and left. Looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji did not try to persuade her anymore. If it were him, he would also want to be alone. He sighed softly, then took out the red bead and observed it carefully. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared next to him. Little Supreme Sword floated out and excitedly said, "Hurry up and give it a name." Although he didn't know the origin of this treasure, nor did he know how strong it was, he believed that the red pearl represented a great opportunity that even grand sovereigns would find difficult to obtain. Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's call it the Fated Fate Pearl." It meant that he had come across an opportunity. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, "This name is too vulgar, quickly change it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he stared at the Fated Fate Pearl and said, "I believe this is its name, now and in the future." He played with the Fated Fate bead repeatedly, trying to see through it. In his eyes, the Fated Fate Pearl was very mysterious, and this kind of mystery had an irresistible attraction to him. If you want to comprehend its true essence, I'm afraid you can't find the answer in the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to go to the endless universe. Little Sovereign continued. His tone was heavy as he warned, "Don't take out the Fated Fate Pearl outside, to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking about when to leave. He also wanted to go to the Thunder Alliance and the Yen Alliance. There was also the illusory god realm that Heng Qin's Saint Lord had mentioned. The endless universe was so big. There must be many mysteries that he couldn't imagine. "Maybe this pearl will change your fate," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. Little Sovereign said meaningfully as his eyes flickered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already become a grand sovereign. Is there still a fate to speak of?" In response, Little Sovereign just smiled and didn't say anything. In the dark void, Shen Nianqing was sitting on an old tree. Under the tree was a meteorite shining with a metallic luster. She was looking at the blood bead black staff with a frown. Why not? Could it be that the bead has weakened its power? As soon as she thought of the Fated Fate Pearl, her eyes turned cold. The fated fate pearl had a great restraining effect on her. She didn't dare to touch it. She looked ahead and murmured, "It seems that I have to go to that place." She held the blood bead black staff tightly, absorbing its power. A light appeared in front of her. The old tree swayed as leaves drifted down. She immediately got up and said, "Who dares to play tricks in front of me?" Balls of raging flames swept out from the bright light, like a blooming flower of fire, bright and beautiful. "Humph, evildoer, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Yingyo's cold snort resounded, causing Shen Nianqing to narrow her eyes. Sure enough. When they gathered outside the Kunlun Origin Court last time, this guy had seen through her identity. Shen Nianqing didn't panic. Instead, she grinned and said, "Kid, do you want to experience the pain of the past again?" Li Yingyu stepped out of the fireworks. His face was filled with killing intent. He coldly smiled and said, "That was the past. I have been reborn and you are no longer as invincible as you were in the past." His eyes locked onto the blood bead black staff. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. Shen Nianqing raised the blood bead black staff and sneered, "What? You want it? Are you worthy?" After saying this, she waved the staff and struck forward. Li Yingyu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward her. Hundreds of years later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Xian Xianghua gathered in front of the Supreme Palace. He looked at the three women and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's not life and death. No need to frown." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Since it's not dangerous, why didn't you take me with you?" Her cultivation had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8th level. She was still far from 9th level. Not making progress for a long time made her very annoyed. "Yes, the gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger," Zhou Shaoxian nodded and said with a pitiful look on her face. She was hoping that Zhou Xuanji would agree. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was very calm. She just looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji glared at them and said, "When I am strong enough, I will take you out sooner or later. Don't forget what I said to all living beings before. We will expand out sooner or later. When the time comes, you will be able to go out." Zhou Shaoxian wanted to continue but she was stopped by Jiang Shui. "Listen to your father, we have to believe in him," Jiang Shui said with a soft smile, looking at Zhou Xuanji with gentle eyes. Zhou Xuanji took her hand and said, "The superstar competition is about to begin. This is a brand new superstar competition. You must pay close attention and prepare well. I will leave an outer soul doppelganger to help you. You can contact me if you have any trouble." Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, "I will try my best." Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "You have to help her too." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snorted, "Nonsense, of course." Chapter 908. After chatting with his family for a while, Zhou Xuanji left on his sword. Jiang Shui raised her head and muttered, "I really hope I can see the scene of the Kunlun Origin Court attacking the endless universe." Xian Xianghua put an arm around her shoulders and smiled. "Don't worry. That day won't be long. The speed at which this brat grows is something we can never imagine." Zhou Shaoxian rubbed her chin and pondered. She was thinking about the difference between her and Zhou Xuanji. She had now begun to be independent. Although she had gained a lot of training in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was increasingly aware of how insignificant she was. Only when she faced everything alone could she truly feel how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. "Wanshan Great Thousand has an opportunity that I left for you. Go." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xiaoshuan's ears, which stunned her. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed. Passing through the darkness, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He played with the fated fate pearl in his hand, thinking about its profoundness. Little Sovereign, who was floating behind him, was also thinking. They were already obsessed with the fated pearl. Little Sovereign was even more frantic than Zhou Xuanji. At first, he was patient. He wanted to wait until he went to the endless universe before comprehending this treasure. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji meditating, his heart itched. This is not. Because he couldn't suppress his curiosity, he also fell into the trap. He and Zhou Xuanji could look at the faded fate pearl for many years without moving. The two of them walked aimlessly, their gazes locked onto the faded pearl. In the blink of an eye, they flew past dozens of planes and territories. During this period of time, they seemed to be frozen in time. Their eyeballs didn't even move. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead, startling the two of them as if they had just awoken from a dream. The Life and Death Emperor's sword and Soul Kunlun's sword instinctively appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, guarding against any enemy attacks. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly and stored the faded fate pearl into the supreme storage. Little Sovereign glanced at the red domain in front of him. There were countless stars scattered all over. Most of them were very small, like meteorites, but there were living beings living in them. These creatures had powerful chi and blood, but they didn't have intelligence. They were muddle-headed and couldn't escape the gravitational pull of the stars. It's fine. It's just space-time collapsing. Little Sovereign shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his expression froze. Zhou Xuanji frowned as well. He asked, "Have we been targeted?" The space in front of him fluctuated, and a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Its pupils were larger than all the stars here. A terrifying killing intent swept over them like a tidal wave, drowning them. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind. He activated the sword fusion technique and raised his aura to the maximum. Without waiting for the other party to appear, he raised his sword and slashed out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi tore through the universe and shattered the pair of scarlet eyes. Roar! A roar exploded, reversing time and space. Zhou Xuanji's soul trembled, and violet light shot out of his eyes, freezing this shattered spacetime. Not good. It was a jade-eyed Yama Taotai. He was Gu Tianlin's mount. It was an ancient demonic beast that once dominated an area of the boundless universe. Cried Little Sovereign. His fear made Zhou Xuanji feel a sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji charged straight into the space-time turbulence and into the absolute time realm to avoid the green-eyed Yama Taotai. No matter how strong the jade-eyed Yama Taotai was, it wasn't strong enough to kill its way into absolute time. Zhou Xuanji asked, was that demonic beast a coincidence? How could he not think too much about encountering a rare ancient demonic beast? Little Sovereign hesitated and said, I don't think so. After all, this beast has a master. Its first master is Gu Juejiu, who is also Gu Tianlin's father. You should know who Gu Juejiu is. He is a legend in the endless universe, he is close to the cardinal heaven realm. Ancient prodigies. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heart was in great shock. Gu Juejiu was an existence that shook the long river of history of the Kunlun origin court. If a cardinal heaven expert was praised as the strongest, there would definitely be people who would refute it. Moreover, only Gu Juejiu could stand side by side with a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, could it be that the ancient genius is here too? He has his eyes on me. When Jiang Feili attacked, many supreme sages gathered outside the Kunlun origin court, but most of the supreme sages didn't show up. Even little supreme sages couldn't recognize their voices. Little Sovereign was also worried about the problem that Zhou Xuanji mentioned. Gu Juejiu was an existence that Jiang Feili could not compare to. If even he wanted to target Zhou Xuanji, it wouldn't be good. They could feel the killing intent of the jade-eyed Yama Taotai. The two fell into silence. What should we do now? Is there another way to the Thunder Alliance? Zhou Xuanji asked. He didn't know how to go to the Thunder Alliance, but Little Sovereign knew. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, let's avoid it for a while. That guy can't always wait for you outside. Zhou Xuanji agreed with him. He immediately took out the faded fate pearl and began to observe it. Little Sovereign's eyes were also fixed on it as he concentrated on it. Once again, the two seemed to have lost their souls. They didn't say a word. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and looked at Little Sovereign. He saw that this guy's eyes were wide open like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, "Wake up, shouldn't we set off?" Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He didn't notice it before. But when he saw Little Sovereign's expression, he inexplicably panicked. This is too terrifying. He suddenly felt that the fated fate pearl wasn't a supreme treasure but an evil object. Little Sovereign woke up from his trance and subconsciously replied, "Let's go." "Wait. Don't worry." He furrowed his brow and began to think seriously. Zhou Xuanji's blood ran cold when he saw his reaction. The fated fate pearl could really make them lose their way. Even someone as strong as Little Sovereign would be the same. He immediately raised this question. The Thunder Alliance wasn't important right now. The key was how to deal with the fated fate pearl. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow after hearing this. His soul slightly trembled as he muttered, "Damn, it's okay if I didn't say it, but now." He also began to feel afraid. If the enemy attacked without anyone knowing and they were addicted to the fated fate pearl, wouldn't that be the end of them? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He looked at the fated fate pearl with fear in his eyes. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a perfect treasure in this world. The better it is, the more dangerous it is, he muttered to himself. His expression was full of vigilance. Zhou Xuanji squeezed hard, trying to crush the fated fate pearl. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crush the fated fate pearl. Little Sovereign took a deep breath and said, "It seems that we need to find Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Only an existence like him can understand the mysteries of the fated fate pearl." Zhou Xuanji asked, "If Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is also deceived, wouldn't it be a disaster?" Little Sovereign glared at him and snorted, "You can't imagine how powerful a Saint Lord is. If this pearl was really that terrifying, the Kunlun Origin Court would have long perished." Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. He then put away the fated fate pearl and prepared to leave the Absolute Time Realm. Chapter 909. After leaving the Absolute Time Realm carefully, Zhou Xuanji was not attacked by the jade-eyed Yamatoutai again. He took Little Sovereign and moved forward at full speed. In the future, he no longer took out the fated fortune pearl and regarded it as a taboo. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, he passed through many planes and got closer and closer to the Thunder Alliance. Without the fated fate bead to attract their attention, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign felt very uncomfortable at first. But after they got used to it, they felt relaxed. "It's better now. I almost fell into their trap. Just thinking about it gives me some lingering fear." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. It was he who instigated Zhou Xuanji to get the fated fortune pearl. Therefore, he felt ashamed about it. He secretly warned himself to never relax his vigilance. No wonder the fated fate pearl could stay there for so many years without being taken away. Its terror was not inferior to that of the blood bead black staff. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How far is the Thunder Alliance?" As a great supreme of the Second Court, he was already far stronger than before. Even at full speed, he still could not see the shadow of the Thunder Alliance. "Soon," Little Sovereign said perfunctorily. The endless universe was vast. In the past, he had found the Thunder Alliance by accident. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not ask further. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign came to a strange universe full of space-time vortexes. These space-time vortexes varied in size. They were like eyes staring at them from all directions. This is close to the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair. The 10,000 Domain Demon Lair is huge, and there are many forces stationed around it. There are dozens of sacred grounds like the Thunder Alliance, but the Thunder Alliance is the most famous and has the longest history. Little Sovereign stared ahead and said leisurely. Without the jade-eyed Yamatoutai chasing after them, their journey was very easy. They didn't even encounter a Grand Supreme. Zhou Xuanji could already sense an aura that made him feel uneasy. It was similar to demonic might, but it was more profound and unfathomable than any demonic might he had ever seen. The Myriad Domain Demon Lair was a place where demons from billions of planes gathered. Countless demon bones were buried there. In the endless universe, the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was also known as the ancestral grave of the demon race. Little Sovereign began to tell him about the legend of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. The birth of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was extremely long ago. It could be traced back to the era of the primeval sovereigns. The primeval era was an incomparably resplendent era in the boundless universe. At that time, the primeval era dominated the boundless universe, and countless heroes emerged one after another, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. It was said that the current Grand Supremes would be cannon fodder in the primeval era. The primeval era was a legend that was passed down by all living beings in the boundless universe. Countless cultivators took this as their goal and advanced wave after wave, hoping to create a new golden age just like the primeval era. It was rumored that the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was once a battlefield. The ancient demon race challenged the ancient venerables, but they were all annihilated. Their resentment did not dissipate, and now it had become a fiendish domain. Even Grand Supremes would encounter misfortune if they entered its range. Listening to Little Sovereign's narration, Zhou Xuanji also became very interested in the Prime Sovereign era. By the way, legend has it that Gu Zun also loved using swords. His sword was said to be the strongest in history. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji was determined to become the only sword emperor in history. If Gu Zun was still alive, he would definitely challenge him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, Ancient Sovereign, Sovereign Heaven, and Ancient Absolute Genius, who is the most powerful? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, do you still need to ask? Can Cardinal Heaven and Ancient Peerless Geniuses create their own era? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that no one in the endless universe could compare to Gu Zun, at least on the surface. Could it be that Gu Zun had mastered a sovereign's opportunity? After all, legend had it that if one had a sovereign's opportunity, they could dominate the endless universe. All grand sovereigns would have to obey their orders. Another half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji finally came to the Thunder Alliance's territory. The Thunder Alliance was very big and was made up of dozens of universes. There were countless living beings here, and there were countless floating islands. There were also massive cities that were as majestic as the sun. There were no guards in the Thunder Alliance. Any creature could enter and exit freely. Even so, Zhou Xuanji didn't see any fighting scenes when he scanned with his divine will. It seemed that there was some kind of extremely powerful force restricting the creatures here. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew toward a giant city ahead. Little Sovereign was still floating behind Zhou Xuanji. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. In the endless universe, he wasn't a big shot. He wouldn't cause any disputes. I haven't been here for a long time. I really miss it. Many great sovereigns indulge in this place. You have to take it easy, Little Sovereign said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing Little Sovereign's words. Looking at his smile, he was probably talking about some brothels. Soon, Zhou Xuanji entered the city with Little Sovereign. After landing, he strolled forward while glancing at both sides of the street. Not all the creatures here were great sovereigns. But the weakest was at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. There were all kinds of races. Even if they didn't speak the same language, their souls were powerful enough to understand each other. There were no stalls on both sides of the street. There were only overlapping pavilions selling all kinds of treasures. Zhou Xuanji felt the aura of hundreds of great sovereigns before he even took 10 steps. He sighed in his heart. Great sovereigns are really everywhere. A man in a blue robe quickly walked over from the front. He had 4 eyes but didn't look strange at all. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and bowed, Senior, you must be the Sword Emperor, right? My Saint Lord sent me to meet you. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Although Rainbow Chin Saint Lord had invited him before, he didn't expect Rainbow Chin Saint Lord to give him so much face. He even sent someone to pick him up immediately. Could it be that Rainbow Chin Saint Lord is plotting something? He couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Please lead the way." The man in the blue robe shook his head with a smile before flying into the depths of the universe with Zhou Xuanji. After flying over one giant city after another, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Zhou Xuanji saw a giant golden tower standing in the clouds. It was surrounded by giant cities in all directions. It looked incomparably magnificent. At the top of the giant golden tower was a fire phoenix with a wingspan of hundreds of millions of feet. It looked like a sun hanging high above, overlooking all living beings in the universe. The man in the blue robe led Zhou Xuanji to the gate below the giant tower. He respectfully said, "You can go in directly. Follow the sound of the guqin. The Saint Lord is waiting for you at the end of the sound." Zhou Xuanji nodded before pushing the door and entering. The inside was resplendent with gold and jade. An endless path appeared before his eyes. The walls on both sides were engraved with different portraits. They seemed to be recording some historical events. They were emanating a boundless aura. These murals have extremely powerful artistic conception. If you can keep comprehending them, it will be of great help to your cultivation, little sovereign exclaimed. He was even more in awe of Rainbow Chin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of the guqin coming from the front. It was very weak, but it had a penetrating power that made his heart ripple. He immediately walked forward. As he walked forward, the sound of the guqin grew louder and louder. The atmosphere also changed. Chapter 9-10. The sound of the zither was chilling. With every step Zhou Xuanji took, he felt an additional sound of the zither. After 100 steps, he felt hundreds of zither players playing at the same time. The sound of the zither was giving off a mighty pressure that was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. Hong Chin Saint Lord wanted to test him. Little sovereign curled his lips. His awe of Hong Chin Saint Lord had diminished. In his opinion, Hong Chin Saint Lord didn't need to do this given his status. After all, Hong Chin Saint Lord invited Zhou Xuanji to be a guest. But he still wanted to test him. Wasn't this bullying the weak and losing the demeanor of his ancestor? Zhou Xuanji didn't notice little sovereign's emotions. He began sprinting forward. He quickly came to the end of the corridor. In front of him was a golden spiral staircase. He looked up but couldn't see the top. He leaped up and quickly rushed to the top of the tower. In less than 2 breaths, he rushed into a corridor at the top of the tower. He looked ahead and saw Hong Chin Saint Lord at a glance. Hong Chin Saint Lord was sitting on a piece of red cloth, playing the zither. In front of him was a pool. The surface of the pool reflected the scenes of the cities of the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the pool and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Saint Lord. Thank you for your help that day." Hong Chin Saint Lord looked up at him and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. After all, I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then began thinking about how to tell him about the fated pearl. He wanted Hong Chin Saint Lord to see what secrets were hidden in the fated pearl. Apart from dealing with the 9 absolutes of Qilin, the more important task is to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven. Cardinal Heaven deliberately left this legend of opportunity to make everyone crazy. In fact, he wants to resurrect himself. With his ability, the 9 absolutes of Qilin can't control him at all, Hong Chin Saint Lord continued. Hong Chin Saint Monarch continued. His eyes were so deep that no one could tell what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He asked in surprise, "Why do you want to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven?" Cardinal Heaven was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He could be regarded as his ancestor. He was also a sovereign now. If there was no special reason, he wouldn't want to kill his ancestor for no reason. That's because Cardinal Heaven's ambition was too great. He wanted to surpass Guzun, but his methods were too iron-blooded and would bring disaster to all living beings. Back then, when he fell, he provoked countless enemies. I was one of them. Although we were dissatisfied with his tyranny, he had indeed contributed greatly to the boundless universe. So, we wiped away all of his dark history and only left behind his invincible legend. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. In the endless universe, there were many fanatical believers of the cardinal heavens. He wanted to see through Zhou Xuanji. Would this guy be fanatical about cardinal heaven? Fortunately, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes did not change too much, just a little. Hong Qin Saint Lord could understand. After all, a cardinal heaven expert was Zhou Xuanji's senior. Moreover, he had no obligation to bear this responsibility. If you agree, I'll satisfy one of your requests. Anything is fine. Hong Qin Saint Monarch smiled. His expression was amiable, no longer giving off that oppressive feeling. Of course, you can also refuse. I'm not forcing you. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled when he heard this. He was weighing the pros and cons doing so might offend a cardinal heaven expert. If he succeeded in suppressing a cardinal heaven expert, it would be fine. But if a cardinal heaven expert was resurrected, he would definitely become the #1 target for revenge. If he was stopped by a nameless junior, he would definitely explode in anger. Hong Qin Saint Lord stopping a cardinal heaven expert was understandable. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord's reputation was ridiculously high. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you need me?" He needed an answer. Hong Qin Saint Monarch replied, "Because you're weak, you won't raise his guard. However, your strength surpasses your realm, and you'll be able to catch him off guard and deal him a fatal blow. I'll restrain him head-on with the other great experts." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing this. Why is this opportunity so similar to Jiang Feili's plan? Is he that weak? Zhou Xuanji was a little speechless. He glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's face turned solemn. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Hong Qin Saint Lord smiled. He curiously asked, "I still remember you. Back then, you were very similar to the Sword Emperor. But you were more high-spirited. If you really want to talk about who you are like, it's the Sovereign Heaven Path." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The Sovereign Heaven Path. He glanced at Little Sovereign, only to see him smiling awkwardly. The Sovereign Heaven Path is overbearing. Could it be that Little Sovereign was also overbearing in the past? Didn't he love to cultivate geniuses without asking where they came from? Zhou Xuanji no longer thought about it. He looked at Hong Qin Saint Lord and said, "I can promise you, but I have a treasure. I want you to help me identify it and help me comprehend this treasure." Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded. He even felt a little surprised. Everything he had learned was a great treasure. Couldn't it be compared to an artifact? Zhou Xuanji took out the faded pearl. Hong Qin Saint Lord glanced at it but didn't pay much attention to it. The next second, his eyes suddenly fell on the faded pearl. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Little Sovereign didn't interrupt either. After a long while, Hong Qin Saint Lord asked with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect you to find this treasure." Obviously, he knew about the faded pearl. What is the origin of this pearl? How long has it existed? Asked Little Sovereign. Now, when he looked at the faded pearl again, his eyes were filled with fear. Hong Qin Saint Lord replied faintly, "The origin of this pearl is extraordinary. It has existed since the birth of the Kunlun Origin Court. Some sages speculated that it created the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how high one's cultivation is, they will be attracted to it and unable to extricate themselves. No matter how evil the power is, it will suppress it." Strange, how did you get this treasure? It didn't resist you. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "It didn't resist when I grabbed it." Little Sovereign rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hong Qin Saint Lord sighed and said, "It seems that it has chosen you." I can't help you with this because it is an existence that even I can't see through. Change your request. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this? If even Hong Qin Saint Lord can't see through the fated pearl, who should I look for? The time is not right. One day, it will open up to you. All you need to do is wait. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't play with it if you have nothing to do, Hong Qin Saint Lord said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to take back the fated pearl. Little Sovereign gave him a look and said telepathically, in that case, learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao from him. Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao. What's that? Zhou Xuanji was confused, but he still made this request honestly. Hong Qin Saint Lord burst into laughter and said, I have been waiting for you to say this. It seems that you are not knowledgeable enough. You need someone to guide you. Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly. He was even more interested in the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao. In that case, you will stay here and learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao. When you reach the first level, I will let you out. If you can't do it, don't think about leaving. Hong Qin Saint Lord's expression turned serious. Zhou Xuanji looked confident and not worried at all. Chapter 9:11. Sit down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat down as well. Little Sovereign looked curious as he waited for Hong Qin Holy Monarch to preach. Hong Qin Saint Monarch glanced at him and smiled, don't look at indecent things. Little Supreme Being felt as if he had been hit in the head and instantly returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only put the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage and wait for Hong Qin Saint Lord to preach. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao is a supreme sacred art that I created. It requires a firm heart. If one's will isn't firm, they won't be able to unleash the power of this Tao. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with an incredibly sharp gaze. He looked elegant and dignified, but he could always subconsciously give off a powerful aura that made Zhou Xuanji's scalp numb. Zhou Xuanji did not know if Hong Qin Saint Lord was doing this on purpose or if it was just an accident. Thereafter, Hong Qin Sage Monarch started to explain the sacred Rainbow Sage Monarch's way. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Several years passed just like that. During this period of time, he and Hong Qin Saint Monarch did not move from their positions at all. They only moved their mouths and eyes. By the pool. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you understand? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, I roughly understand. He slowly stood up and prepared to find a quiet place to comprehend alone. Just cultivate in front of me. There's no need to care about me. Hong Qin Saint Monarch called out to him with a thought-provoking expression. Zhou Xuanji did not retort and sat down again, closing his eyes and cultivating. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao was a type of will sacred art. It could continuously temper one's will, allowing one's cultivation to erupt in a short period of time. This kind of explosion would not harm the physical body or soul, and was extremely powerful. It could even influence the will of others. Currently, Zhou Xuanji had only learned the first level of cultivation, and he began to comprehend it seriously. In his opinion, the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao was the pinnacle of a sword master's dominance. He was extremely interested in this divine ability. If he used the sword Tao to establish the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao, then wouldn't he be able to make all the swords in the boundless universe respect him? What a bold idea! Even if he managed to cultivate the first level of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao, he wouldn't be able to do it. But he dared to dream. As he began to cultivate, his swordsmanship appeared, as if countless silver stars were circling around him. Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, this kid's talent is indeed extraordinary. He actually directly understood the true essence of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao. He is truly an exceptional genius. At this moment, a ray of red light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head. It was the fated pearl. The fated fate pearl covered Zhou Xuanji and red light shone on Hong Qin Saint Lord's face. His eyes widened in shock. This pearl, how could it be? Hong Qin Saint Monarch frowned and murmured. His gaze became complicated. He suddenly had expectations for Zhou Xuanji. How long would it take for this kid to master the monarch rainbow Dao? Inside a pavilion, Yang Di was drinking wine when a man in golden clothes appeared beside him. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists as he said, "Your Majesty, the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has come to the Thunder Alliance, but he was taken away by the Saint's people." Sage? Sunlight Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems that the sage has chosen him." He sighed with mixed feelings. He sighed to himself. "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji. Why are you able to encounter great opportunities wherever you go? Your Majesty, do you still need me to wait for him to appear?" The golden-robed man asked. Sunlight Emperor nodded and waved his hand, "Go. Remember, do not offend the Sage Tower. Otherwise, I will not be able to protect you." The golden-robed man left immediately. Sunlight Emperor continued to think. He flipped his right hand, and a golden dove appeared. It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. He then looked out of the window and said to himself, "Qilin 9 absolutes. Even the sage wants to deal with you. It'll be hard for you not to die." The Thunder Alliance was vast. There was a world here, and there were undercurrents. The news about Hung Qin Saint Monarch taking in a disciple spread quickly. Hung Qin Saint Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Thunder Alliance. His sage tower attracted a lot of attention. That day, many people saw Zhou Xuanji enter the sage tower and did not come out again. If this wasn't taking in a disciple, what was? If Hung Qin Saint Monarch wanted to harm Zhou Xuanji, he would not dare to lure Zhou Xuanji into the tower in front of everyone. Soon, all factions began to dig into Zhou Xuanji's background. A powerful cultivator divined that Zhou Xuanji came from the Kunlun Origin Court and was the current sovereign of the Origin Court. When this news came out, it completely shocked the Thunder Alliance. Hung Qin Saint Monarch was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This further proved that Zhou Xuanji was Hung Qin Saint Monarch's disciple. Hung Qin Saint Monarch never took in disciples. Zhou Xuanji would be the first. All the giant cities were talking about this. In one of the inns, people were drinking and talking about this. TSK, I didn't expect the Saint Monarch to take in a disciple. So, the legendary decisive battle is coming? That's right. Gu Tianlin's name has already shaken tens of thousands of domains. How can Zhou Xuanji fight him? Believe in the Saint Monarch. His eyes are definitely ruthless. But how long will this unprecedented decisive battle take place? Back then, when Gu Tianlin was rejected by the Saint Monarch, he swore that he would kill every disciple the Saint Monarch took in. Gu Tianlin seems to be coming to the Thunder Alliance soon. In a corner of the inn, a woman was shaking a jade cup alone. It was Xin Nianxing. Hearing the discussions around her, she said in amazement, "That guy really causes a commotion wherever he goes. I like it." She smiled and got up to leave. While the outside world was in chaos, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. He didn't know that he had become the focus of the Thunder Alliance. He didn't open his eyes. He was in a wonderful state. The sword's way was transforming. The sword's way, the sword that ruled everything. Not only the sword, but he wanted to rule everything. His will began to transform toward the divine rainbow monarch Dao. So fast. Hung Qin Saint Lord said in amazement. His gaze fell on the faded pearl above Zhou Xuanji's head. The faded pearl gave off strands of red light that surrounded Zhou Xuanji like a river. It made him look so sacred and majestic. Hung Qin Saint Lord fell into a daze as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Another long period of time passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The faded pearl quickly disappeared into his body, and the surrounding red light dissipated as well. He looked at Hung Qin Saint Lord and asked, "Saint Lord, did I succeed?" Hung Qin Saint Lord nodded and said calmly, "You have great serendipity. You succeeded." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He only smiled calmly. What about the cultivation method after that? He asked. He couldn't wait to continue cultivating the second and third levels. He was fascinated by the power of the divine rainbow monarch Tao. That's all. The divine rainbow monarch Tao has countless levels, but only one can be cultivated, Hong Qin's Saint Lord replied with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. Hong Qin's Saint Lord was telling him that he should create his own divine rainbow monarch Tao. After you leave, you must be careful. There is a cause and effect. You have cultivated my divine rainbow monarch Tao, which is equivalent to half a disciple of mine. You must bear this karma, Hong Qin's Saint Lord said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 9:12. Bear the karma. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Saint, I didn't learn your Saint Rainbow Monarch way for nothing. I'm going to help you deal with Cardinal Heaven Saints, and yet you're saying this now. Aren't you digging a trap for me? Hong Qin's Saint Monarch shook his head and said with a smile, How can you say that? This is also your fortuitous encounter. After you leave, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this karma. If you refuse, the fortuitous encounter will leave. It's all up to you. Zhou Xuanji did not believe him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Rainbow Qin's Saint Lord waved his right hand and sent him out. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Saint Tower's gate with a deep frown. At this moment, he suddenly felt countless divine wills sweeping past him from all directions. He turned around and saw that this part of the universe was vast and boundless. In the distance, giant cities stood in great numbers, and countless living beings came and went. Everything looked so prosperous and harmonious, exactly the same as what he had seen before. However, at that time, he had not been the focus of so many divine wills. What happened? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in confusion. Could this be the cause and effect that Hong Qin's Saint Monarch mentioned? He scanned his surroundings and flew toward a nearby city. As soon as he entered the city, he quickly found an inn to stay in. During this time, there were still many divine senses locked onto him. In the Thunder Alliance, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed his. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked Little Supreme Sword why it was like this. Wait! I suddenly remember. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Cold sweat began to overflow from his forehead. Seeing how nervous he was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more confused. It's still related to that Gu Tianlin. When Gu Tianlin was young, he was peerlessly talented and considered himself to be extraordinary. He once wanted to become the disciple of the Holy Sage, but was rejected by the Holy Sage. Deeply humiliated, he swore an oath that if the Holy Sage dared to accept a disciple, he would kill the disciple. Before I died, one of the Holy Sage's disciples was brutally killed by Gu Tianlin. Moreover, it wasn't a sneak attack, but a challenge. He killed him in front of everyone. He believed in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but what kind of person was Gu Tianlin? Gu Tianlin had been cultivating longer than him. How could Zhou Xuanji fight against him? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, The saint doesn't hate you? Or is it that Gu Tianlin is so powerful that even the great sage is afraid of him? Or could it be that Gu Tianlin's father, the peerless genius of the ancient times, was still alive? Little Sovereign glared at him and disdainfully said, This is an open and above-board battle. Life and death are up to fate. How can a highly respected expert like the sage take action? Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and said in a low voice, You want to save face and suffer. Gu Tianlin was obviously targeting Hong Qin Great Sage. What was the point of talking about morality at this time? Don't worry about it too much. I reckon that the outside world has already regarded you as the Holy Sage's disciple. Gu Tianlin has his eyes on you and will definitely not let you off. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. Just the jade-eyed Yama Taotai alone was enough to make them tremble in fear, let alone Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji sat in front of the table and poured wine for himself. Since it's like this, let's wait for him to come, he said calmly. He already understood sacred monarch Hong Qin's intentions. To him, Gu Tianlin was both a crisis and an opportunity. He had just arrived, and if he could defeat Gu Tianlin, he would truly be the disciple of the Hongqin sage. At the same time, his reputation would skyrocket. In the future, when he led the Kunlun Origin Court to the boundless universe, everyone would definitely give him face. At that time, the Kunlun Origin Court would completely soar. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned sharp. Little Sovereign understood what he was thinking and frantically said, "Brother, don't think too highly of yourself. You are not Gu Tianlin's opponent at all. Even Jiang Feili couldn't compare to Gu Tianlin's strength." "I know, but doesn't Gu Tianlin like to fight? In other words, the battle won't come too soon." "I can stall for time," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After learning the Holy Rainbow Monarch Way, he really wanted to see how powerful he was. However, Gu Tianlin wasn't a good opponent for the time being. Right now, he just wanted to fight the Qilin 9 Absolutes as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to know who made the Qilin 9 Absolutes issue the Universe Kill Order. That guy shouldn't even think about living. Little Sovereign began to ponder. After a while, the door was knocked. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yang Di stepped in. He said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, you are really amazing. You have just arrived and you have already stirred up a storm in the Thunder Alliance. Now, everyone in the outside world is talking about you." He sat on the stool next to Zhou Xuanji and picked up the wine pot. He didn't treat Zhou Xuanji as an outsider at all. "Since you already know, you still dare to come to me. Aren't you afraid of offending Gu Tianlin?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. He looked at Yang Di curiously. "Is the soul really in Yang Di's body?" Yang Di smiled confidently and said, "Gu Tianlin is looking for you, not me. He is proud and aloof. He cares about his face the most. How can he kill the innocent? Besides, Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Before that, he will not cause trouble for you." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Previously, he guessed that Gu Tianlin had something to do with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. That was why he sent the jade-eyed Yama Tao Tai to deal with him. This is what happened. Since the establishment of the Qilin 9 Absolutes, they have issued the Universe Kill Order and accepted hunting missions everywhere. They have provoked countless enemies. One of Gu Tianlin's illegitimate descendants was also attacked by the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This has become Gu Tianlin's biggest joke. As long as the Qilin 9 Absolutes are not destroyed, it will be difficult for him to quell his anger. Zhou Xuanji shook his head after listening to Yang Di's explanation. Why are there still so many powerful cultivators who care about their face in the endless universe? The Qilin 9 Absolutes didn't care about their reputation. That's why they have such momentum today. "Why did you come to me?" Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. He couldn't wait to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. The corner of Yang Di's mouth rose as he said, "Get ready. The Qilin 9 Absolutes have already rushed to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They are gathering their minions. They have already caused a lot of turmoil. Everyone thinks that they just want to kill their way in to find the Sovereign's opportunity. Little do they know that their real goal is the Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, they didn't hide their actions. It is said that the martial dragon ape Sovereign has been captured by them." His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he gripped his wine glass tightly. "Martial dragon ape Sovereign? TSK, the Qilin 9 Absolutes are already this strong?" Little Sovereign sighed. He had obviously heard of the martial dragon ape Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji wasn't interested in the martial dragon ape Sovereign. He asked, "When can we leave?" Yang Di replied, "We have to leave in half a year at the latest. This is also the reason why the saint released you." "Half a year?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect the Qilin 9 Absolutes to move so quickly. He originally thought that the Qilin 9 absolutes would take some time to prepare. Okay, you get ready first. I also need to find other helpers. Yang Di got up and left after saying this. Chapter 9:13. Half a year was very short in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but wandered around the Thunder Alliance. Occasionally, he would buy things that he was interested in. The common currency in the endless universe was the Supreme Crystal. Supreme Crystals were produced by Supreme Divine Power, and required special methods to refine them into pure energy crystals that could be used by other creatures to cultivate. In the Thunder Alliance, every single Supreme Crystal had to be inspected before it could be used to trade for treasures. Apart from that, one could also use treasures and divine abilities to exchange for Supreme Crystals. Zhou Xuanji's Supreme Storage had plenty of artifacts, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. He did not need to consume his own sovereign divine power at all. On this day, Sunlight Emperor found Zhou Xuanji and prepared to bring him to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked in his heart, "Should I contact the saint?" Little Sovereign replied, "Don't worry." How could he not know? That's right. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Holding the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, he flew out of the Thunder Alliance's domain with Yang Di. Hundreds of figures were floating in the dark void in front of them. All of them were great sovereigns, and half of them were great sovereigns that he couldn't see through. Sunlight Emperor, you are finally here. A Grand Supreme said with a smile. The other Grand Supreme also looked at Sunlight Emperor. Their gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, nearly half of the Grand Sovereign's faces changed. Sword Emperor. The disciple of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. Zhou Xuanji understood their expressions and felt a little helpless in his heart. Even though Hong Qin's Saint Lord was highly respected and had unfathomable cultivation, Zhou Xuanji no longer wanted to take him as his teacher. He did not need a master. Even without the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao, he could still become stronger. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji received a lot of eager attention. He didn't put on airs in front of these great sovereigns and chatted happily with them. The Thunder Alliance was at the edge of the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair. After flying for a short while, they could see the majestic scene of the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair from afar. It was as if a huge black mouth was hanging in front of him, and its edges were suffused with red clouds. It was extremely bewitching. Myriad Domain Devil Nest, Supreme Being Graveyard. Since ancient times, how many heroes have died here? Sunlight Emperor sighed with a complicated look. But Zhou Xuanji saw a face flash across his eyes. It was extremely horrifying, but it disappeared in an instant. What should we do? Should we force our way through or hide? A girl asked. All the supreme beings gathered here had a blood feud with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Her Tao companion had been killed by the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, and her soul had even been refined into an elixir. At the mention of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, her gaze was incomparably vicious. Sunlight Emperor pondered and said, "Let's hide first. The 9 killers of Qilin have been loitering at the edge of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I'm afraid their target is not the supreme opportunity. Let's see the situation clearly before we make a move. This time, it's not just us who are dealing with the 9 killers of Qilin." He did not reveal the true purpose of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. If other people knew that a Cardinal Heaven expert could control it, there would be a huge uproar. After that, Sunlight Emperor took out a stone and put everyone in it. Then he held the stone and flew forward. Zhou Xuanji came to a dark space. He and the other great sovereigns landed on a floating island and waited quietly. Before the battle, everyone stopped chatting and adjusted their state, ready to fight at any time. Zhou Xuanji walked to an empty corner with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand. He leaned against a rock and asked in his heart, "Did you notice it just now?" Well, that guy's soul is indeed still there. The soul fusion inheritance is just a cover. Looking at his face, I estimate that it won't be long before Sunlight Emperor's body will be seized. This process is irreversible unless Sunlight Emperor is killed. Little Supreme replied with a solemn tone. He was afraid of the soul in Sunlight Emperor's body. He can perfectly use the soul fusion inheritance and hide his soul. I'm afraid his origin is more terrifying than I thought. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, you must stay away from Sunlight Emperor as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble, Little Sovereign reminded. Little Sovereign, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would stir up trouble again. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart, I'm not that bored. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, I still have to face Gu Tianlin. Although he and Sunlight Emperor were old friends, they weren't so close that they would risk their lives for each other. This cooperation was only because the two had a common goal. But then again, what was the hatred between Sunlight Emperor and the 9 absolutes of the Qilin? Did he really just want revenge? Zhou Xuanji was very doubtful about this. Every time Sunlight Emperor mentioned the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, it was more playful than murderous. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor flew straight toward the 10,000 territories devil lair. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, like a sun, traversing the void. After flying for a long time, he finally saw the giant ship of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast crawling in the void. Ancient desolation of the Qilin, long time no see. Sunlight Emperor flew toward him and shouted in a loud voice. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black saber chi swept over with great momentum, intending to cut him into ashes. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, counteracting all the black saber chi. He smiled contemptuously and said, What? You 9 absolutes of the Qilin are so afraid of me? If you don't let me finish, you will attack. Facing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, his eyes were sharp. His hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He was obviously very vigilant. Who are you? We have met before, but I can't remember your name, Ancient Desolation's voice floated over. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice floated over, its tone hesitant. Sunlight Emperor wasn't worthy of his attention. In this regard, Sunlight Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, I know your plan. I can help you awaken the cardinal heaven. As soon as he said this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. It was the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab Sunlight Emperor's neck. Sunlight Emperor's body flashed and turned into countless shadows, dodging his hand. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy dodge him? That is, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin squinted his eyes. Seeing the face in Sunlight Emperor's eyes, he immediately thought of something and smiled weirdly. Looking down at the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin, Sunlight Emperor said, I am from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you attack again, I will not help you. I will help others to awaken the cardinal heaven. His face was cold. He was trying his best to restrain the murderous intent in his heart. This guy is too presumptuous. He didn't take me seriously at all. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked with a faint smile, How can you help me? Sunlight Emperor snorted coldly, Jiang Feili has already told Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji about your plan. And in order to deal with Jiang Feili, Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji told all the sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you understand your situation now? Having heard this, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin's expression changed drastically. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he was invincible. The thought of some powerful cultivators from the Kunlun Origin Court made him shudder. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy recently. Then how do you want to help me? The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked coldly, staring into Sunlight Emperor's eyes. Chapter 9:14. Sunlight Emperor transmitted his voice to Ancient Desolation. He was confident that Ancient Desolation would agree. Just as expected. Ancient Desolation's eyes flickered when he heard this. The atmosphere was silent. The surrounding void was frozen. In the distance, The 8 ultimate Qilin stood on the deck and looked at Sunlight Emperor with different expressions. After a while, Ancient Desolation looked up at Sunlight Emperor and said, "Okay, follow me." He turned around and flew toward the giant ship. Sunlight Emperor followed closely behind. And just like that, Sunlight Emperor entered the giant ship. He projected his vision into the world inside the stone so that everyone could see it. TSK, what did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? He dared to let us see it. It must be something important. Didn't he say to hide? Why did he go up himself? What did he say to make Ancient Desolation trust him? Ancient Desolation is famous for being suspicious. I think we still have to be careful of him. The great sovereigns discussed and became vigilant against Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. What did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? Under the lead of Ancient Desolation, Sunlight Emperor boarded the ship. The two walked into a pavilion and began talking about the past in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They did not mention Sovereign Heaven and Sovereign Serendipity. It seemed that Ancient Desolation did not completely trust his subordinates. The two chatted for a while before Ancient Desolation left, leaving Sunlight Emperor to rest alone. Sunlight Emperor did not enter the stone space where Zhou Xuanji and the others were, nor did he take them out. Instead, he cultivated quietly. Time passed just like that. About 4 years had passed. Qilin 9 Absolutes began to move. The giant ship flew toward the darkness of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair and was soon swallowed by the darkness. Numerous black shadows appeared on the giant ship like ghosts. Qilin 9 Absolutes stood on the deck, side by side, looking ahead. Big brother, do you feel it? Killing intent. The other Qilin 9 Absolutes looked solemn too. They had sensed the dangerous aura a few years ago. But they could not defeat Ancient Desolation. Moreover, it would be more dangerous if they left alone. The Qilin 9 Absolute's strength was uneven. Ancient Desolation was far more powerful than them. This was also the biggest reason why they relied on Ancient Desolation. For countless years, they had killed too many creatures and made countless enemies. Once they left Ancient Desolation, they would surely be killed. It's fine. Let's move forward. Qilin Gu Huang said with a calm expression. He did not panic in the slightest. His eyes were filled with passion. He couldn't wait to carry out his plan to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. A majestic fog appeared in the darkness ahead. It was getting closer and closer like a sea of clouds. Take out the Opportunity Stone. The Qilin Ancient Desolation suddenly ordered. As his voice fell, countless Opportunity Stones flew out from the black shadows and floated above the giant ship. They were like billions of stars, emitting various colors of light, extremely resplendent. At the same time, the Grand Supremes in the stone space all stood up. Zhou Xuanji continued to meditate and looked up at Yangdi's vision. He asked in his heart, "Can you tell?" The Lesser Supreme Sword next to him trembled slightly, and Little Supreme Sword's voice entered his ears, "I can't see through him. His cultivation is still improving." 3 years ago, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign noticed that Yangdi's cultivation was quietly improving. If not for the fact that Zhou Xuanji had learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao, he would not have noticed this. At the very least, the other Grand Sovereigns didn't notice it. This guy might have already used the power of the soul in his body. I just don't know if he is aware of the existence of the soul's consciousness, Little Sovereign sighed. Not only could he not see through Yangdi's cultivation, but he also couldn't see through this guy's intentions. The younger generation nowadays is really getting more and more extraordinary. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Yang Di had already gotten up and walked out of the pavilion. He then saw the vast sea of Opportunity Stones. He continued to ask in his heart, "Do you think he might have some other conspiracy?" Little Sovereign replied, "There must be. Be careful." The other Grand Sovereigns were also exhorting each other. Not only do I have to be careful of the Qilin 9 Absolutes, but I also have to be careful of Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly surprised. Aren't they afraid that Yang Di will hear them? Yang Di has never explained anything. Could it be that he tacitly agrees? Let him out. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. A black hole appeared above the giant ship, and a ferocious dragon head poked out. He had the body of an ape with exaggerated muscles. The black hair on his body swayed like flames. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. He was even bigger than the black ship. He spread his arms, shaking the surrounding clouds. Break through. Qilin Ancient Desolation ordered. As his voice fell, Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign opened his bloody mouth. There was a loud bang. A blood-colored beam of light shot out from his mouth, directly shattering the dark space in front of him. The nearby spiritual chi poured into the hole in front of him as illusions emerged one after another. These illusions were all scenes of some powerful cultivators roaming the myriad domain devil lair. When they gathered together, it was like a blooming epiphyllum. It was extremely spectacular. Go in. Qilin Ancient Desolation waved his right hand. Countless opportunity stones turned into a river and poured into the hole in the space. In an instant, the opportunity stones exploded one after another, turning into endless powder. The Qilin 9 Absolutes raised their hands in unison as a black flag appeared in their hands out of thin air. A blood-colored face was engraved on the flag. Only the outline could be seen, but the face couldn't be seen. Universe Overlord, show yourself. Qilin Ancient Desolation furiously roared. His robe fluttered in the wind, looking extremely domineering. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign flew out of the black hole and slammed into the hole in the space, stepping into the Opportunity Stone powder. All the Opportunity Stone powder attached to his body, turning him into a body of light. The 9 black flags burst out with a blood-colored radiance, intertwining with each other before condensing into a blood-colored net of light that spread toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Those flashing illusions also drilled into Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's body. So that's how it is. Those are the memories of a cardinal heaven, Little Sovereign sighed. Little Sovereign sighed. He admired the ancient desolate Qilin's means. Zhou Xuanji was also seriously observing. He wanted to explore the mystery behind it. Qilin Ancient Desolation is really amazing. No matter how amazing he is, he still has to die. Who is the Universe Overlord? In all fairness, Qilin Ancient Desolation is indeed a peerless genius. No wonder he can develop the Qilin 9 Absolutes to this point. What is he doing? Why does it feel like he is going to resurrect someone? The great sovereigns were in an uproar. Only now did they realize that something was wrong. Qilin 9 Absolutes wasn't looking for a sovereign's opportunity but to resurrect an ancient powerful cultivator. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's figure began to change. His roar shook the myriad domain devil lair. He was in extreme pain. Just at this moment, a faint sound of a zither resounded. It sounded like an illusion under the roar of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Qilin Ancient Desolation's expression changed drastically. He murmured, "You really came." He immediately signaled the Qilin 8 Absolutes to prepare for battle. Chapter 9:15. Hung Qin Sage. Not only ancient Qilin, but the other 8 Absolutes also guessed the other party's identity. Their faces instantly turned ugly. They had guessed that enemies would come to disturb them, but they didn't expect the first to be Hung Qin Sage. Given Hung Qin Sage's identity and status, if he made a move, it would definitely attract more enemies, and the danger would be unthinkable. Damn it! What feud do we have with him? Sage has made a move. Looks like someone is targeting us. Be careful, there are other murderous intents. Once our plan succeeds, we won't have to be afraid of sages. With Big Brother here, sages are nothing. Ancient Qilin regained his calm after listening to his subordinates' discussion. He was the leader of the 9 Absolutes, so how could he panic? He glanced at Martial Dragon Ape. Martial Dragon Ape's form had changed completely. He looked like an ancient demon god. Within the light, he had 6 arms, looking extremely ferocious. Especially his eyes, which shone with a green light that even the Opportunity Stone could not cover. Cardinal Heaven. The overlord of the universe was reviving. His aura rose steadily and was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, waves of peerlessly powerful auras erupted from all directions, surrounding the giant ship. Prepare to fight. A burly Qilin Absolute roared. The black figures on the ship took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. The experts who had been hiding for a long time appeared one after another. There were hundreds of them, all emitting tyrannical auras, causing the dark space of the myriad domain devil lair to ripple. Hong Qin Sage's music stopped abruptly. Ancient Qilin. It's time for our battle to continue. Li Yingyo's domineering laughter resounded throughout the myriad domain devil lair. He, who was burning with flames, walked towards Ancient Qilin step by step. Ancient Qilin flipped his right hand, and a blood blade appeared in his hand. The back of the blade was dyed with black patterns, and the front of the handle was like a ferocious tiger's head. The tiger's eyes were inlaid with 2 purple crystals, emitting an ominous glint. A bunch of rascals dare to stop me. Today, I will kill you one by one like the overlord of the universe and bury you in the myriad domain devil lair forever. Ancient Qilin laughed. As his voice fell, his aura suddenly exploded. All the supreme experts' expressions changed. A blood-red light shone in the myriad domain demon lair, and a violent saber chi raged in the dark void. The Grand Supremes used their divine abilities to defend themselves. The other Qilin 8 Absolutes also made their moves, and a great battle broke out. Inside the spatial hole, Martial Dragon Ape Venerable was still roaring, but his voice was changing. His aura began to strengthen at an extremely fast speed, startling some great supreme beings into turning around to attack him. However, they were stopped by the Qilin 8 Absolutes. The black silhouettes on the giant ship also attacked. Their cultivations weren't weak either. They flew quickly, and their speed was so fast that the eyes of the Grand Supremes couldn't keep up. The battlefield became chaotic. Sunlight Emperor stood in front of the railing and looked at the battlefield. He first looked at Ancient Desolation, then at Martial Dragon Ape. His expression became strange, and his smile was extremely cold. Cardinal Heaven, you belong to me. He mumbled and leaped into the air, heading towards the Martial Dragon Ape. He walked at a steady pace, perhaps waiting for an opportunity. The Qilin Ancient Desolate's performance was very tyrannical. If he were to easily approach, he would definitely be attacked by the Qilin Ancient Desolate. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji and the others were still waiting. Most of the great sovereigns were extremely anxious. Why hasn't Sunlight Emperor let us out yet? Yeah. Now is the best time for us to join the battle. I told you, he has ulterior motives. Wait, did you notice? There's an array here. I can't even force my way out. What? We are trapped. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown when he heard the cries of alarm around him. He used his divine will to touch the space and found that there was indeed some kind of power blocking them. What does this guy want? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did I trust Sunlight Emperor so easily? Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his ears. It seems that this guy is also plotting a Cardinal Heaven. He trapped you here. Could it be that he wants to use you as nutrients for the Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened after hearing this. He can't be so perverted. He looked up and saw that Sunlight Emperor was paying attention to the battle between the Qilin Ancient Desolate. Li Yingyu was indeed powerful. The flames on his body made Sunlight Emperor's vision fluctuate. He and Ancient Desolation, Qilin, clashed wildly. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. It was extremely spectacular. No one dared to approach within 100 miles. Ancient Desolation, frowning, said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to advance by leaps and bounds. Li Yingyu burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably wild. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said with a cold smile, today, I will return the humiliation and the blood feud from back then. Boom! The flames on his body soared as he swung his fists. Countless fire dragons soared into the sky, crashed into the ground, or circled around. All of them madly rushed toward ancient desolation from all directions. The surrounding great sovereigns were all frightened. They had no choice but to pull away from the battlefield. Even Zhou Xuanji and the others inside the stone space could feel the scorching heat. The scorching heat that penetrated through time and space. Li Yingyu's fire Dao had reached an incredible level. However, even though he was so powerful, he couldn't suppress ancient desolation. With Li Yingyu as a foil, Zhou Xuanji could truly understand how powerful ancient desolation was. No matter how Li Yingyu attacked, the ancient desolate Qilin's aura continued to grow. Wisps of blood qi and black qi overflowed from the surface of his body, condensing into a terrifying giant demon above his head. 2 Qilins crawled on his shoulders, roaring endlessly. You want to take revenge with such little strength? Ancient Desolation laughed mockingly. He waved his right hand, and the giant demon above his head flew out like lightning. It swallowed all the fire dragons and took Li Yingyu away. Li Yingyu was swallowed by the giant demon and was being ravaged by a mysterious corrosive force. My supreme divine power, Li Yingyu's expression changed drastically. His supreme divine power was melting rapidly. If this continued, he would surely lose. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor suddenly sped up and charged toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Stop! The Qilin demon flew over and kicked Sunlight Emperor. A gust of black wind swept across and sent Sunlight Emperor flying away. The next second, Sunlight Emperor appeared behind her out of thin air with a cold expression. Who do you think you are? Sunlight Emperor slammed his palm on the Qilin demon's back. The Qilin demon immediately exploded and turned into a puff of black smoke. Kill! 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 Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign roared suddenly. His tone was filled with anger. Everyone, including Sunlight Emperor, spat out blood and was sent flying by a terrible impact before they could even react. Ancient Desolation Qilin also withstood the impact. But he only swayed a little and was not injured. He turned around and said in excitement with a crazed look, Universe Overlord. You are finally coming back to life. Chapter 9:16. The ancient Qilin's words echoed in the myriad domain devil lair for a long time. All the Grand Supreme's expressions changed when they heard this. Who was the overlord of the universe he was talking about? Humph. You want to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert? Dream on. Li Yingyu smiled contemptuously. His words were full of contempt. His words directly exposed the ancient Qilin's plan, causing an uproar among all the Grand Supremes. It turned out that the ancient Qilin's goal was not the cardinal opportunity. He actually wanted to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. Was he crazy? The Grand Supremes were all frightened. Of course, some of them already knew the truth and immediately calmed down to fight. The ancient Qilin's expression changed drastically and he looked at Li Yingyu with hatred. You really want to die? The ancient Qilin said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant demon above his head rushed towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu was not afraid. Flames wrapped around his body and quickly condensed into a giant god of flames, which he punched. Boom! The two huge existences collided, like a primordial world crashing into a primordial world, destroying everything. Countless illusions appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. The ancient Qilin rushed towards Li Yingyu. His killing intent had already condensed into a substance, and he vowed to kill Li Yingyu. The giant god of flames exploded. The ancient Qilin broke through the flames and stepped forward, squeezing the space and rushing towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu felt the danger and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to dodge, a palm fell on his chest one after another. The surface of his body cracked and blood splashed out uncontrollably. This power! How is it possible? Li Yingyu could not believe what he was feeling. He had fought with the ancient Qilin before, but it was not so terrifying at that time. After so many years, he had been improving, and so had the ancient Qilin. The ancient Qilin flashed behind Li Yingyu, and a black token flew out from his forehead. It burst out with black light and covered Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu, who was covered in blood, was instantly terrified. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Seeing that the ancient Qilin was about to kill Li Yingyu, the ancient Qilin suddenly caught a glimpse of Sunlight Emperor rushing towards the martial dragon ape Venerable. He immediately changed his target. When Sunlight Emperor saw that he was about to touch martial dragon ape Venerable, a horrifying power came from the side with a strong wind. It was unstoppable. He subconsciously turned his head to look. Smack! The Qilin Ancient Desolation sent him flying with a slap, then waved his sleeve and retracted his hand. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to fight with me with just this thing?" Sunlight Emperor was slapped so hard that his crown fell off. His hair was in a mess, and he was in a mess. Martial Dragon Ape Venerable's body began to shrink as the opportunity stone powder floating around him all entered his body. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had turned into a stone man with a silver-gray stone face. All the great supremes who were fighting stopped, and all the beings on the Qilin 9 Absolutes side stopped as well. Qilin Emperor King Emperor Emperor, and Martial Qilin, about, Emperor Emperor is Qilin Sacred Emperor is, Heaven, Qilin King is going to be revived. Qilin of King of Qilin, Qilin Emperor is Qilin Qilin. Q Qilin. Qilin Qilin of, Qilin Qilin Qilin, Qilin, about. Out. Qilin Qilin said. About Qilin. Emperor. The Grand Sovereigns began discussing. They were all terrified. There were countless legends about Cardinal Heaven in the universe. The longer one lived, the more one would understand the real Cardinal Heaven. The tyranny and brutality of a Cardinal Heaven expert was unparalleled in the long river of history. At this moment, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither sounded, which calmed all the Grand Sovereigns. Qilin Ancient Desolation, there are some powers you shouldn't touch. Rainbow Qin Saint's voice came. It was light and breezy, as though he was unaware of the danger and was not afraid of the Cardinal Heaven. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland was stunned, and said coldly, "Hong Qin Holy Monarch, I never thought that you would bend down to personally deal with me. Very good, today I will see just how powerful the famous Holy Monarch is." Another giant demon appeared above his head. It had 4 arms, each holding a divine weapon. Activating its divine power, it produced a thunderous explosion that covered Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music. However, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music suddenly became louder, intertwining with Qilin Ancient Desolation's divine power. The other creatures were mesmerized by it. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air, looking at Sunlight Emperor's vision. Holding the Life and Death Emperor's sword and Lesser Supreme sword in his hands, he murmured with a sharp look in his eyes, "Have you thought of a way?" He and Little Sovereign were thinking about how to break out. Not only them, but the other Grand Sovereigns trapped here were also thinking the same. They could clearly see Sunlight Emperor's vision. This guy was charging at Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign like a moth flying into a flame again and again. Their hearts were pounding. It's crazy. No, this space is too stable. Only great sovereigns of the 5 courts can break it. Little Sovereign said, gnashing his teeth. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor took action again. Taking advantage of Qilin Ancient Desolation and Rainbow Qin Saint's confrontation, Sunlight Emperor quietly flew toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Stop! Qilin Demonic Qilin shouted as she threw the flag in her hand. The flag turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the back of Sunlight Emperor's head. Suddenly, Sunlight Emperor split into 2, dodged the flag, and landed beside Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Both he and his clone raised their hands and pressed on Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's shoulder. Not far away, Ancient Desolation Qilin was still fighting against Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's music. He noticed Sunlight Emperor's action. Instead of getting angry, He revealed a strange smile. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and burst into laughter. Ancient Desolation Qilin. What did you say before? Did you see it? Cardinal Heaven has fallen into Emperor's hands. Next, Emperor will. Ping. The stone surface of martial dragon ape sovereign suddenly shattered as a golden arm stretched out. Its palm was like a knife, piercing Sunlight Emperor's throat. Sunlight Emperor's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at martial dragon ape sovereign in horror. The stone surface of martial dragon ape sovereign's face shattered, revealing a golden eye that was bone-chilling. Cardinal Heaven. Sunlight Emperor was almost scared out of his wits. He said with difficulty, how can you be so fast? Seeing this scene, Ancient Desolation Qilin burst into crazy laughter. He raised his arms and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. The Overlord of the universe has been resurrected. No one can stop me. I will dominate everything. I will create a new era of unification. The other grand sovereigns were trembling with fear. Their eyes fell on martial dragon ape sovereign's golden eye, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, a golden crack appeared in the space of the stone, cutting across the void. Zhou Xuanji dashed out immediately, followed by the others. They passed through the space-time turbulence and came to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They turned around and saw the battlefield immediately. Sunlight Emperor's throat was pierced by martial dragon ape sovereign's palm. He could not move at all. The scene was dead silent. All living beings looked at Sunlight Emperor and martial dragon ape sovereign nervously, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 9:17. Good fella, the Cardinal Heaven will has begun to awaken. Little Sovereign's scream rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was filled with disbelief and a trace of fear. He had lived countless years longer than Zhou Xuanji. In his era, he knew more about the legends of Cardinal Heaven. Once the Cardinal Heaven experts were revived, it would be a true catastrophe. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, since he's awake, why is there no movement? Sunlight Emperor didn't speak either. Are they communicating? Sunlight Emperor and martial dragon ape fell into a strange silence. They looked at each other and showed the same cold smile. Ancient Wasteland also sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and looked at Sunlight Emperor and martial dragon ape venerable. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord zither music was still ringing out. It was getting louder and louder, becoming the only sound in the 10,000 domain demon lair. Qilin 8 Absolutes flew to the side of Qilin Ancient Desolation and asked nervously. Big brother, what should we do? Can we still control the Cardinal Heaven? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Could it be that they have some sort of connection? Why don't we retreat, big brother, kill him? Facing the anxiety and urging of his subordinates, the Qilin Ancient Wasteland remained calm. His eyes were fixed on the martial dragon ape sovereign, as if he wanted to see through him. More accurately, he wanted to see through the Cardinal Heaven. Remember, never underestimate the power you once looked up to. Hong Qin Great Lord's voice resounded throughout the Myriad Domain Demon Lair, causing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin to be visibly moved. Qilin Ancient Desolation seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock, impossible. He suddenly flew toward the Cardinal Heaven. Sunlight Emperor suddenly raised his palm and slapped towards him. Hundreds of golden souls flew out from his palm, and all of them looked like martial dragon ape. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland waved its hand, wanting to use its own supreme divine power to disperse these golden souls. In the end, it was directly stuck to by them and quickly pulled into the distance. At this time, wisps of blue air flowed out of Sunlight Emperor's eyes, which condensed into a hideous face. He stared at martial dragon Yuan Venerable and grinned. Cardinal Heaven, you really know how to scheme. The golden eyes of the martial dragon ape stared at him without saying a word. His eyes were still cold. Hong Qin Saint suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. His body was trembling and his face was filled with shock. How is that possible? You also, the Rainbow Qin's Sacred Lord said with a trembling voice, unable to maintain his calm expression. Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said, "Long time no see, boy. I advise you to mind your own business." Martial Dragon Ape Venerable also glanced at Hung Qin's sacred monarch. Sacred Lord Hung Qin fell silent. All the creatures watching from afar were very confused. What does that mean? Saint Hung Qin knew Sunlight Emperor? Sunlight Emperor even called Hung Qin Saint a kid? All of this was too unreasonable. Wasn't Sunlight Emperor captured by Martial Dragon Yuanzun? No. More accurately speaking, he was captured by a Cardinal Heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. He asked softly, "What do you mean? The other soul in Sunlight Emperor's body has also awakened?" Little Sovereign replied, "Yes." His tone became extremely complicated as he faintly said, "That soul seems to know the great sage and the Cardinal Heaven expert. What exactly is their relationship? I keep feeling that something is wrong. Why don't you retreat?" Retreat? Zhou Xuanji frowned and hesitated. It wasn't easy for them to get here, and they were going to leave just like that? But on second thought, no, I have no choice but to come here. The Cardinal Heaven had already awakened its consciousness. Looking at the Qilin ancient desolation, it had obviously lost control of the Cardinal Heaven. It was useless for him to stay. "Are you sure?" he asked again. "I'm sure." Little Sovereign replied in a sonorous voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji turned around and left. "Hunyuan Heaven, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Hung Qin's sacred lord's voice resounded. His tone was filled with anger. "What? He is actually one of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens, Hunyuan Heaven. Run! Full speed!" Little Sovereign cried in horror. Zhou Xuanji was taken aback. Although he was puzzled, he still fled at full speed. He left the myriad domain devil lair as fast as he could. The other great sovereigns noticed his escape. Some of them immediately followed suit. But most of them chose to stay. After all, they had Hung Qin's sacred lord to back them up. What does the post-ancient sovereign three heavens mean? Zhou Xuanji asked as he flew. Could it be that sovereign heaven is also one of them? After the primeval sovereign era, there were three supreme experts, namely Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and Hongmeng Heaven. Their strength was extraordinary, and they were collectively known as the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were born at different times, and their original bodies were formed from the heavenly Tao of the various courts. When cultivated to the peak, they were invincible. When cultivated to the extreme, they were invincible, Little Sovereign explained nervously. The strength of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens is equal. Sovereign Heaven has never been defeated, but they have never defeated Hunyuan Heaven or Hongmeng Heaven. After Sovereign Heaven fell, Hunyuan Heaven disappeared inexplicably. As for Hongmeng Heaven, its whereabouts have always been mysterious. It once fought with Sovereign Heaven and was equally matched. After that battle, it became one of the three heavens. Zhou Xuanji's heart pounded wildly. It turned out that the existence in Yang Di's body had such a great origin. No wonder it could hide its existence so perfectly that Yang Di didn't notice it. He asked Yang Di to revive Sovereign Heaven. What is it for? And that Hongmeng Heaven? What does it have to do with Sovereign Wuzhou? Otherwise, why would Sovereign Wuzhou name his opportunity as Serendipity of the World? Could it be that he has seen Hongmeng Heaven? Many thoughts emerged in Zhou Xuanji's mind in an instant. This is big trouble. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven have joined hands. They are going to sweep the endless universe. Before I fell, I had never heard of an existence stronger than the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Little Sovereign lamented. His tone was filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, they shouldn't be friends. Otherwise, why would Sovereign Heaven attack Hunyuan Heaven? Could it be that Hunyuan Heaven wants the power of Sovereign Heaven? Hearing this, Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. He felt that it was possible. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. Even though Zhou Xuanji was in the space-time turbulence, the explosion made him dizzy. He almost fainted. He looked back and saw that the space-time turbulence behind him had collapsed. Countless lightning bolts were wantonly twisting. Zhou Xuanji was horrified. What kind of power is this? It can even blast the space-time turbulence across such a long distance. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would be dead for sure. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji directly entered the absolute time realm to take refuge. In the absolute time realm of nothingness, Little Sovereign flew out of the Little Supreme Sword. He sighed and said, Motherf *Ker, you're poisonous. Zhou Xuanji was depressed. What does it have to do with me? Why is the endless universe in chaos as soon as you come? It was the same in the Kunlun Origin Court. Little Sovereign cursed. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. He spoke as if it was all his fault. Little Sovereign's tone suddenly changed as he said, Now, only Hong Meng Heaven is left. 3 heavens have gathered. It will definitely be a golden age. Guess who Hong Meng Heaven will be and when will he appear? Chapter 9:18. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens mentioned by Little Sovereign. He even guessed that the serendipity of the supreme legendary sword system came from the Hong Meng heavens. Will Guzun 3 heavens be able to find absolute time in the future? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He was worried that Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven would come here. On second thought, he did not have any enmity with the 2 heavens. His strength was unlikely to enter the eyes of a Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven expert. I'm not sure, because I don't know how strong they are. Little Sovereign shook his head. He felt very helpless. He didn't expect that Zhou Xuanji would come into contact with a power beyond his imagination so quickly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. He could only hide here for now. He sat down in the void and began to cultivate the Holy Rainbow Monarch Dao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was the only cultivation path that could allow him to quickly improve. Even if he cultivated according to his own cultivation technique, it was still a long way off for him to break through to the Great Supreme of the 3 courts. No matter how monstrous his talent was, he still needed time. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the absolute time realm, there was no time. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji cultivated here, he could return to when he first entered. Witnessing the battle between Qilin Ancient Desolation and Li Yingyu gave him some insight. This time, he had stayed in the absolute time realm for several decades, and his strength had improved greatly. Only then did Zhou Xuanji prepare to leave. He chose to step out when half a year had passed in the outside world. Passing through the space-time turbulence, he arrived at the universe domain. As soon as he appeared, the pungent smell of blood wafted into his nose, causing him to frown. He turned around and scanned the area. His expression immediately changed. Countless corpses floated in the air, densely packed together. There were even more corpses than stars in the sky. They came in all shapes and sizes, and there were all sorts of races. As far as the eye could see, it was a ghastly sight. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. His heart was heavy. Little Sovereign looked over with a solemn expression and murmured, It seems that Cardinal Heaven has been resurrected. Look carefully. There are quite a few corpses of grand sovereigns among them. The might of a sovereign has yet to dissipate completely. In front of a Cardinal Heaven expert, a grand sovereign was like a pig or a dog. Zhou Xuanji asked, Where should I go next? Back to the Kunlun Origin Court. He felt that there would be trouble if he returned to the Thunder Alliance. After all, the Thunder Alliance was near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Let's walk around. Anyway, it's better to stay away from the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Little Sovereign muttered to himself. He was also a little confused right now. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert was revived, there would be no peace in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately flew in another direction. About 2 hours after he had left, A figure drenched in blood flew over. His arms drooped and his head hung low. His messy long hair was tangled in blood. It was Sunlight Emperor. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor's eyes were white and lifeless, just like a walking corpse. "I can't die," he muttered to himself in a trembling voice as he staggered forward. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound came from behind, and a large white hand suddenly grabbed him, directly grabbing him and quickly disappearing into the darkness. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed. In the first half a month, no matter where he flew, there were corpses everywhere. It was as if someone had purposely placed the sea of corpses there. Even Zhou Xuanji would not leave any corpses behind, let alone stronger existences. A battle between great sovereigns was absolutely destructive to the point of turning bones into ashes and scattering souls. It's really a disaster. These creatures might have come from some court realm. No matter who killed them, it proves that this guy is extremely cruel and unforgivable. Little Sovereign sighed. He couldn't bear to look at those tragic scenes. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and didn't answer him. They were already far away from the myriad domain demon lair and were getting closer and closer to the Kunlun origin court. If it's really impossible, I will go back. At least the Divine Rainbow Monarch Road is enough for me to cultivate for a while, Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. He was really worried about the Kunlun origin court. If the Kunlun origin court was like these court realms, he would definitely go crazy. Don't panic, the Cardinal Heaven is from the Kunlun origin court. He won't destroy the Kunlun origin court. You should look for your own opportunities now. Quickly become stronger so that you can protect everything you want to protect. Little Sovereign said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji began to adjust his emotions. He continued moving forward. After half a month, they came to a dilapidated floating island. This island wasn't big. There was a mountain range on it. A waterfall fell along the mountain stream. The scenery was very beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's divine will covered the entire floating island and whispered, "There is the aura of a creature here. It just left not long ago." Little Sovereign rubbed his chin as he scanned the surroundings and said, "It should be here. The familiar aura I felt before is still here." 3 days ago, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, which made him very excited. So, Zhou Xuanji brought him here. However, they found nothing. "Let's wait," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Zhou Xuanji said softly. After that, he found a place to sit down. Although the island was dilapidated, its ecological environment was still maintained. A gentle breeze blew past, making it very refreshing. Little Sovereign floated around him and said in amazement, "Your Divine Rainbow Monarch Road has become stronger again." "Kid, you can still become stronger while traveling?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I was just thinking about the spirit of Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. I didn't expect it to be helpful for the Divine Rainbow Monarch Road." Little Sovereign only felt that it was incredible. He could also think about it. Why isn't it helpful for cultivation? Could it be that peerless talents are unimaginable? Little Sovereign couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. He drilled into the Lesser Supreme Sword to rest. After half a day, Zhou Xuanji felt an aura flying over. He immediately opened his eyes and called out to Little Sovereign. It was a child. He seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. He looked like a porcelain doll. He had a white face and red lips. He was wearing a slightly large brocade robe. His hair was combed into 2 braids. He looked very cute. However, he was holding a head in his right hand. And it was the head of a woman. The woman's death was extremely tragic. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was covered in scars. She looked hideous and terrifying. The boy in the brocade robe entered the island with a smile. Just as he landed, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately jumped back. "Who are you? Why did you come to my territory?" he asked in his childish voice, pretending to be calm. He couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He understood that Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. He immediately pulled the head in his hand behind his back and looked at Zhou Xuanji vigilantly. TSK, this kid is really cruel. Not only does he eat raw people, but he also eats souls, Little Sovereign joked. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, but his eyes flashed with surprise. He transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji, this kid is not simple. Be careful, there is another aura on him. In other words, he has a backer. As long as we force him to take out that treasure, we can leave. Zhou Xuanji replied, but you don't know what that treasure is. How can I force it out? Little Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was thinking about what it was that made him feel so familiar. Chapter 9:19. Get out of here, or I will teach you a lesson. The brocade-robed boy shouted, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, you have a treasure that is fated with me. Take it out, and I will leave. Before I leave, I will give you a treasure in exchange. How about it? Upon hearing this, the brocade-robed boy was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stomped his feet and cursed, so you want to rob my treasure? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. His howl was mournful and extremely penetrating. Zhou Xuanji arrived before him in a single step and pierced his chest with his sword. You want to kill me as soon as we meet? Isn't that too much? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice, his eyes cold. This kid isn't a good person at first glance. At that moment, he felt a bone-chilling killing intent. Even if he left, this kid wouldn't let it go. The brocade-robed boy burst into tears and shouted, kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, I will kill you. Although this kid was crying, he was still so arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to get rid of him to avoid future troubles. He took out the truth sword and poured his sovereign divine power into the blade before stabbing it into the brocade-robed boy's body. Tell me, what's the most powerful treasure you have? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice. Lustful golden dipper, the brocade-robed boy replied. As soon as he said this, his expression turned horrified. How could he answer truthfully? Could it be this sword? He looked at the truth sword in horror. His little body couldn't help but tremble. Take out the lustful golden dipper, or I will make you wish you were dead, Little Sovereign grinned. At this moment, it was as if he was the bad guy. However, the woman's head in the brocade-robed boy's hand proved that he was the real evil one. Little Sovereign transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji, we must leave as soon as possible. I just found a space underground. It's full of heads. This kid is cultivating some kind of evil technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and directly brought the brocade-robed boy into the Absolute Time Realm. In the Absolute Time Realm, he asked Little Sovereign to interrogate the brocade-robed boy. The boy's cultivation had been sealed by Zhou Xuanji. Next, he was at the mercy of Little Sovereign. In the Absolute Time Realm, according to Zhou Xuanji's own calculations, 2 years had passed. The boy in the embroidered robe finally admitted defeat. He said weakly, I'll give, the golden dipper of lustful light, I'll give. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be in great pain. Where? Little Sovereign looked down at him and asked with a sneer. Little Sovereign didn't show any mercy when dealing with this kid. Don't look down on him, he might even be older than the Little Sovereign. Some people like to maintain a youthful appearance. Zhou Tanhua was one of them, and so was this kid. The boy in embroidered robes opened his mouth and spat out a golden dipper. It only had 3 legs and was like a small cauldron. The surface of the cauldron was alternating between green and gray, and the 4 sides of the cauldron were engraved with sinister and terrifying patterns of evil spirits. This is it. The golden dipper of lustful desire was stained with mucus and looked extremely disgusting. Little Sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji and shouted, Hey, brat, come and get it yourself. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the sovereign's divine power enveloped the lustful golden dipper. The divine power turned into water and cleansed the lustful golden dipper. When the treasure fell into his hands, it was already completely clean. What's so special about this treasure? Zhou Xuanji looked at the golden dipper of lustful desire and asked curiously. Little Sovereign had specially asked him to come and look for it. Presumably, this treasure wasn't simple. Little Sovereign flew over and said with a mischievous smile, "This treasure is amazing. It can seize anyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as someone is stored in it, no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to resist it." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It sounds very powerful. But if you want to store people in it, you need strength. What's the point of erasing emotions? Isn't its function too limited? Zhou Xuanji said with a frown. He suddenly felt that he had been played. I spent so much time just for this thing. I still have the World Fool Sword. It can lower IQ and make people lose control of their emotions. Isn't it the same? The 7 emotions and 6 desires include killing intent, but it's not permanent. I was suppressed by it in the past. Its peak achievement was subduing Gu Juejiu, a top expert under ancient sovereign 3 heavens. Little Sovereign snorted. Little Sovereign snorted, looking very excited. Erase the killing intent. Zhou Xuanji's heartbeat accelerated. He immediately felt that the treasure was shining. What a good treasure. He immediately stored the lustful golden dipper into the supreme storage. Next, he returned to the broken island with the lesser supreme sword in his right hand and the boy in a brocade robe in his left. He directly left the boy in a brocade robe and quickly fled. Wah! The boy in a brocade robe sat on the ground and burst into tears. He looked extremely wronged. He cried for half an hour. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him out of thin air. The shadow was like a flame. It kept swaying as it asked in a hoarse voice, "Who bullied you?" The boy in a brocade robe hurriedly got up and hugged him, crying, "Father. It's them." As his voice fell, 2 figures emerged from his eyes. They were the faces of Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Soul Kunlun sword and flew on it. He was playing with the lustful golden dipper in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he looked forward to it. Little Sovereign, floating behind him, angrily asked, "How long do you want to look at it? Don't tell me that you think it's the fated pearl." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He got angry at the mention of the fated pearl. Back then, if he hadn't noticed it in time, their minds would have been devoured by the fated fate pearl. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Let's think of a way to avoid it. I keep feeling that something is wrong. That brat's backer might be chasing after us. Little Sovereign sighed. Although he had obtained the lustful golden chalice, he had offended a mysterious and powerful existence. He couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. Wasn't Little Sovereign asking him to look for opportunities? "I've finally found you." A familiar voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, and his expression changed immediately. Divine Star. He looked back and saw Shen Nianxing, who was wearing a red robe with golden threads, standing behind him. She was staring at him with a faint smile. Her eyes were cold, like a snake or scorpion. Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking for me again?" As soon as he saw Shen Nianxing, he had a headache. Why is this woman haunting me like a ghost? Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven have been resurrected, and you have the aura of primordial chaos on you. I need you to find primordial chaos heaven and achieve the unprecedented prosperity of the 3 heavens. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with satisfaction. This kid had grown up again. I have the aura of primordial chaos heaven on me. What nonsense are you talking about? And, do you know where primordial chaos heaven is? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, looking impatient. Shen Nianxing said with a smile, "Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven still need time to recover their cultivation. If you don't grow up quickly, it will be difficult for you to survive in the future. If you find primordial chaos heaven, you might get a great opportunity." Since ancient times, primordial chaos heaven has never belonged to anyone. Chapter 920. Not a certain person. What do you mean? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Little Sovereign also frowned. Obviously, this had touched the blind spot of his knowledge. Shen Yanqing smiled and said, the post-ancient sovereign three heavens are the main body of the heavenly way. They stand out among the hundreds of millions of heavenly ways. Hunyuan heaven and cardinal heaven have left many legends, but Hongmeng heaven is the most mysterious. I've interacted with Hongmeng heaven before. He once told me that there are 3,000 Hongmeng heavens in the world, each with different attitudes and temperaments. Every time they appear, only one will appear. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign glanced at each other. They were both very hesitant. They didn't know whether to trust Shen Yanqing or not. Shen Yanqing was no longer the Shen Yanqing they knew, but another person, a person that they could not see clearly at all. Until now, they still didn't know Shen Yanqing's true identity. What, scared? Shen Yanqing asked provocatively. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji still didn't listen to her and remained silent. Little Sovereign said, forget it. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Don't force it. As he spoke, he gave Zhou Xuanji a look. Zhou Xuanji understood and turned to leave. He immediately dove into the space-time turbulence and reached his fastest speed. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Shen Yanqing following him with a smile. So fast. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart and could only stop. He couldn't get rid of Shen Yanqing. He might as well face it head-on. What do I have to do to make you let me go? Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said coldly. If he was forced into a corner, then he would fight. Shen Yanqing said, I've said it before. Follow me to find Hongmeng Tian. This matter is beneficial to you. Think about it carefully. When have I ever cheated you? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, your revered teacher wants to kill me, isn't that a trap? You got the opportunity stone and were rescued by me. You didn't get injured because of it. What kind of trap is this? Shen Yanqing snorted coldly, looking a little impatient. It was as though she was going to use brute force if Zhou Xuanji continued to be stubborn. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and activated the sword fusion technique. He stared at Shen Yanqing and said, what if I'm still unwilling? Shen Yanqing shook her head and smiled contemptuously. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji thrust his sword forward. Boom! An invisible force erupted and collided head-on with him, making him dizzy and tumble backwards. Without panicking, he instinctively used his teleportation ability to come behind Shen Yanqing and slashed with his sword. Before the sword touched the divine star, thousands of sword chi swept over from all directions. Shen Yanqing shook her shoulders and scattered all the sword chi. She turned and struck out with her palm, which was so fast that it surpassed Zhou Xuanji's understanding of speed. Zhou Xuanji's forehead was struck, and his consciousness instantly went blank. Shen Yanqing reached out and took him into her arms. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's unconscious face, she smiled. Stinking brat, you don't even want the opportunity one gave you. If it was someone else, I would have killed him with a slap long ago. Shen Yanqing snorted. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek. Above the dazzling galaxy, two figures stood facing each other. Their bodies shone with light, one red and one gold. Their auras were swift and fierce, freezing this part of the universe. Hongmeng Tian disappeared after you died. It seems like the Hongmeng Tian you met back then no longer exists. The red figure spoke. His tone was full of regret. The golden figure snorted and said, Hongmeng Tian, I only recognize him. No one else is worthy of being Hongmeng Tian. If another Hongmeng Tian appears in front of me, I will destroy him. As his voice fell, the stars in the distance began to shatter like fireworks. It was very magnificent. We should go and see who reigns supreme in the endless universe today. The red figure changed the topic. The figure of red light changed the topic. His figure flickered as if he would vanish like a phantom at any time. The golden figure said, "There is a very good junior called Ancient Juegio. He is qualified to chase after us. I wonder if he has survived until now." When Ancient Juegio was mentioned, he couldn't help but turn his head and look into the depths of the universe. "Oh. Ancient Juegio? I have heard of him. Yang Di often hears about Ancient Juegio. He seems to be more famous than you," the red figure said with a smile, teasing the other party. The golden figure wasn't angered. Instead, he smiled and said, "Isn't that a good thing?" He stepped toward the red figure. The red figure did the same. Boom! They turned into two beams of light and collided with each other. The galaxy of this universe was directly shattered as everything turned into nothingness. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness slowly awakened from the chaos. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a warm, soft bed. This bed was made of some kind of white jade. It was very magical. He immediately sat up and rubbed his head while looking around. This place was a bright palace. In the bright light above, there was a golden lotus upside down. The petals were layered, dazzling Zhou Xuanji's eyes. "This place is," Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself in doubt. He felt that the sovereign divine power in his body was less than half. This made him very uncomfortable. He suddenly noticed that the lesser supreme sword was leaning against a huge stone pillar 100 feet away. Sensing his awakening, Little Sovereign's soul floated out. Little Sovereign helplessly said, "Kid, we have been caught." Zhou Xuanji got up and waved his right hand. The lesser supreme sword immediately fell into his hand. He probed the outside with his divine will, but it was blocked by the palace. He couldn't sense the outside world. "Where is Shen Yanqing?" Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the edge of the bed, asked softly. Shen Yanqing's strength wasn't on the same level as his. Now that he had become a prisoner, it was too difficult to escape. In a short period of time, he could not think of a way to escape. He let out a long breath and lay back on the bed, letting himself relax. He was still a little dizzy after being hit by Shen Yanqing's palm. Little Sovereign flew to his side and sighed, "Do you really have the aura of Hongmeng Heaven? Could it be the controlling mysterious treasure?" He had always known about the supreme legendary sword system, but he only knew of its existence. He did not know its true form or its origins. "How would I know? If I hand that thing over, won't you be finished?" Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. He did not know how to give away the supreme legendary sword system. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do it. Hearing this, Little Sovereign couldn't help but be moved. He was also afraid of falling into the hands of others. "Forget it." Little Supreme Expert spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Then, he entered the Lesser Supreme Sword and no longer said a word. He was going to sleep. Maybe when he woke up, Zhou Xuanji would already be free. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes as well. He wanted to have a good sleep. For some reason, he really wanted to sleep now. Ever since he started cultivating, he had forgotten when was the last time he took the initiative to sleep. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep. Bang! A loud noise startled him. He immediately opened his eyes. He immediately sat up and saw Shen Yanqing walking over. She stared at Zhou Xuanji arrogantly and said with a smile, "What? Want to sleep? Don't sleep, I have chosen an opponent for you. If you can defeat him, you will become famous in the endless universe." Chapter 921. Didn't you want me to help you find Hongmeng Tian? Why do you want me to fight now? Zhou Xuanji asked with a dark face, unable to hold back his anger. Shen Yanqing walked up to him and said with a smile, "Yes, looking for Hongmeng Heaven. Fighting is also a way to find it. Your opponent is Gu Tianlin. It just so happens that you have formed a karma with him and need to end it." Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. This person was indeed a threat to him. After all, in the Thunder Alliance, Everyone thought that he was the disciple of the Rainbow Qin Lord. Gu Tianlin must have heard about it already. The battle between them was unavoidable, so he might as well take this opportunity to finish it off. Can I deal with him with my current cultivation? Zhou Xuanji said, pretending to hesitate. Shen Nianqing shook her head and smiled. With a wave of her right hand, opportunity stones fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Where did Shen Nianqing get so many opportunity stones? Shen Nianqing turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, you can cultivate here. When your cultivation is successful, you can challenge Gu Tianlin. Instead of waiting for others to come to you, it's better for you to go to him. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and pulled the opportunity stone in front of him. Since he couldn't escape, he would cultivate in peace. Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua stood under the waterfall and looked up. At the top of the waterfall, there was a young man who looked only 12 or 13 years old. He looked very similar to him, as if he was his younger brother. The young man was dressed in white, and his handsome little face was filled with fear. He stammered, I'm afraid. The waterfall was at least 300 meters tall, and below it was a huge lake. Mist filled the air, and when one looked down from the top, it was easy to feel fear. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, it's all right, I have to give it a try. His voice reverberated through the sea of clouds, making the white-robed youth even more nervous. At this time, a woman appeared behind Zhou Tanhua. This woman was devastatingly beautiful. Dressed in a green dress, she was like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly. She reached out to touch Zhou Tanghua's waist and whispered, what are you doing? Zhou Tanghua's expression suddenly froze. He said awkwardly, I'm just trying to boost his courage. The green-dressed woman harumphed coldly with a displeased look on her face. How old is he? Is there a father like you? She was very dissatisfied. Zhou Tanhua curled his lips and said, when my father was your age, he was already famous all over the world. The green-dressed woman rolled her eyes at him. My child is already so big. When will you take me to see your parents? The woman in the green dress changed the topic. She often heard Zhou Tanhua mention her father, and every time he mentioned it, his face would reveal a look of worship. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, my mother is busy cultivating, and my father is not here. I will take you to meet them when they gather. His eyes were very gentle as he looked at the woman in the green dress. Hearing this, the lady in the green dress curled her lips. This was the same reason every time. She sighed and said, my father sent me a letter asking when you can officially marry me. I don't even dare to tell him that I have already given birth to a child for you. My father is the sect leader of a state. If he found out that I bore a child for you before you even married me, he would definitely fly into a rage. He might even kill you. She sighed, which made Zhou Tanhua shake his head and laugh. He said leisurely, the boundless universe is very big, but it is also very small. Just as the woman in the green dress was about to speak, the young man in white suddenly jumped down from the top of the waterfall. Ah! He cried out in panic. The woman in the green dress was so scared that she was about to fly over to catch him. Zhou Tanhua suddenly pulled her back and said calmly, don't worry. At this time, the eyes of the young man in white suddenly burst out with purple light. Two terrifying forces broke out, and a dazzling purple beam of light slammed into the surface of the lake, causing water to splash. His whole body stabilized in the air. The woman in the green dress was dumbfounded and doubted what she was seeing. Zhou Tanhua, on the other hand, smiled faintly and meaningfully. Supreme Palace. Jiang Shui was sitting on a jade throne with a light mirror floating in front of her. The mirror reflected Zhou Tanhua's family of 3. She held her cheek with her right hand and said with a loving smile, this kid is really like his father. Even his attitude towards children is like his father. At this time, Xian Xianghua flew in. She quickly came to Jiang Shui and said with a frown, you also saw it. Tanhua actually has a child. This kid has grown up. He even hid such a big thing from us. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't wait to grab Zhou Tanhua and slap him. With our cultivation, how could we not know? It's just that you were too busy cultivating. He didn't deliberately hide it. Before, he wanted to go to the lower realm to train and experience the tempering of the mortal world. In the end, he met his own love, Jiang Shui said, shaking her head. She liked Zhou Tanhua very much. She always spoke up for him. Not only was Zhou Tanhua very similar to Zhou Xuanji, but also because Zhou Tanhua's calm and introverted nature easily touched her maternal love. Xian Xianghua's frown still hadn't loosened. She said with dissatisfaction, I still feel unhappy. No, I have to go see his son. Having said this, she left in a hurry. Jiang Shui found it funny. She really has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Xian Xianghua must be worried about her grandson. Inside the bright palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on a pile of opportunity stones, absorbing the energy of the stones under him. Strands of colorful qi poured into his body like a stream of air. He was working hard to break through to the great sovereign of the three courts. After experiencing so much, the great sovereign of the three courts was still far away from him. He even felt that there was no qualitative change. He opened his eyes, summoned little sovereign, and told him his confusion. Yes, you need a more profound cultivation technique. The divine rainbow monarch Dao is just a divine ability. It's not enough to push him to a higher level, little sovereign said after pondering for a while. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said, why didn't you say so earlier? Little sovereign angrily replied, how would I know if you didn't tell me? Everyone's cultivation state and limit are different, okay? Go call Shen Nianqing in and ask her to find a way. She needs your help now. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately called Shen Nianqing's name. After a while, Shen Nianqing appeared in front of him and asked, what's the matter? She sized up Zhou Xuanji with a slight frown. This guy's cultivation progress isn't as fast as I thought. What's going on? Wasn't he very fast before? I need a more profound cultivation technique, Zhou Xuanji said, getting straight to the point. Shen Nianqing suddenly came to a realization. She asked in surprise, didn't Saint Rainbow Qin teach you any cultivation technique? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Then come with me, let's go find someone, Shen Nianqing said, turning around. She then took a step forward. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared 100 feet away. It quickly expanded and turned into a space-time gate. Zhou Xuanji didn't hesitate to keep up with her. This kid's aptitude is excellent. Don't find a half-baked expert to teach him cultivation techniques, little sovereign teased. Shen Nianqing waved her hand, indicating that she understood. Chapter 922. After leaving the palace, a huge forest greeted Zhou Xuanji's eyes. The trees were so tall that they pierced the clouds. The diameter of the trunks was also very exaggerated. Majestic spiritual qi filled this world. The sky was sea blue. The world was vast. There was even the sound of roosters crowing in the distance. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, is this the voice of Golden Crown Divine Lord? Shen Nianqing raised the corner of her mouth and replied with a smile, yes. Isn't Golden Crown Divine Lord in the Kunlun Origin Court? When did she catch him? Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. He scanned with his divine sense and found that apart from Golden Crown Divine Lord, there was also the aura of other great sovereigns. Those great sovereigns only had their souls left, wandering everywhere. Could it be that the great sovereigns that Shen Nianqing hunted hadn't all died? Zhou Xuanji pondered. He was curious about what Shen Nianqing wanted to do. Little sovereign sent him a voice transmission, be careful. Maybe those guys will end up like you. She will raise them here. Zhou Xuanji didn't comment. It wasn't a matter of him being careless. His situation depended on Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing waved her right hand and wrapped Zhou Xuanji with divine energy. Zhou Xuanji's vision instantly came to the turbulence of time and space. Shen Nianqing was standing in front of him, her red robe fluttering. Looking at her profile, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you tell me who you are?" Shen Nianxing wanted to gather the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. She said that she wanted to create a brand new era. What was her purpose? You can't say it. You will die if you say it. Shen Nianxing pursed her lips into a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was wondering if Shen Nianxing was bluffing him or if she really couldn't say it. Just like the blood bead black staff, he couldn't say its name. After a few hours, Shen Nianxing took Zhou Xuanji away from the turbulence of time and space. There was a red sky and a sea of clouds. It was magnificent and boundless. At a glance, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of the huge temple in the distance. It was surrounded by red clouds like a mirage, mysterious and solemn. He felt a vast aura. He felt as if he was facing Hung Qin Saint Monarch. It was even thicker than Hung Qin Saint Monarch. Son, don't talk too much. You don't need to hide anything. Answer any question truthfully, Shen Nianxing warned. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He was looking forward to what would happen next. The two quickly flew into the temple and landed on the stone steps. There were walls in front of him, and he could reach the end by following a small path. Zhou Xuanji saw a stone statue. It had 2 heads and 8 arms, and its muscles were exaggerated. It maintained a mighty demon-slaying posture, and its eyes were extremely lifelike. Little Supreme Venerable emerged from the sword and said in surprise, "Could it be the legendary ancestral Buddha?" Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianxing looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Shen Nianxing frowned and asked. An existence like the ancestral Buddha wasn't something that a little supreme could come into contact with. Little Sovereign sighed and said, "I heard about it by chance and made a random guess. I didn't expect it to be right. I thought ancestral Buddha was just a legend, but it turns out he really exists." Shen Nianxing smiled and didn't ask further. When they arrived at the gate of the temple, Shen Nianxing said, "Buddha, did you hear that? Open the door quickly." Her tone was carefree and impolite. It was obvious that she was very familiar with the ancestral Buddha. There was a loud bang. The gate opened. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and saw that the temple was dim. A ray of light sprinkled down, covering an old monk. The old monk's body was golden. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. His mouth was covered with a white beard. His body was slightly thin, and his kasaya looked loose. He slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign subconsciously closed their eyes because of the brilliance in his eyes. "What's the matter?" the ancestral Buddha asked indifferently. His eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his pupils suddenly widened. Zhou Xuanji's heart beat wildly under his gaze, but he didn't look away. He pretended to be calm and looked at the ancestral Buddha. Shen Nianxing smiled and said, "I think you already understand, right?" The ancestral Buddha examined Zhou Xuanji and said, "Take a step forward." Zhou Xuanji took a step forward, calm and composed. "Very good. You should be a peerless genius of the Kunlun origin court. You also have the sovereign's luck. Your soul is still very young and has unlimited potential. Come in," the ancestral Buddha said with an expressionless face. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before walking into the temple. Shen Nianxing smiled, feeling a little proud. Little Sovereign got into the lesser supreme sword, and Zhou Xuanji threw the sword into the supreme warehouse. After Zhou Xuanji stepped into the temple, the door closed. The surroundings became dark. Only the light from the ancestral Buddha could be seen. He bowed to the ancestral Buddha, waiting for the ancestral Buddha to speak. The ancestral Buddha asked, "Do you want to learn cultivation?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. "What kind of cultivation do you like?" the ancestral Buddha asked. "Overbearing, decisive, and courageous," Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. Along the way, he had always been fighting above his level. He liked the overbearing and powerful path of cultivation. The ancestral Buddha's expression changed slightly. He asked, "What do you think of sovereign heaven?" Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what he meant. My understanding is very superficial. I don't like it, but I don't hate it either, Zhou Xuanji answered truthfully. Sovereign Heaven was powerful and cruel. He flourished in strength, but was overshadowed by cruelty. Sit down, the ancestral Buddha said softly. As soon as his voice fell, a praying mat appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji sat down, waiting for the ancestral Buddha's next question. The ancestral Buddha spoke again. Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand what he was saying. It was an unknown language. Even Zhou Xuanji's divine will couldn't figure out the meaning of his words. The ancestral Buddha was preaching. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand this language. How could he understand? The next second, he suddenly felt that the ancestral Buddha's voice was very mysterious. It was filled with a strange magic. Soon, he was immersed in it. He didn't circulate his cultivation technique but just listened attentively. Somehow, he could feel that the ancestral Buddha was teaching him something. He slowly closed his eyes. The ancestral Buddha's voice began to impact his heart and soul. Outside the temple, Shen Yanqing raised her brow and murmured, "This old guy is using his own ancestral voice. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Zhou Xuanji at first glance." Her eyes flickered as her expression became complicated. Is he really the next Hong Meng Heaven? In the bamboo forest, Xian Xianghua was meditating on a huge rock. She was surrounded by clouds and mist, and her robes fluttered slightly. A young man in white suddenly jogged over. He knelt in front of the boulder and said excitedly, "Fairy, I've found you again. Can you teach me your cultivation method?" This young man in white was called Zhou Tianyuan, and he was Zhou Tanhua's son. A month ago, he met Xian Xianghua by chance. Xian Xianghua had shown him how powerful she was, shocking him. In his eyes, she was even more powerful than his father. In order to prove himself to his father, he wanted to become Xian Xianghua's disciple. However, Xian Xianghua said that he was not sincere enough to move her. Just like that, day after day, Zhou Tianyuan came to pay his respects to Xian Xianghua. Seeing her grandson's excitement, Xian Xianghua remained expressionless, but she was laughing maniacally in her heart. For some reason, she suddenly thought back to when she had faced Zhou Xuanji in his youth. It felt great. Chapter 923. Alright, I'll teach you the method of cultivation, but you can't tell anyone. Do you understand? No one in this world is worthy of knowing of my existence. Xian Xianghua said coldly, causing Zhou Tianyuan's emotions to surge. No one in this world is worthy of knowing Fairy's name. Just who was Fairy Nun? After that, Xian Xianghua taught Zhou Tianyuan the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Tanhua had yet to impart his cultivation technique to his son, so Zhou Tianyuan felt that it was broad and profound. It was as if he had stepped into a whole new world. The other side. On the summit of the mountain. Zhou Tanhua closed his eyes and cultivated. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His cultivation was not weaker than Xian Xianghua's, so he had long noticed his mother's arrival, but he pretended not to know. TSK, in the future, will Tianyuan become the male lead in his father's story and realize that his family members are all very powerful? Will he meet an expert or even his own master? Will he have a lot of adventures? Zhou Tanhua jokingly thought. He smiled and then concentrated on his cultivation. This year was a lucky one for Zhou Tianyuan. After becoming Xian Xianghua's disciple, Jiang Shui also came to visit him and taught him a divine ability. Zhou Shaoxian, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian and the others all came to teach him, which made him feel flattered. He thought that he had met a group of immortals. As a teenager, he couldn't hide his thoughts and was very happy every day. His mother noticed this and asked him about it. He hid these things from her, which made his mother very confused. One day, Zhou Tianyuan's mother followed him and discovered that he was cultivating with Xian Xianghua. From afar, Xian Xianghua's figure was breathtaking. She didn't expose herself and told Zhou Tanhua about it when she returned. Zhou Tanhua said casually, everyone has their own opportunities. Let's leave it to fate. His wife frowned at his words. Ever since she started following Zhou Tanhua, she had discovered that this guy was so calm and indifferent to the affairs of the world. To put it nicely, nothing could move him. But to put it bluntly, he was somewhat indifferent. She sighed heavily. She also needed Zhou Tanhua's concern. She also needed him to accompany her to see her family, but Zhou Tanhua had always been perfunctory. But there was nothing she could do. She liked this man. Although he had the appearance of a young man, he had descended from the sky when she was in danger. That scene was still unforgettable. Zhou Xuanji still did not know that he had a grandson. He was immersed in the ancestral Buddha's sermon in the temple. He forgot the time and forgot that Shen Nianqing was still waiting outside. The ancestor Buddha preached as he observed Zhou Xuanji's expression. He nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, "What did you comprehend?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji woke up from his state of enlightenment. He opened his eyes and replied, "No." "Oh. You didn't comprehend anything?" The ancestor Buddha raised his brows and asked. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He indeed did not comprehend anything but enjoyed it. "Then let's continue," the ancestor Buddha said faintly before continuing to speak in that mysterious language. Zhou Xuanji was astonished and seemed to have understood something. Then, he immersed himself in listening to the Tao. After an unknown period of time, the ancestor Buddha stopped again and asked calmly, "What did you experience?" Zhou Xuanji still shook his head. The ancestor Buddha continued preaching. Just like that, he spoke and stopped, and Zhou Xuanji did not comprehend any cultivation method. Zhou Xuanji was immersed in the Tao voice and did not think about cultivation. He really liked this feeling of enlightenment. His mind was empty, and his soul was in a state of confusion. This feeling was like the feeling when a child was conceived in the womb. On this day, ancestral Buddha opened his eyes and said, "All right, that's it." Boom! The door suddenly opened and light shone in. Zhou Xuanji got up and bowed before walking out. Shen Nianqing was meditating under the tree. When she saw him coming out, she couldn't help but open her eyes. When he walked out of the temple, the gate closed. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Shen Nianqing. He was still thinking about the previous preaching. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Shen Nianqing asked expectantly. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Shen Nianqing frowned and said angrily, "You've been listening to the ancestral voice for so long, but you haven't comprehended anything? Are you kidding me? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this matter were to spread to the boundless universe, how many great figures would be envious and jealous?" Zhou Xuanji ignored her and began to speak Tao in ancestor Buddha's language. He did not understand what this language represented, but after listening to it for so long, he could roughly remember it. Shen Nianqing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She stood up shakily and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arms, saying excitedly, "You learned ancestral voice?" Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and asked, "Ancestral voice? Is this the language of the ancestral Buddha's sermon? I don't understand what it means, so I can only learn to speak it." Shen Nianqing slapped Zhou Xuanji's arm, almost breaking it. "Amazing, you have actually learned ancestral voice. No matter what it means, as long as you can say it." She was so excited that she couldn't keep calm. She kept shaking Zhou Xuanji. Her eyes were full of splendor. "In the future, you can speak ancestral voice while tempering your sovereign divine power. You will be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Ancestral voice can also be used in battle. To put it bluntly, using ancestral voice at different times will have different effects." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He didn't expect ancestral voice to be so powerful. He immediately began speaking ancestral voice and mobilized his sovereign divine power. Boom! A violent force broke out, rushing straight into the sky. He was immediately excited. So powerful. He began to review the ancestral voice, trying to remember all the different syllables. Shen Nianxing walked around him and looked at the temple. She laughed and said, "Ancestral Buddha, thank you. Your most powerful thing has been learned. Don't feel bad." A chuckle came from the temple. Afterward, Shen Nianxing left with Zhou Xuanji. The ancestral Buddha's voice followed, "An unprecedented genius, this era is interesting." In the space-time turbulence, Shen Nianxing excitedly introduced ancestral voice to Zhou Xuanji. In the current endless universe, only the ancestral Buddha has mastered ancestral voice. You are the second. I just hoped that you could learn the cultivation method. I didn't expect you to learn ancestral voice directly. No matter who it is, they can get the help of ancestral voice. But afterward, they can't remember ancestral voice, let alone make a language similar to ancestral voice. You are too powerful. Compared to you, Gu Tianlin is nothing. Seeing her so excited, Zhou Xuanji also understood that he had gotten a great opportunity. He smiled and asked, "Really? Can I help you find Hongmeng Heaven?" Shen Nianxing turned to look at him and said seriously, "You don't need to look." Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. Is Shen Nianxing going to let me go? You can become Hongmeng Heaven. Why do you still need to look? Shen Nianxing said with a mysterious smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was stunned again. I can become Hongmeng Heaven. Is Hongmeng Heaven a kind of identity or realm? Shen Nianxing said with a smile, you have the aura of Hongmeng and have learned ancestral voice. If you don't become Hongmeng Heaven, who else is qualified? Next, it will be an era where you, Hunyuan Heaven, and Sovereign Heaven will rule together. Chapter 924. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Shen Nianxing's words. He had always wondered who Hongmeng Heaven was, but he did not expect himself to become Hongmeng Heaven. One of the post-primeval three skies was in existence even stronger than the primeval paragon and the rainbow Qin Saint Monarch. Shen Nianxing's excitement didn't diminish. She began to tell Zhou Xuanji about the power of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Before the rise of the ancient absolute geniuses, the three heavens could be said to be the hottest legend in the endless universe. Even though a cardinal heaven expert had fallen, he had fallen because of the counterattack of the entire universe. His invincibility was still deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm. Hearing her words, he thought that he was already invincible. Don't talk about this. Just tell me when you will let me go. Don't talk about when I become Hongmeng Heaven, Zhou Xuanji cut her off and asked impatiently. Shen Nianxing smiled and said, don't worry, I won't trap you. After we go back, as long as you break through to the supreme of the three courts, I will let you go. All I want is for Hongmeng Heaven to appear. So simple. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. This guy definitely had other plans. However, since Shen Nianxing didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask again. Even if he asked, she wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. After returning to Shen Nianxing's palace, Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the opportunity stones. As he absorbed, he chanted the ancestral voice. He didn't need to circulate his cultivation technique to perfectly convert the opportunity stone's energy into supreme god force. Amazing! Zhou Xuanji was incredibly excited. No matter how firm his Dao heart was, he could not help but feel ecstatic. Shen Nianxing didn't disturb him and quickly left, leaving him alone to cultivate quietly. With the help of the ancestral voice, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the serendipity stones much faster than before. He stood in the air and the fate stones in the ocean-swallowing palace resonated with his ancestral voice. The fate stones turned into strands of spiritual qi and surged into his body. His cultivation rose steadily like a hot knife through butter. About a year. He began to break through to become a supreme of the three courts. An endless stream of opportunity stones descended from the sky, landing on the palace for him to absorb. The supreme divine power in his body was boiling like magma. His aura was terrifying and shook the entire palace. Little Sovereign floated not far away, his face full of admiration. This kid is going to surpass me. Little Sovereign lamented. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Just what kind of power was this ancestral sound? There was actually such a great fortune. Zhou Xuanji continued to break through. His sovereign's divine power seeped out of his body and formed a visible mist. It looked like a galaxy, dazzling and beautiful. Boom! The depths of his soul exploded, opening up an independent plane the size of a court that could contain an entire court. The great supremes of the three courts. Not only did his supreme god force undergo a quantitative change, it also underwent a qualitative change. He opened his eyes, and the exterminating divine light burst out from his eyes. The palace that was shaking non-stop suddenly stopped. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked Little Sovereign into his hand. Little Sovereign screamed as he was sucked into the sword. With a leap, he broke through the roof of the palace and arrived above the vast sky, overlooking the boundless forest. His robe fluttered as Zhou Xuanji's aura revealed its sharpness. He scanned the world and didn't find Shen Yanqing's aura. He immediately teleported away. After he left, Shen Yanqing suddenly walked out of the huge forest. With one hand on her waist, she looked in the direction of Zhou Xuanji's departure with a smile. Hong Meng Heaven has finally appeared. There's going to be a good show, she murmured, smiling meaningfully. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji teleported into the turbulence of time and space. He sensed his clone in the Kunlun Origin Court and immediately rushed in that direction. Why isn't she here? It seems that she let me go on purpose, Zhou Xuanji silently thought. He didn't believe that Shen Yanqing would be so negligent. In any case, at least he escaped. Being trapped this time could be said to be a blessing in disguise. With the ancestral voice, Zhou Xuanji's potential and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji thought of the square court realm that he had memorized and the court realm that had the ancient life lamp. He felt that he could take them all. He had to become stronger before Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven recovered to their peak. Zhou Xuanji used the absolute time realm to quickly jump. In less than a year, he had rushed back to the Kunlun Origin Court. Seeing that the Kunlun Origin Court was intact and that all living beings were still living in harmony, a smile appeared on his face. He floated in the darkness and swept the entire Kunlun Origin Court with his divine will. Huh! He suddenly cried out in surprise. His expression turned strange. I actually have a grandson. Tanhua, that kid, usually looks introverted. I didn't expect him to have a child while I was away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and decided to see his grandson first. Now, Zhou Tianyuan was already 16 years old. He carried a giant sword on his back and traveled around the great world. Under the setting sun, he was sitting on the edge of a cliff, cultivating while facing the setting sun. Zhou Xuanji stood on the clouds and sized him up. He looks like his father. He also looks a bit like me, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Zhou Tianyuan had a dignified appearance. He had the cold temperament of a world swordsman. At least in terms of appearance, he had inherited Zhou Xuanji's excellent bloodline. At this moment, numerous black shadows dashed toward Zhou Tianyuan from all directions. They were dozens of assassins. They charged toward Zhou Tianyuan with scimitars in their hands. Zhou Tianyuan suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, pulled out the giant sword on his back, and slashed downward. There was a loud bang. He flew up, and the cliff collapsed. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters shattered. The assassins were so shocked that they leaped into the air. Zhou Tianyuan, you have offended the blood-drinking ancestor. You are destined to die. An assassin roared furiously. After that, he swung his blade toward Zhou Tianyuan. The blade sliced through the air, and a powerful gust condensed into blade qi. It swept across the sky and swept away the clouds. Zhou Tianyuan raised his giant sword, and a golden sword Buddha rose from the ground. The Buddha's head soared into the sky. Thousand-hand sword Buddha. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji smiled in his heart. He has my demeanor back then. He mumbled. He did not interfere. To Zhou Tianyuan, he still had a chance of winning this battle. Most of the enemy's cultivation was lower than his. The battle lasted for about an hour. The battle ended. Zhou Tianyuan killed all his enemies. His clothes were dyed black and red with blood. He was injured too. After he landed, he stumbled and fell sitting on the ground. He supported himself with his hands and smiled bitterly. You are still unhappy that you won with fewer people? Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Zhou Tianyuan looked up and saw him standing elegantly on his sword in midair. Who are you? Zhou Tianyuan asked anxiously. His magic energy was almost depleted, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. He scanned Zhou Xuanji with his mind but could not see through him. Undefeatable. Zhou Tianyuan made a judgment immediately. His eyes turned sharp. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, Brat, why are you practicing the sword? Having heard that, Zhou Tianyuan frowned and replied, I was born to wield a sword. There's no reason. He suddenly realized that he could not see his opponent's face clearly. They were very close, but when his eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji's face, his vision became blurry. Chapter 925. Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Zhou Tianyuan asked anxiously. He held the great sword with both hands and propped himself up. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and smiled, You seem to have been taught by many people. Was that move just now called the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha? Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan was stunned. He gritted his teeth and asked, How do you know? The master who taught him this swordsmanship had said that the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was an exquisite swordsmanship that did not belong to this world. How could other people know about it? As he traveled the world, he had never revealed the name, Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Instead, the world gave this sword technique another name. How would I know? That's none of your business. Do you want to learn a stronger sword technique? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He had already divined Zhou Tianyuan's past. These fellows were all hiding it from Zhou Tianyuan. What was the point? Indeed there was. He also wanted to try. He had already frozen this space-time. Even Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua wouldn't be able to detect it. Why are you teaching me? Zhou Tianyuan asked cautiously. Over the years, he often received pointers from experts. When he was young, he was happy, but as he grew up and entered the world, he felt that there was a conspiracy behind it. Zhou Xuanji was delighted and said, You're not willing to become more powerful. Zhou Tianyuan was silent, feeling conflicted. Should he learn it or not? He couldn't help but ask, How strong is this sword technique? It can make you invincible in this world. Is there such a powerful sword technique? It's a sword technique that not even your father has learned. You know my father? Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not say anything. He directly took out the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death. The sword light flashed in Zhou Tianyuan's eyes, and a boundless aura descended, forcing him to kneel on the ground. What kind of sword is that? Zhou Tianyuan looked at the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a domineering sword. His father's sword was far inferior to this sword. At this moment, he began to look forward to what sword techniques the other party would teach him. Zhou Xuanji passed down the ultimate chaos Dao to him, and a massive wave of memories flowed into his mind, giving him a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. As his grandfather, Zhou Xuanji naturally would not harm him. Although his pain was intense, it was far from breaking down. Zhou Xuanji began to recite the ancestral voice. Upon hearing the ancestral voice, Zhou Tianyuan immediately calmed down. With the help of the ancestral voice, he quickly grasped the ultimate chaos Dao. He slowly got up and sat cross-legged. Just like that, his cultivation base skyrocketed. This is the first gift I've prepared for you, and also a test for you. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He wanted to make Zhou Tianyuan invincible in this world and see if this brat would succumb to his power. Back then, Zhou Tianhua was invincible in the world. He was cruel and heartless, which led to the counterattack of all living beings. In the end, the Tianhua sect ended up as a street rat. Zhou Xuanji, who also had invincible power, maintained the benevolence in his heart. He had never thought about how to enslave all living beings. Instead, he wanted all living beings to follow him and become stronger. He didn't want to force Zhou Tianyuan to be like him, he just wanted to see the kid's choice. Zhou Tianyuan slowly opened his eyes. He had a dream. He dreamt that he met an expert, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. He even learned an incredible sword Dao divine ability. Wait a minute. This divine ability. His eyes widened in an instant, and his consciousness cleared. The ultimate chaos Dao was so deeply engraved in his mind. He felt that he could cast it just by raising his finger. The surging magic energy in his body indicated that this wasn't a dream. Zhou Tianyuan was ecstatic. He subconsciously looked up, but Zhou Xuanji was no longer there. He quickly got up and shouted, "Senior." Zhou Xuanji didn't answer him. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already returned to the Supreme Palace. The nearby space-time had returned to normal. For Zhou Tianyuan, several years had passed, but in reality, it was just a second. In the distance, Zhou Tianhua, who was cultivating above the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "What's going on with this kid's cultivation?" Although he had already let his son wander the world, the heart of a father and son was connected. If Zhou Tianyuan suddenly underwent a huge change, he would definitely sense it immediately. He began to calculate what Zhou Tianyuan had encountered. Unfortunately, he could only calculate that battle. He couldn't calculate Zhou Xuanji's appearance. Strange, why did it suddenly erupt? Zhou Tianhua furrowed his brow. He couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be because of his bloodline? He had had such an experience before. His cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. It seemed that his father had made a big breakthrough, and his bloodline had affected his descendants. Thinking of this, a look of yearning appeared on his face. "Father, I wonder what your cultivation is now." He looked up at the horizon and muttered to himself. Inside the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne, sensing the situation of the Kunlun Origin Court's various divine ranges. Everything in the lower realm was going with the flow, but the Kunlun Origin Court was extremely lively. With the advancement and improvement of the superstar competition, the Kunlun Origin Court had many heroes. It looked like it was going to recover its prosperity. Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jingheng, Zhao Zongjian, and the others had also made a name for themselves in the Kunlun Origin Court. The Emperor Sword Divine Range had become a great divine range in a short time. Even without Zhou Xuanji's arrangements, many divine ranges had befriended them, especially the Tianyi Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji probed the Tianyi Divine Range with his divine sense. He suddenly thought of the Holy Ghost. He had an idea in his heart. He teleported the Holy Ghost into the palace through the air. The Holy Ghost was still asleep. It was curled up into a ball, motionless. Zhou Xuanji smiled and started to recite the ancestral voice. As soon as the ancestral voice appeared, the Holy Ghost trembled and jumped up. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, his expression became savage, and he started to soundlessly roar at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and thought to himself, ancestral sound has no effect on him. He didn't believe in the supernatural and continued to recite the ancestral voice. At the same time, he used his supreme divine force to restrict the Holy Ghost so that it couldn't escape. As the ancestral voice attacked, the Holy Ghost gradually calmed down. Bits of black light floated up from his body, as if he was shedding his skin in flames. As expected, Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was delighted in his heart. He could use the ancestral voice to investigate the secret of the Holy Ghost's birth. The Holy Ghost shed more and more skin, and countless black light spots floated around it. Its expression became serene, and it curled up like a baby in its stomach. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine sense into these black motes of light. In that instant, he felt that his divine sense was being burned, and his soul felt a stabbing pain, causing him to frown. He was already a great paragon of the three courts, so what kind of power could harm him? He suddenly thought of the blood bead black staff that Xin Nianqing had taken away. Could it be related to that thing? Soon, the Holy Ghost's body began to shrink, gradually turning into a newborn. Zhou Xuanji collected the black light spots into his palm and condensed them into a black ball. The ancestral voice came to an abrupt end. His eyes locked on the black ball, carefully observing it. Next, he took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and called Little Sovereign. When Little Sovereign came out and saw the Holy Ghost, his eyes immediately widened. Chapter 926. You actually helped the Holy Ghost get rid of its curse. How did you do it? Little Sovereign exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. His gaze then turned to the black ball in Zhou Xuanji's hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the mysterious power attached to the Holy Ghost. I feel that it was because of it that the Holy Ghost ended up like that," Zhou Xuanji replied. When Little Sovereign heard this, he began to carefully look at the black sphere. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Now you can tell me why the Holy Ghost was born, and what is your relationship with the Holy Ghost?" At first, he felt that the relationship between the Holy Ghost and Little Sovereign wasn't ordinary. "Fine, I'll tell you then. In fact, this Holy Ghost was once my disciple. He pursued power excessively and searched for the ancient power. In the end, he ended up like the Holy Ghost. I still don't know what that power is. Legend has it that it has existed since the birth of the Kunlun origin court." Little Sovereign began to talk about the Holy Ghost's past with a melancholy look on his face. He disappeared for 20,000 years before reappearing. At that time, I had already become a supreme being, and it was I who personally sealed him. According to the records, there were other examples like this in the past, and they were called Holy Ghosts by the senior supreme beings. I once spent some time investigating the reason for the birth of the Holy Ghost, but I only know that there is such a force. As for what it is, I don't know. This is also an unsolved mystery of the Kunlun origin court. He looked at the Holy Ghost and sighed faintly. As a master, he was unable to save his own disciple. He was truly a failure. He then looked at Zhou Xuanji, and his expression immediately cleared up as he smiled and said, "Boy, you're becoming more and more powerful." What was he doing at Zhou Xuanji's age? He couldn't remember it clearly, but he knew that he didn't even dare to dream about becoming a supreme being at that time. "I let your disciple reincarnate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was more concerned about the black ball in his hand. As for the Holy Ghost itself, it had nothing to do with him. Little Sovereign nodded and said, "It's good to experience it once, lest there be a shadow in my heart." With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji sent the Holy Ghost into reincarnation. Then, he focused his attention on the black ball. Little Supreme Being didn't disturb him. He got into the Lesser Supreme Sword and slept peacefully. A few months later, Jiang Shui returned. When she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly went up to him. "When did you come back?" Jiang Shui stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked charmingly. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she show such a cute side. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have been back for a few months. You have done a good job as Shitian Goddess Mother. There are already many statues of you in the origin court." He put the black ball in his hand into his sleeve to avoid accidentally hurting Jiang Shui. "Isn't it all because of you? Have you seen your grandson?" Jiang Shui covered her mouth as she laughed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, she truly felt carefree. She did not know much about what was happening outside the court, but she believed that Zhou Xuanji would be able to shake the heavens and earth, while everything within the court was very stable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Tanhua is not bad. He has a child so soon. Is it fast? Earlier than you?" Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and suddenly thought of Zhou Shaoxian. She didn't know when she would be able to get married. Zhou Shaoxian wasn't interested in love affairs. She only wanted to cultivate or play around. Zhou Xuanji could tell what was on her mind and comforted her. She is still young. What's the hurry? When the time comes, she will naturally come. Moreover, with your current vision, who will be your son-in-law? Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt that it made sense. If Zhou Shaoxian really got married now, she would not be at ease. After all, this girl would always have the heart of a child. Zhou Tanhua was just physically young, but this girl's heart was immature. After that, Zhou Xuanji began to talk about his experiences during this period of time. Jiang Shui listened to the story, but when she heard that Zhou Xuanji was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Just as she thought, Zhou Xuanji had turned misfortune into blessing and even obtained a great opportunity. Hongmeng Heaven. Aren't you going to become the top ruler of the endless universe soon? Jiang Shui sighed. Even as Zhou Xuanji's wife, she was used to his speed of growth. But she still couldn't help but feel shocked. This was too outrageous. She carefully sized up Zhou Xuanji, wondering if Zhou Xuanji was the reincarnation of Hongmeng Heaven. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not anyone's reincarnation. I'm just lucky." He increasingly felt that the Supreme Legendary Sword System was one of the sovereign's serendipity. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword System was becoming less and less helpful to him now, a tall building starts from a flat ground. Along the way, his greatest reliance was the Supreme Legendary Sword System, which was the serendipitous opportunity of the primordial world. Be careful in the future. Don't be arrogant at any time, understand? Jiang Shui exhorted. The higher you stand, the more you revere. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had been reminding himself. Even someone as powerful as a sovereign, invincible in the world, didn't he still fall? Next, I will stay in Kunlun Origin Court to cultivate. When I go out in the future, I will bring the Kunlun Origin Court with me, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he pulled her into his arms. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. On this day, Zhou Xuanji summoned the 12 Law Ancestors and all the God Pillars. Hearing his voice, the 12 Law Ancestors were very excited. They were one of the few who knew that Zhou Xuanji had left. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned safely, they were finally relieved. After coming to the Supreme Palace, everyone knelt down and worshipped Zhou Xuanji. Get up. I called you all here today to start the plan outside the court, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Then, he roughly explained the situation in the boundless universe. Knowing that there were countless courts and domains in the outside world, everyone in the palace was shocked. A god pillar asked carefully, since it's so dangerous outside the court, won't we? Zhou Xuanji was not angry but replied with a smile, do you want to wait for the enemy to find us, or do you want us to take the initiative to explore a wider domain? I have already set my eyes on a court realm and am prepared to kill its sovereign and take over its court realm. I will act alone without you. Can you understand the mentality of those great sovereigns? Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The strong preyed on the weak. The plan is not to go outside the court directly. I need to gather a large number of geniuses. I will teach them the Tao personally and nurture them, Zhou Xuanji continued. Then, he changed the topic and said, when the time comes, you will gather with all the branch lords, and I will teach you the Tao alone. As soon as he said that, everyone became excited. The Tao of the Sovereign. Even Origin Fusion Divine Lord would benefit greatly from it. The Sovereign is benevolent. A law ancestor cried out excitedly. The others expressed their gratitude as well. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. How could they not look forward to the future by following such a sovereign? Throughout history, how many sovereigns were as benevolent as Zhou Xuanji without losing his ambition? Chapter 927. A piece of heavy news suddenly spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sovereign was going to select geniuses and train them personally. The sovereign divine ranges each had 100 spots, the super divine ranges each had 20 spots, the superior divine ranges each had 10 spots, the middle grade divine ranges each had 3 spots, and the low grade divine ranges each had 1 spot. As soon as the news spread, it shook the entire Kunlun universe. All the divine ranges were bustling with noise and excitement. The range masters and god pillars discussed this matter together. They all had to implement Zhou Xuanji's philosophy and be as fair as possible. Therefore, all the divine ranges began to hold aptitude tests. While the Kunlun origin court was in jubilation, Zhou Xuanji secretly came to the Emperor's Sword divine range and sealed the spacetime to give special treatment to the Emperor's Sword divine range. All the disciples who had gone out were brought back by him, including Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. He directly preached in the ancestral voice, immersing all the disciples in it. In just one day, thousands of disciples had broken through. In order to prevent alarming the other divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji turned his sovereign divine power into spiritual qi and poured it into the Emperor's Sword divine range to ensure that the disciples could break through smoothly. 10 years had passed in the Emperor's Sword divine range, but only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. Zhou Xuanji stopped preaching and said with a smile, "This matter can't be spread, understand?" He said it in a relaxed manner as if he was joking. But when his words reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but smile. After Zhou Xuanji left, all the layers of the Emperor's Sword divine range were boiling with excitement. Awesome! Zhou Shaoxian pulled Zhou Tanhua and kept talking excitedly. Xiao Jingheng, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Chen Bantian, and the others also had a look of fanatical worship on their faces. After Zhou Xuanji's preaching, everyone had a breakthrough. The ancestral voices preaching had made their Tao heart qualitatively change. Their future cultivation would also be more stable. Zhou Tanhua sighed and said, "Father has been working hard after becoming the sovereign. Just the language that he didn't understand gave me a lot of insights." Except for those who could learn the ancestral voice, anyone who listened to the ancestral voice would stimulate their creativity and greatly improve their cultivation. Such a voice of creation, it was hard to find a second one in the endless universe. It seems that the outside plan is true. Master really plans to lead the Kunlun origin court. Xiao Jingheng said excitedly. His fists were tightly clenched. His eyes were full of expectation. It had been a long time since he had fought with Zhou Xuanji. The others began to fantasize as well. Zhou Shaoxian asked Zhou Tanhua to talk about the magnificence of the endless universe. This time, Zhou Tanhua didn't avoid talking about what he had seen and heard. Everyone exclaimed from time to time. After returning to the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the black ball. His spiritual will was already able to enter and endure the terrifying burning power. Inside the black sphere was chaos. Apart from the gray mist, there was nothing else, not even light. He did not believe that it was that simple. There had to be some kind of power, or else how could the Holy Ghost become a cursed existence? Anyone who was touched by the Holy Ghost would be cursed to death. He wanted the power of the curse. If he had the ability of the Holy Ghost, wouldn't his combat strength be off the charts? Unkillable. Anyone who touched him would be cursed. Just thinking about it made his heart burn. When the Kunlun origin court was selecting geniuses, he would seclude himself in the Supreme Palace and focus on studying the Black Sphere. In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed. Zhou Xuanji gathered the 12 ancestors, the god pillars, the range masters, and the rulers of the various origin courts power centers in the sovereign plane. He also used the ancestral voice to preach the Tao, allowing them to enter a state of epiphany. He was not afraid that someone would surpass him because he was confident in himself. The stronger the Kunlun origin court, the better he would be able to display his abilities. Back then, there were many powerful cultivators under the sovereign heaven. Many of them were even famous in history. Their legends were still circulating in the endless universe. The sovereign is really getting more and more powerful. Nan Mutiani sighed from the bottom of his heart after hearing the ancestral voice. Although he could not understand the ancestral voice, it could inexplicably move him. Countless insights emerged in his mind. He sighed while restraining the urge to have an epiphany. Next, like the other range masters, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After a while, the spiritual qi and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun origin court were drawn, rushing toward the sovereign plane like a hurricane. The creatures wandering in the Kunlun universe raised their heads in shock. What's going on? Don't panic. The Sword Emperor is here. What's there to be afraid of? It should be the Sword Emperor preaching the Tao to the powerful cultivators. My range master mentioned this to me before. Awesome. I really want to listen to the sovereign preaching the Tao. This is definitely an unprecedented golden age. Looking back in history, when has there ever been an era where everyone worked hard to cultivate without fighting? All the creatures felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji had not become the sovereign for a long time, he had already convinced everyone. The spiritual qi riot this time would go down in history. Because this was the beginning of the Sword Emperor's kindness. After 10 years of preaching, the geniuses of each divine range were successfully selected. After only half a year of rest, all the geniuses were sent to the sovereign plane. They levitated in the void, looking at the sovereign palace in the distance. All of them were nervous and excited. Among them were many of Zhou Xuanji's acquaintances. Their feelings were the most complicated. They could only look up to the existence that they once regarded as immortal. Now, they had to come and listen to the preaching. They were not indignant. Instead, they felt an inexplicable sense of honor. Zhou Xuanji began preaching the Tao. With the ancestral voice, all the geniuses quieted down. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao while refining a black sword with both hands. This sword was made from the Holy Ghost's black sphere. He could not analyze the true power of the black sphere, so he had a sudden idea to refine it into a sword. He only succeeded after the sword's spirit helped him refine the sword. Or else, he could not refine the black sphere by himself. I wonder what grade this sword will reach. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. He could already sense a horrifying power stirring within the black sword. The preaching this time lasted for 10 years too. All the geniuses benefited greatly. When the preaching ended, they bowed to the sovereign palace together. Thank you, sovereign. Their voices gathered together and resounded across the sovereign plain, shaking everyone's heart. Cultivate well when you go back. The Kunlun origin court will depend on you in the future. Maybe one of you will be the next sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and the geniuses were overwhelmed with emotions. After that, they were sent out of the sovereign plane by Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's sword was successfully refined. The sword spirit took the black sword and helped him tame it. At the same time, he determined its grade. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He had finally gotten rid of the black sphere. However, he waited for a year and still did not hear from the sword spirit. So, he went to look for his grandson. Now, Zhou Tianyuan had grown up and became a peerless genius in that great world. He was full of mettle. Chapter 928. Under the sea of clouds, a giant city floated in the air. The buildings in the city were majestic, and countless divine beasts circled the edge of the giant city. It was heavily guarded. On top of the tallest tower in the city stood a palace. It was grand and magnificent. Inside the hall, Zhou Tianyuan sat on the jade bed, stroking the sword in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji bestowed him with invincible cultivation, his life had undergone tremendous changes. Every time he was about to swell up, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji. Compared to that expert, he was still far from it. Just as he was pondering, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was his mother, Murong Yen. After so many years, she was still devastatingly beautiful. However, there was now a hint of worry between her brows. She came before Zhou Tianyuan and asked, "Still no news of your father's whereabouts?" Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Mother, don't think too much. Father will come back." From the beginning to the end, his eyes never left the sword in his hand. Over the years, Murong Yen had often asked about Zhou Tanhua's whereabouts, and he had already gotten used to it. Murong Yen frowned and said angrily, "You're already so strong. Why don't you go look for your father?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji moved Zhou Tanhua back to the Kunlun origin court, he had never returned. That cultivation maniac was in seclusion. It was not that he had forgotten about Murong Yen, but before he left, Zhou Tianyuan had already obtained a cultivation base that was unrivaled in this boundless world, so he was naturally at ease. "Mother, the boundless universe is so big. Furthermore, father is not weak. He must be cultivating," Zhou Tianyuan said helplessly. He had never fought against Zhou Tanhua since he was a child. He was looking forward to that day. He wanted to prove to Zhou Tanhua that he had surpassed his father's generation. Therefore, he also wanted to find Zhou Tanhua very much. However, he had sent his spies all over the world to search for his father, but they still couldn't find his father's whereabouts. Murong Yen walked to the side and sat on a chair. She sighed and said, "Does your father have a new lover? After so many years, why hasn't he come to see me?" Zhou Tianyuan felt a headache coming on and comforted her, "Mother, don't think too much. Do you think that with father's personality, he would find a new lover? Him liking you back then was already a miracle." Murong Yen glared at him. What was he talking about? But thinking about it carefully, that guy was indeed a blockhead. All he thought about in his head was how to become stronger, even more exaggerated than Zhou Tianyuan. "Now that my son is so powerful, even if he were to look for a new lover, I would still have you to support me," Murong Yen said with a complacent smile. Zhou Tianyuan could only go along with it. I'll kill whoever dares to fight for your favor." Murong Yen beamed with joy as he listened. He was no longer worried. "Yo, your killing intent is so great." A voice sounded out as Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of the gate and walked towards them. "Who are you?" Murong Yen immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice. As soon as she saw Zhou Xuanji, she inexplicably fell into a trance. She didn't know why, but she immediately recognized him as Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji changed into a set of white clothes and suppressed his aura of a sovereign. He looked just like a scholar in the mortal world. "Senior," Zhou Tianyuan stood up in excitement, his entire body trembling, not daring to believe his own ears and eyes. He could not forget Zhou Xuanji's voice. "Senior?" Murong Yen looked back in surprise. She had heard from Zhou Tianyuan that he had obtained the inheritance of a senior, which allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. As early as when Zhou Tianyuan was young, she had seen a mysterious person teaching him. These things had always been in her heart, and she had yet to solve them. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Long time no see, you have grown up." Zhou Tianyuan couldn't hold back his excitement. He quickly took a few steps forward. He had too many questions to ask. "Do you know what's beyond the Great Thousand World and what's above it?" Zhou Xuanji took the lead to ask, stunning Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen. "Beyond the Great Thousand World are the 3,000 great worlds, and above it is the heavenly law," Zhou Tianyuan immediately replied with a firm tone. He had met people from other great worlds before, and had even experienced a fierce battle. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What about above the heavenly law?" Zhou Tianyuan frowned. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Great Tao." "What about above the Great Tao?" Zhou Xuanji revealed a meaningful smile. This stumped Zhou Tianyuan. Murong Yen couldn't help but be curious. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, a thought emerged in her mind. Could this person be related to Zhou Tanhua? Is he Zhou Tanhua's brother? The Great Tao is just a small place in the void boundary. The vast universe is divided by the void boundary. Above the layers of the universe is the Kunlun origin court. There are countless experts in the Kunlun origin court, and there are divine ranges. Those creatures have mastered a great Tao and even have strength that surpasses the great Tao, Zhou Xuanji explained leisurely as he glanced around the palace. This kid has a good eye. He has his own style. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen fell into shock. They knew that there were countless mortal worlds below the Great Thousand World, but they didn't think that the Great Thousand World was just a small place. There was a vast world above it that they couldn't imagine. Are you from the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Tianyuan asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, your father is in the Kunlun Origin Court. He is in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't come to find you and your mother. As soon as he said this, Murong Yen immediately became excited. She took 2 steps forward and asked, what is your relationship with Tanhua? Brother? Zhou Tianyuan came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked very similar to Zhou Tanhua. Back then, he didn't see Zhou Xuanji's face clearly and only remembered his voice. So now that he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was so excited that he didn't pay attention to his face. I can't say. I've granted you unrivaled cultivation. Are you happy? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that didn't seem like a smile as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan felt a little guilty under his gaze, but he forced a smile and said, thank you, senior. Zhou Xuanji said, your cultivation seems to have stagnated for a long time. You seem to have become addicted to your current power. This time, Zhou Tianyuan could no longer pretend to be calm. He lowered his head in shame. Do you think that you are already very powerful? Do you know how powerful those who taught you when you were young were? They could destroy the current you with a single breath. Zhou Xuanji's tone was casual, as though he was joking. Zhou Tianyuan raised his head abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. He knew how powerful he was. Compared to the seniors he had met when he was young, was there such a big gap? Go out and walk more. Don't stay here all day looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and deliberately showed a look of pity, which made Zhou Tianyuan feel even more ashamed. He took a deep breath, looked up at Zhou Xuanji, and asked, why does my father cultivate? If he guessed correctly, those seniors were also from the Kunlun Origin Court. And so was his revered teacher. The reason why they were willing to teach him was probably because of his father, Zhou Tanhua. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he said, he just wants to become stronger, so he has been cultivating. If there's a goal, it's to become the most powerful. No one knew how long the Kunlun Origin Court had existed, and no one knew what it looked like before. The answers to these puzzles are impossible to imagine. Lightly waving the Holy Ghost cursed sword, Zhou Xuanji immediately put it away, lest he accidentally destroyed this great world. The evil energy in the sword was so massive that even Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. With this sword, my strength has increased tremendously. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji chuckled before he disappeared. Within the dark void, a small boat was moving forward. A figure stood on the deck with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was tall, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was handsome. There was a sense of hostility between his brows, and 2 clusters of flames burned on his shoulders. He was Gu Tianlin. He was a peerless genius of the present age. His cultivation was exceedingly high. His fame was not inferior to the Qilin 9 absolutes. Behind him, a short and fat old man was making tea. The old man picked up the teacup and said with a smile, young master, it's still far from the Kunlun Origin Court. Take a seat first. Hearing this, Gu Tianlin shook his head. He looked ahead and said, this is my first time coming to the Kunlun Origin Court. Someone said that I would be defeated in the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you think I will lose? The old man blew the steam off the teacup and said with a smile, I don't know, but you rarely lose, don't you? Gu Tianlin narrowed his eyes. He thought of Shen Nianxing's mockery of him. You are a peerless genius. It's just that you haven't met the Kunlun Origin Court Sword Emperor. Otherwise, you would understand how mediocre you are. By the way, Hong Qin's Saint Lord met the Sword Emperor and imparted his Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao to the Sword Emperor. When she said this, Shen Yanqing's face was full of a contemptuous smile. It still stimulated him. Sword Emperor. Just wait, I will defeat you in front of all your subordinates. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy, Gu Tianlin murmured. His eyes were cold. He looked as if he had Zhou Xuanji in the bag. The old man glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. He didn't say much. Inside the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated. He was sitting on the golden throne with Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua on his left and right. Sovereign Hengqian was meditating below. The three women were immersed in the ancestral voice, unable to extricate themselves. Zhou Xuanji looked at their epiphany and couldn't help but think of the location of the origin court that he had memorized before. I have to find a chance to take away the court realm. At that time, I will let Xian Xianghua and Sovereign Hengqian take charge. I can absorb the rules and become stronger. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out an outer soul avatar to check the situation. I hope that the court realm is still there. His outer soul avatar immediately left the Kunlun origin court. But as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar figure. Sovereign Wu Zhou. To be precise, it was a strand of Sovereign Wu Zhou's soul. Quickly call your main body. Sovereign Wu Zhou's face was pale, and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately ended his preaching. He left these words and left, continue your cultivation. I'm going out for a while. The three women didn't open their eyes. They were still immersed in the enlightenment. He came to the dark void. Zhou Xuanji looked at Sovereign Wu Zhou and asked with a frown, what happened to you? Sovereign Wu Zhou took a deep breath and said, Sovereign Heaven has revived and is capturing the Kunlun origin court's sovereigns. Unfortunately, I encountered him and was destroyed by him with a palm strike. Before my main soul was captured, I was lucky enough to split a strand of my remnant soul. Sovereign Heaven. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He couldn't help but think of the sea of corpses. What does a Sovereign Heaven want to do? To take revenge on the boundless universe? Protect the Kunlun origin court. If possible, I hope you can move the Kunlun origin court away. Be careful of the heavenly law. Sovereign Wu Zhou said with difficulty. After saying this, his remnant soul suddenly dissipated. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Be careful of the heavenly law. Each court realm had countless heavenly laws. How could he be careful? Sovereign Heaven was also a heavenly law body. Could it be that he could control all the heavenly laws? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Also, how can I move the Kunlun origin court away? Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Sovereign. After Little Sovereign learned of this, his face turned gloomy. What will come will come. Go and collect the Fang court realm that you found before, Little Sovereign said while rubbing his chin. He couldn't think of a solution for the time being. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left his out-of-soul doppelgangers to guard this place. After that, he immediately left, quickly leaving the dark void. At the same time, in the Kunlun origin court, in a dark ice palace, Zhou Tanhua was meditating and cultivating. Your chance is here. A hoarse voice entered his ears, causing him to open his eyes in shock. Who is it? Chapter 930. Zhou Tanhua frowned and scanned every corner of the ice palace. Even with his spiritual will, he couldn't find any aura of other creatures. Hurry up and come out. What are you hiding in the dark for? He shouted in a low voice. His aura exploded, shaking the entire ice palace. At this time, a wisp of black smoke appeared in front of him, and a hoarse voice came from it. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens have appeared, and the Kunlun origin court is wavering between creation and destruction. Leave the Kunlun origin court, your opportunity is waiting for you. Baffling. Zhou Tonghua's face turned ugly as he shouted, who the hell are you? He subconsciously thought of Zhou Fa. Back then, Zhou Fei also liked to scare him like this, so he was unmoved. It was definitely an enemy trying to lure him away from the Kunlun Origin Court. Of course, if he was a tiger in the Kunlun Origin Court, there would be many dragons circling above him. I am sovereign Carefree, and I was once a sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Currently, there are invincible existences hunting down the Origin Court sovereigns, and I am also being hunted. I have divined that you will be the future pillar of the Kunlun Origin Court, and I hope that you can escape this calamity. The hoarse voice once again came out from the black smoke, causing Zhou Tanhua to frown. He had heard of Supreme Unfettered. He was a supreme who had left his name throughout the ages. There were still many legends about him circulating in the Kunlun Origin Court. He had heard from Zhou Xuanji that he had met Sovereign Xiaoyao at the Sovereign's gathering. Have you told my father about this? Zhou Tanhua asked. Sovereign Xiaoyao replied, Sovereign Wu Zhou has already told him that he has left the Kunlun Origin Court to search for other courts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's hostility began to fade. In that case, it was possible that the other party really did not have malicious intentions. If Zhou Xuanji had not left, this guy would not have thought of him. Let's wait for my father to come back. Zhou Tanhua said in a deep voice. He had family and friends in the Kunlun Origin Court. How could he just leave like that? Supreme Unfettered's tone was solemn as he said, the catastrophe might descend at any moment. You can't hesitate any longer. I've made up my mind. Don't say any more, senior. Thank you for your advice. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said in a firm tone. After that, he sat down again. The wisp of black smoke dissipated. After that, Supreme Unfettered disappeared without leaving a single word. Zhou Tanhua heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Supreme Unfettered would force him. However, when he thought about what Sovereign Xiaoyao said, he felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. His father was indeed powerful, but he wasn't invincible in the boundless universe. He looked up at the top of the ice palace, his eyes filled with worry. Within the space-time turbulence, a gray-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of green hair. Although his appearance wasn't outstanding, his aura was extraordinary. When space-time lightning approached him, it would transform into golden lotuses and float away. He was the Unfettered Exalt. At this moment, his face was solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since he doesn't want to leave, then forget it. A voice drifted over. A silhouette appeared 100 feet behind the Unfettered Sovereign. The silhouette shone with golden light, but its true appearance could not be seen. Supremacy Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, but if that's the case, won't the Kunlun Origin Court's fate be cut off? He shuddered at the thought of how powerful a Cardinal Heaven expert was. There's no other way. You can't change anything. Go back, find a place to hide, and wait for the 3 heavens to descend. At that time, someone will restrain the Cardinal Heaven, the silhouette said in a meaningful tone, shaking its head. Supreme Unfettered frowned and said, who can restrain the Cardinal Heaven? Isn't Han Tian in cahoots with him? Are you referring to the legendary Hongmeng Heaven? Can he fight against the Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven alone? Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven appeared on the same day. Both sides drew a boundary, oppressing one another without interfering with the other. The future of the boundless universe is not something you and I can speculate about. Survive first, the silhouette said faintly. The light figure said faintly. Then, he turned into a star of light and disappeared without a trace. Supreme Unfettered stood rooted to the ground. He pondered for a long time before he finally sighed and left. Boom! 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 In the void, 2 silhouettes were fighting wildly. Zhou Xuanji held the Soul Kunlun sword in his hand. His sword chi was so powerful that his opponent could not get close. His opponent was a court realm sovereign who had already gathered the power of the court realm. His body was glowing with a blinding white light. He desperately cast his divine abilities, but no matter how he attacked, he could not break through the boundless sword chi. How can it be? How can he be so powerful? Great sovereign white light roared furiously in his heart. An unprecedented fear occupied his mind. In the void, the turbid mist billowed recklessly like a group of dancing dragons. Zhou Xuanji looked at his opponent calmly. He could easily suppress his opponent with the Soul Kunlun sword. If he took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he might be able to kill this great sovereign instantly. It's time to end this. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He just wanted to test his strength. Now that he had a rough understanding of his opponent, it was time to end this battle. He raised the Soul Kunlun sword and swung it casually. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boom! Endless sword chi came at him. Sovereign white light could not react in time and was engulfed by the violent sword chi. Both his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Instant kill. When a court great sovereign used the power of the court realm, his strength was at most equivalent to that of the great sovereigns of the three courts. Zhou Xuanji had already reached the great sovereign of the three courts. With the origin court reversing sword in his hand, killing his opponent was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Surging supreme divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. The absolute invasion saint body perfectly absorbed this divine power. Next, he looked at a tiny piece of sand. There was a court realm hidden in it. He waved his right hand and took the sand into his hand. He turned around and quickly flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Shuttling through the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji scanned the court realm in the sand with his divine will. This Fang court realm had changed a lot compared to what he had seen before. The number of creatures inside had increased dramatically. He had no idea what had happened. Huh? Zhou Xuanji suddenly noticed something. He raised his brow as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Time rule. That great sovereign had used the time rule on the court realm. No wonder the number of creatures in the court realm had increased so quickly. There was also the time rule in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji could control the time in the Kunlun origin court, but he couldn't do it with such a big difference. According to his estimation, a year in the Kunlun origin court was equivalent to 1,000 years in this Fang court realm. The difference of 1,000 times was enough to prove that this time rule wasn't simple. Could it be that this rule doesn't belong to this court realm but comes from the endless universe? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought. He decided to absorb this time rule. After a few hours, he returned to the Supreme Palace and began to absorb the court realm in the sand. In the depths of his soul, he had already opened 3 court realms. It was enough to store this court realm. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Sovereign to stay by his side. In case he encountered any problems, he could ask Little Sovereign for help. You killed a great sovereign so quickly. Little Sovereign cried out in shock. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Apart from his fall, Zhou Xuanji had yet to seize a court realm. Chapter 931. Why are you so surprised? It seems like I have far surpassed your peak. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile. He felt very happy to see Little Sovereign so shocked. Little Sovereign crossed his arms and snorted, "Smelly brat, you have indeed surpassed me. Don't leave me behind in the future. I still want to stand at the peak with you and look at the myriad halls realm." He had heard Zhou Xuanji mention the 9 souls before. In the mortal realm, Zhou Xuanji had relied on the 9 souls in the legendary swords to escape danger many times, and in the end, Zhou Xuanji had helped them revive. It sounded like a beautiful story, but he did not want that. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji forever. He believed that this kid would surpass his imagination. I won't abandon you. Right, there's a law of time in this court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded before explaining how powerful the time law was. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, according to what you said, it might really be from the endless universe. But how could that guy have such a treasure? It can't be that the time law came knocking on my door, right? Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully. Could it be that the great sovereign had a serendipity in the boundless universe? He might even have a backer. He shook his head. So what if he had a backer? Currently, the boundless universe was in turmoil and chaos, so what if he provoked another powerful enemy? Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to focus on absorbing the court realm. His supreme divine power was extremely powerful, and he was able to forcefully merge the spacetime of the court realm with his own soul. After the fusion of time and space, he had to adapt the rules of the realm of the dynasty to his soul aura. This process would take a long time, but Zhou Xuanji could afford to wait. As he waited, he sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. After some investigation, he had a general understanding of this Fangting realm. Zhensu Court Realm. Its creator was also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court, and his seniority was even lower than that of a little supreme. Up until now, true noble court realm had already given birth to 12 exalts. In terms of the number of origin fusion divine lords, it was inferior to the Kunlun origin court, but in terms of overall number, it was not a small number. All living beings of the true Su court, heed my command. Your sovereign has fallen. From today onwards, I, the Sword Emperor, will control all of you. I will make the true Su court even stronger. In the future, all of you will belong to the same faction as the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the true Su court. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. To the living beings of Zhensu court, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, much less the battle that had just occurred. Therefore, all of this was too sudden for them. What? Did Shizun die? Sword Emperor. Who is he? Isn't the Kunlun origin court the legendary place of origin? Impossible. Shizun will be defeated. Oh my God, have we been subdued? What happened? Who is he? What kind of place is the Kunlun origin court? The various planes of true Su court realm were shaken, even the millions of mortals sighing in admiration. The name of the Sword Emperor instantly became known to everyone. Zhou Xuanji sent an outer-of-soul doppelganger into the court. Taking in the true Su court was very complicated, and it was not as simple as just placing it in his soul. Next, he would arrange for Exalt Hongchen and Xian Xianghua to enter the true Su court realm and help him control this realm. At the same time, it would also allow them to absorb more of the source laws, strengthen themselves, and charge towards the Grand Supreme Realm step by step. Then, he summoned Supreme Crimson Dust and Xian Xianghua. What is it? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking about improving her cultivation technique, but she was moved here. Naturally, she felt a little depressed. Supreme Crimson Dust, on the other hand, was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. This time, facing Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power, she couldn't even detect it. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the sovereign palace. The gap between the two was growing rapidly. Thinking of this, Supreme Crimson Dust's mood became complicated. I have just subdued a court realm. It's called the true Su court realm. Later, you will be the sovereign and rule this court realm. How about it? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had this plan, but they didn't expect it to come true so soon. Really? Xian Xianghua asked excitedly. She knew very well what it meant to control a court realm. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. A court realm could give birth to a grand sovereign, and after hundreds of millions of years, another one could be born. This was the inheritance of a court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will tell you first, so that you can prepare. When the time comes, you can bring your subordinates with you. It's up to you. Xian Xianghua asked, not now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I'm still fusing with it. I have integrated the true Su court realm into my soul. No matter where I go in the future, I will take it with me. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Doesn't that mean that I will never be separated from Zhou Xuanji in the future? Supreme Crimson Dust asked, then, can you also integrate the Kunlun origin court into your soul? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then told them about the calamity that Supreme Wu Zhou had mentioned. Sovereign Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven. Hunting Origin Court Great Sovereigns. Supreme Crimson Dust furrowed his brow and said, then you have to hurry up. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry. Go back and prepare quickly. Don't delay me. After saying this, he waved his right hand and sent the two women back. TSK, don't you think the tenderness of a daughter is beautiful? Little Sovereign raised his brow and teased. Zhou Xuanji proudly smiled and said, beautiful, of course it's beautiful. Are you envious? Do you want me to find you a female ghost? Little Sovereign's smile immediately froze. Just as he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji suddenly put Little Sovereign into the Supreme Warehouse. Next, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came to the Dark Void. He wanted to absorb the Kunlun Origin Court into his soul. The Kunlun Origin Court made him. Therefore, it didn't reject his supreme divine power at all. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji successfully integrated with the Kunlun Origin Court. In an instant, his cultivation began to improve significantly. He could feel that he could mobilize the power of the Origin Court anytime and anywhere. In the future, no matter where he went, once he fought, it would be as if he was fighting near the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He immediately turned around and left. He decided to live in another place. The place he chose was the Absolute Time Realm. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion in the Absolute Time Realm. When his cultivation reached the point where it couldn't grow anymore, the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court would definitely undergo earth-shaking transformation. The Absolute Time Realm was still empty. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relaxed after returning here. He had once transformed here. He was filled with a sense of closeness to this place. Only here would he not feel a sense of crisis. He sat down and meditated as his consciousness entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He focused his attention on Zhou Tianyuan. In any case, this was his first grandson. How could he not care about him? When Zhou Tianyuan broke out of the great world, he would focus on cultivating this grandson. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan. The family reunited. The atmosphere was very warm. They were eating in a wooden hut on the cliff, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Murong Yan mentioned Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun Origin Court and snorted, Tanhua, you have a lot of things to hide from us, mother and son. Is it really okay? Chapter 932. Zhou Tanhua felt a headache when he heard his wife mention Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to tease his son a little more. Should he continue to hide it now? Sigh. He had wanted Zhou Tianyuan to rise from the ordinary and rely on his own efforts to experience the world of mortals. Unfortunately, his plan had been foiled. Father, who was that senior? What do the seniors I met in my childhood have to do with you? Zhou Tianyuan asked with anticipation. In the past, he had achieved great success in his cultivation and felt that he had already surpassed his father. Now that he saw his father again, he realized that he could not see through his father's cultivation at all. He was really a frog in a well. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, I can't tell you for the time being. When you go to the Kunlun Origin Court, you will know that those seniors are indeed my old friends. They can even be said to be my relatives. Murong Yan widened his eyes and asked in astonishment, you have relatives? So many. Previously, Zhou Tianyuan had already told her how many seniors she had met when she was young. So many powerful beings were her husband's relatives. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, she even thought that Zhou Tanhua was an orphan. After all, she hadn't seen any of Zhou Tanhua's relatives or even friends since they got married. I will bring you back. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianyuan and said seriously, Son, I'm going to take your mother away. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. We will wait for you in the Kunlun Origin Court. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's expression changed. Murong Yen was originally very surprised, but when he heard that he had to leave his son behind, he immediately became anxious. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Why do you have to leave your son behind? How long would it take for Zhou Tianyuan to surpass the heavenly saint realm and reach the Kunlun origin court? He has grown up. It's time for him to be independent. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and smiled. Zhou Tianyuan thought about Zhou Xuanji's words and nodded. He wanted to be like that senior, free and unfettered. TSK, you have the nerve to say that. How long have you been by father's side? You've never been independent so early. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshuan's voice sounded. The door was pushed open and she walked in wearing a black dress. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tianyuan stood up abruptly. Fairy Xian. Zhou Tianyuan cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua almost spurted out his saliva. Murong Yen blinked. She looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and then at Zhou Tanhua, and suddenly understood something. Zhou Xiaoxian sat next to Murong Yen, waved her hand and said with a smile, "In the future, don't call me immortal aunt. Just call me auntie." Aunt? Zhou Tianyuan was stunned and instantly understood. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Sister, Zhou Tianyuan's expression became complicated. Your mother is about to go to another heavenly court. She wants to take me there. Aren't you going? Zhou Xiaoxian propped her chin up with her right hand and said casually. She glanced at Murong Yen and sized him up with a teasing look in her eyes. Murong Yen shyly lowered her head. This was the first time she was meeting her husband's relative. Another court? Zhou Tanhua raised his eyebrows. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Murong Yen and Zhou Tianyuan, then said, "Bring the mother and son with you. Training can be found anywhere, it doesn't necessarily have to start in the mortal world. For people like you, who were born extraordinary, to descend to the mortal world to gain experience, it's simply a show-off. When the time comes, there will be too much karma left. How can I escape unscathed?" Zhou Tanhua looked at her in surprise. When did she become so reasonable? It was as if he had become another person. The master you've acknowledged is actually your grandmother. Your grandmother is about to become the supreme ruler of a court. Impressive, isn't she? Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Tianyuan and smiled. Supremacy. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan's eyes widened. After listening to Zhou Xuanji, they felt that supremacy was the strongest existence. But they didn't expect Zhou Tanhua's mother to be so ridiculously strong. No wonder she is so good to me. Zhou Tianyuan murmured. In his heart, Xian Xianghua was like his other mother. Ever since they parted, he often missed Xian Xianghua. Murong Yen fell into shock. Her family was prominent, so her father looked down on Zhou Tanhua. It was only after Zhou Tianyuan's rise that her father changed his opinion. But he still didn't have a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. After all, Zhou Tanhua hadn't visited him for a long time. But now it seemed that she had climbed up a high branch. It's settled then, bring them with you next time. Zhou Xiaoxian threatened Zhou Tanhua. After that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly and helplessly. His plan was ruined. Now that Zhou Tianyuan already knew about his identity, he couldn't hide it anymore. In that case, you will come with me. I will take you back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range first before leaving the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua took Murong Yan's hand and said with a gentle smile. It's better this way. Our family will not be separated. His father always took his family with him wherever he went. He should continue this tradition. Could it be that the senior who came to us before is? Zhou Tianyuan suddenly thought of a possibility and asked nervously. Zhou Tanhua smiled but didn't say anything. In the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated endlessly. He was reciting the ancestral voice to help him improve his cultivation. Although he had absorbed the cultivation of a great sovereign, he was still far from the great sovereigns of the four courts. Jiang Shui sat beside him, quietly cultivating. The absolute time realm was too lonely. He deliberately brought her out so that she could accompany him while cultivating. At first, Jiang Shui was also amazed by the absolute time realm. Only after a long time did she enter the state of cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and murmured, "The time law is really difficult to control." He had already extracted the time law of the true Su court realm. He and Jiang Shui were absorbing it, trying to fuse the time law. Really? Why do I feel that it's okay? Jiang Shui said without opening her eyes, making Zhou Xuanji glance at her. Huh? Does learning the time law also pay attention to talent? That's good. It's good that she can become the source sovereign earlier. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. Although it was a little difficult for him to learn the time law, it wasn't difficult with the help of the ancestral voice. After a few years, Jiang Shui finally mastered the time law, and her cultivation soared. Zhou Xuanji immediately poured his sovereign divine power into her body to help her break through smoothly. In the dark void, Gu Tianlin stood on the boat, frowning as he looked ahead. The short and fat old man stood behind him, also observing the surroundings. Strange, where is the Kunlun origin court? The short and fat old man asked in surprise. He had clearly divined that Zhou Xuanji was here. A long time ago, he had also come to the Kunlun origin court. Gu Tianlin took a deep breath and said, "He escaped. He is probably hiding from the cardinal heaven." A look of disdain appeared on his face. This sword emperor was just a so-so. He was also a coward who was afraid of death. Then what are you going to do next? The short and fat old man asked. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts but he couldn't find anything. This surprised him. There were not many existences in the endless universe that he couldn't calculate. Gu Tianlin muttered, "Let's wait a little longer. What if he comes back?" Chapter 933. Zhou Xuanji still didn't know that Gu Tianlin was looking for him. He could cultivate peacefully in the absolute time realm, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Now, apart from cultivating, he was integrating the Kunlun origin court and the true Su court. His outer of soul doppelganger had already met the higher-ups of the true Su court. In the face of his domineering strength, those powerhouses chose to accept their fate. Zhou Xuanji had a plan, which was to establish a connection between the two courts. He could hold a grand event like the Superstar competition to let both sides understand each other. The Superstar competition wasn't just a simple competition. It was more interesting. So, he summoned the 12 ancestors and the 9 honorable officials of the true Su court to let them get to know each other. This meeting wasn't warm, but it wasn't awkward either. Both sides were interested in the other court. Especially the 9 honorable officials. In the history of the true Su court, the Kunlun origin court was the origin. Whether it's the Kunlun origin court or the true Su court, we will all be one family in the future. Of course, there is still a hierarchy. I won't allow you to fight without permission, but I also don't want the lower courts to provoke the upper courts. Understand? Zhou Xuanji said. His first sentence made the 12 ancestors puff out their chests and raise their heads. The 9 honorable officials were instantly moved. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wasn't this trampling on their dignity? Their expectations for Zhou Xuanji were instantly gone. In the future, I will control even more kingdoms. Just like what I said before, the future kingdoms will have to respect the previous kingdoms. Of course, if you are not strong enough and are surpassed, my words will not make the other kingdoms truly respect you. The true Su court might seem to be suffering some grievances right now, but without me, there will be other grand sovereigns who will come to swallow you up. The weak have no choice. But if there are other grand sovereigns controlling you, can you guarantee that your treatment will be even better? I can bring you peace, but I also want to give my old subordinates confidence so that they can trust me. They believe that no matter how many courts I conquer, I will not forget their support. In the future, the true Su court will also be the pillar behind me. I can't forget your contributions and trust, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the 9 honorable officials. The 12 ancestors were also excited. He spoke with sincerity and vigor. A magnificent vision unfolded in front of them. Even the 9 honorable officials couldn't help but imagine that countless courts would respect them and look up to them in the future. If that was true, then what was the point of being the second strongest? Of course, I also hope that you won't go and bully the lower court realms for no good reason. It's meaningless, and it's a loss of the demeanor of elites. The ancestors couldn't help but laugh. The 12 ancestors burst into laughter. The 9 honorable officials couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhou Xuanji continued with his plan. His plan was huge and detailed, causing the 12 ancestors of law and the 9 supreme officials to sink into deep thought. Zhou for him, for Zhou for him, for him for. Zhou Xuanji not only wanted the Kunlun origin court to become stronger, but he also wanted the true Su court to become stronger. However, he for Tian for him that he for Kuden from, for him. That Kuden from Zhou for the sect, he could Su court Tian. The Qin of heaven for Gu Qin. Zhou of Qin for the Jifrom from. Hearing this, the 9 honorable officials frowned. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Don't think that I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving you a chance. I don't have so many women and children. Some courts will choose their own sovereign, but it will make it more difficult for them to win." His words moved the 9 honorable officials again. The 12 ancestors couldn't help but admire Zhou Xuanji. He really knew how to say nice things. All of this was because Zhou Xuanji could take in more courts. He was so high-spirited and full of provocation that people couldn't help but believe his words. What I want isn't just 1 court or 2 realms. I want to rule over everything. Go and make your preparations. I hope that one day, all of you can help me conquer the court realm. I hope that one of you will become a grand paragon and spread my might. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he didn't give them time to react. He waved his right hand and sent them back. After that, he let in the people who had been waiting outside the palace. They were Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Murong Yan. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was high above, Zhou Tianyuan was excited. Murong Yan, on the other hand, was incomparably nervous. He felt like a stinky daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Are you ready to go to the true Su court? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan and began to plan in his heart. This boy's talent was very good. Although he wasn't as good as Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had more possibilities. You can go anytime. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She had never left the Kunlun origin court. Xian Xianghua was similarly excited. Now. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You guys go first. Tianyuan and Xiaoyan stay behind. I will send them over after some time." A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Supremacy, Zhou Shaoxian, and Zhou Tanhua disappeared into thin air. Only Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan were left in the hall. Both mother and son were very nervous, they did not know where to put their hands. Don't be nervous. I kept you guys here because I wanted to preach the Tao to you. Your cultivation bases are too weak. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, which made the mother and son feel ashamed. Especially Zhou Tianyuan. He had always been very conceited. It was not until recently that he realized how weak he was. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time. He started talking about the ancestral voice, allowing them to enter a state of enlightenment. In a dim temple, the ancestor Buddha slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "This frequent ancestral voice. That brat really knows how to squander." A mocking laugh came from the darkness, "The ancestral voice won't stop. Do you think everyone is like you, afraid of another person hearing the ancestral voice?" The ancestor Buddha looked displeased and said, "The ancestral voice is a supreme creation. how can it be heard by mortals? This is blasphemy to the ancestral voice. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted to find Zhou Xuanji and strip him of his ancestral voice memories. Ha ha ha, if he wants to become Hongmeng Heaven and fight against Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven alone, he will have to rely on this method. Otherwise, he will not be able to fight against the other two heavens alone. The voice in the darkness sounded very playful. In response, the ancestor Buddha could only remain silent. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the temple. Ancestor Buddha, long time no see. Open the door quickly. The other party spoke impolitely without a trace of respect. The ancestor Buddha closed his eyes and said, Gujuagio, you are not worthy of the ancestral voice. Give it up. Gujuagio. The number one person below the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. If I'm not worthy, who is? You have been here more than 10 times. Have you ever remembered a phrase of the ancestral voice? Gujuagio was silent. The temple trembled as though he would charge in at any moment. Other than me, no one in the endless universe can learn it. Are you really going to cut off the ancestral voice's inheritance? Gujuagio asked again.